Vicious. Furia. Latin Kings, nem Seals. Esports. X Factor. Influence ENG. Team Queso. Intense Gaming. Alpha Gaming. VIP Esports. Os campeões da PMWC, Alpha7. Os atuais campeões das Américas, Team Liquid.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 1. The competitors are in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, on land, ready to play against each other. Last season was wonderful. The players were starting to heat up. In fact, on day 1, we were already starting to see a little bit of trash talk. Things getting a bit mixy over in Sao Paulo. I hope this season is going to be much the same, or maybe even more of the trash talk. You know how we like that over on PUBG Mobile. It's great to have each and every one of you. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already, because we have a long season ahead of us. 20 total days, 120 maps will be played, and it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Hot Jukes and Enigma. It is time for another season, Hot Jukes. You're looking great, but are you ready?
Oh, I'm born ready, baby. I'm so pumped. I mean, another PMPL season. We're now in the fall. The spring split was already just so exciting as it was. And now we're going to see, right, which teams are going to really have that big head start going into PMGC at the end of the year.
Ooh, PMGC. Last time it was EWC, now it's PMGC. Who's going to make it into those spots? Well, we've got a lot of heavy hitters, but who will it be? Of course, it's up to the competitors to decide. Enigma, great to see you, man. I think the first time working with you for PMSL, if I'm not mistaken, maybe you worked at least one other, but it's great to have you here.
Oh, I'm always loving to be back. I mean, we did a few days last split and stuff like that with the boy Jukes and some other heads, but for the most part, these teams, a lot of them coming back, some new faces, of course, and for the most part, I liked what you said about that trash talk, because last split, I remember Starlight, he was standing up, he was calling people out. I'm hoping that the likes of whether it's Juancho or some of these NA talents, they can start really, bumping heads together in front of these teams, because for the most part, as much as we like to think that, these competitors are level-headed, that can get under people's skins, and I'm all for it.
Without a doubt, especially on LAN, if you're new to LAN experience, right, and you have a player trash talking you, getting in your face, it can be quite intimidating. You got to be able to let that just roll off the shoulders and, well, move forward. Will the competitors be able to do that? Well, a lot of them are returning this season, so they've already got the LAN experience under them. The jitters should be out of the way, and they should be able to just roll into day 1, map 1, ready to go. Hey, if you're just joining us, let's get you caught up to speed with how the season is going to work. It's a bit of a format for you, so I want to walk you through it. Of course, we do, like I mentioned, we have 16 teams, 20 days, 6 droughts per day. That comes out to 120 total maps to be played. Last season, I believe, was 15 days, 90 maps, so we're going to add in at least 30 more. First place, winner, chicken dinner, will get 10 points. One thing to take note, 1 point per elimination as well. So you got to find a balance between, of course, getting your placement points while also getting your eliminations. Now, as far as the maps go, there's 6 played per day, same rotation as the last season. You got Erangel 3 total times, Miramar a total of 2, and then Sandhawk, that odd map out. So you'll see a lot of Erangel, a lot of Miramar. Sandhawk, not as much, but still a great map for teams to regain on or get those additional points if they've been struggling on Miramar and Erangel. Now, as far as the groups go, let's get into our meat and potatoes, right? We've got double points returning this time. Ooh. That's why the groups are important, but I'm ready to start hammering home some of these wonderful teams. Hot Chicks, let's start with you. Who's standing out?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be good old Alpha7 off the rip. The world champions, they finally got that belt around their waist. They've been waiting on it for so long. I got a chance to look at them in the eye, man, and they were just in disbelief, right? They finally made it. So, you know what? It's one thing to be the champ, but you got to be the defending champion as well. So I want to see them come in just as hungry as they were before.
Hey, they're in Group D. So for 9Z, NRG, Twisted Minds, which, hey, welcome to Twisted Minds, by the way. Brazil here playing in, of course, PMSL America's fall season. Great to have them. They're a newcomer, at least in my eyes, when it comes to this season. And then, of course, Team Liquid, right? Enigma, the returning champions from PMSL America's spring season.
Yeah, I mean, that squad, for the most part, it's like Juke said, it's one thing to be, the previous champion of the last tournament, but in terms of the Americas, that PMSL side of it, Team Liquid's the reigning champs. And for the most part, for these other squads, whether you're from that Latam region or from NA even, hopefully these two Goliaths in the lobby aren't too intimidating for you to come through. And I'm always I guess you could say, a believer of that underdog story. And a lot of these teams, we've seen them come back time and time again. I'm hoping we can see some shifts and some, I guess you could say, ruckus up on that upper side of the leaderboard coming out of today's day one.
Yeah, ruckus is definitely the way to put it. So Group C, Group D looking the scariest. Of course, Group A, Group B looking just as scary too, with some newcomers in there. All Glory Gaming will return. They're in Group B. Furia also there. You look at Group A, Influence Rage, a staple when it comes to PMSL. Yeah. And I do like at least Latin Kings x Navy SEALs. I can't wait to see what they're going to be up to. That is an intimidating name. Take note of groups. You want to make sure you get a screenshot of this or follow socials. And the reason why, let's talk about double points. Double points is returning. It was a big deal last season. It returns this season. Hot Chicks, you want to run through what double points is all about?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been so excited for this because this is the big format change, right? And this is the second time that we're going to see it here. So I hope teams really utilize that first, spring season to understand just how valuable those double points are. But at the same time, one thing we really noticed, Taylor, right, was the top dogs, they did great even on their days off, right? So you can't depend fully on it. But if you have a bad day, the double points work amazing to kind of help you get back in the running of things, right?
Oh, without a doubt. I think some teams honestly wouldn't have been where they were in the standings last season if it wasn't for double points. It's significant, without question. You're right, though, Hodges. You have to have that consistency even on, or off, I should say, your double points day. But double points is a game changer, and it's super unique. You don't see it in a lot of tournament formats. So I'm glad that we brought it back because it makes those days, specifically starting tomorrow to Sunday, very, very intense. And it raises the question, do you try to shut down a certain group, a certain team, so they don't get their double points right? All of that matters. But Enigma, let's talk about why the players are competing. Our wonderful prize pool coming in with $220,000.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take the factors out of these squads. Maybe you compete for competition and stuff like that, but everyone likes that eye of the cheddar. You want to be up on that first, second, third place, whatever range you're looking at, because you want a large piece of that pie. And not only is there that, there's also those weekly sort of, I guess you could say, competition stuff where it's top fragger of the week, whether it's the best performing squad. And then at the end of it all, we also have individual prizes for that MVP, the gunslinger, the field medics, all that sort of stuff. So these teams, not only is it a per week basis, but it's also a tournament long prize pool.
Yeah, though, hey, those prizes too, they match up, or should be, they add up, I should say. Yeah, they do,
Yeah.
Jukes. Revo last season, MVP, gunslinger, he earned like an additional almost $4,000 for his effort. Actually, more than that, almost close to 5,000, because he was also the week 1 top fragger as well, alongside the week 3 top fragger. So Revo was absolutely cashing in, and well, that doesn't even account for what he earned at EWC, which is absolutely nutty. So, hey, those side quests, you want to try and get them all.
That's right. You got that sharp cheddar, none of that mild garbage. You know what I'm saying? You came in heavy, and it's so crazy to see just how it helps out so much. I talked to Revo in Saudi, and he was talking about like, oh man, I want to buy a new car. That's what I want to buy so bad, And I'm sure he's already got the down payment, especially after the World Cup.
So.
But if he gets the MVP here again, I mean, it's locked and loaded.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a down payment, I'm a little bit worried. Where did it all go, man? One more question for you though. What car was he aiming for? Did he tell you?
He did, but I will leave it a secret for him to post it.
Okay, all right, fair. I'm thinking Porsche 911. That's what I would be going for, especially if I've made the money. It doesn't even have to be a new one either. I'll go a couple years back, save a little money on it, but still have that Porsche status, baby. Well, good on him for doing so. He's looking to earn a little bit more money this time, and I can't wait to see the confidence from the Alpha7 roster. But it's not all about Alpha7. We've got 16 wonderful teams, and I want to talk about good old North America. Let's start off with the roster of NRG and see what they're all about. Last season, NRG, Enigma, they were okay. They definitely had their struggles, though. This time, they make a couple of changes on their return.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, I'm not sure if we'll have the player list and stuff like that in a sec, but bringing in 2 new players, I believe. They have Spec, who was their top fragger, I guess you could say, along with Fate having that IGL role. These 2 players, they've had that track record for the last 2 or 3 years. One of them, Spec, even playing internationally. So this squad, we always expect a lot out of them, but last split, we didn't really see them put the pieces together too much. Hopefully with that sort of break and stuff like that they've had over the last few months, playing with 2 new players, we'll be able to see them really come in and start shooting up that leaderboard in the top 8.
They finished off in 11th place last season. They definitely improved.
Wow.
I want to say this was one of our rosters that was most improved outside of InHyper. InHyper was definitely the most improved by the end of it. But 11th place, nearly making it to the top page. 24K, Casper, Fate, and Spec. What are we thinking about this roster as a whole? Because for me, Hot Jukes, it seems like a strong quad to be playing some PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, in my opinion, they're one of the strongest full-fledged, USA teams here. And, they did okay last season. But let's be real, Americas as a whole, we're behind the 8 ball big time. I mean, ENHyper was a 10th, NRG is an 11th. I want to see that completely change. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Top 5. And they have the absolute ability to do it. Tons of talent on this roster. It's just about fine-tuning those little mistakes that they were making a lot in the last season.
And there's a story behind 24K Enigma. He hasn't been able to play on LAN, if I'm not mistaken. Now he's able to travel. So is this his first LAN, or has he played in LANs before?
I believe this is his first LAN event. Now, he has done a lot of international play online, I guess you could say. He's actually played alongside Fate for quite a few tournaments previously before they were on this NRG roster. And he himself, he was actually on one of the teams that qualified through NA, but unfortunately his squad was not able to travel. I'm happy to see him, though, continuing his PUBG Mobile career here, especially on a reputable org like NRG Galaxy. So for the most part, the squad, even though we had expectations last split, coming into this one, I'm expecting him to have a lot of great things.
Well, I hope so. First LAN. He's got to get those jitters out of the way, but he'll be just fine. Hey, look, just because it's somebody's first LAN doesn't mean that they're going to be nervous. Doesn't mean they're not going to perform well. Sometimes they get a bit of a buff, and I actually saw that last weekend in another tournament. So I'm hoping for 24K, he's going to be just fine. Let's talk about another in a roster. This time, it's X Factor coming through. Again, another talented quad as far as I'm concerned. They've got a lot of great members, FS, Baton, Havlik, Capri. When we look at this roster, at least on paper, Hot Jukes, how do we expect them to perform?
I mean, they should perform well. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, out of all the teams that we saw, good old last split, X Factor are the one that have the most potential. They definitely have a really good synergy. It's just some of these fights that they lose and losing players on rotation that killed them. So hopefully, they're under a new banner. Sometimes that's a buff as well, right? New name, you really want to prove yourself. And, now that they're here at LAN, they have that experience. Hopefully they just do well.
So Enigma and Hyper last season, again, one of the most improved teams that we were claiming them to be. I know, Hotchooks, you were saying that quite a bit. But FS, Baton, Capri did play on that in Hyper roster. They stay together, but now they're formed under X Factor with a new member of Havlik. And Havlik has had a lot of great success in the past, at least looking him up. I think he's a wonderful addition and makes this roster stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good placehold spot, especially if you're replacing someone like Starlight, who has that sort of, I believe they kind of have that same experience level if you were to read it on paper. And they still have that sort of managing role from Zfon, who's able to give, that mental insight. He's someone that's competed for many years, big creator in the space and stuff like that. So this squad on this sort of X Factor ranked, I like to think of it as kind of that Zfon factor is, hopefully they take that in a good way. But for this squad, with having FSS and stuff like that, with Capri's, hopefully they're able to come back and obviously in our eyes perform a bit better than last split.
Well, but the thing is, though, Havlik, he's got some big shoes to fill, or at least somebody on that roster, because Hotchooks, removing Stars from the roster, or Stars not being there, maybe he wasn't removed, but either way, he's not there. That is, in a way, a big hit, because he was such an instrumental factor to N-Hyper's success, but also their energy. We would nonstop see him getting up, trash-talking, and having such a great aura around him, right? He's polarizing. He's no longer there. How do you think the roster sits at the moment with the four of them?
I'll say this, right? If they drop Sandhawk and they drop Ruins once again, and if they win that fight off the rip, I'm gonna have full belief in them, big time.
Okay.
I mean, when it comes to X Factor, I think there's still kind of last season it hurt because we didn't see Kindness. Right, Kindness couldn't show up, so that was a big loss for them. It was a kind of a rebuild year. Now they're swapping out another player, so I'm gonna temper my expectations a little bit. I just want to see improvement from them this season. I want to see them jump up. I mean, in my heart, will I go absolutely insane if we see something crazy in the top 2 or top 3? But if I can see them at least get close to that top 5, I'll be happy.
Without a doubt. I mean, NA being top 5 would be just incredible to see. Again, a lot of pressure on Havlik as far as I'm concerned. Stars being replaced by him. We'll see how well that roster is able to do. But X Factor, I'm expecting them to be incredibly strong. Let's talk Inco Gaming this time around. Inco Gaming, another roster that looks good. Inco, for me, I honestly think this roster could very well be one of our strongest Enigma when it comes to the PMSL Americas fall season.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to take 2 core players out of the Titan Gaming squad that qualified and then rebranded into that Inco Gaming squad. And they actually have Nenabete and Vitali coming in. So that paired with Juancho, which, like you had just said, with the X Factor squad, some of these players maybe aren't used to that LAN event stage. We saw Juancho come in mid-tournament and perform exceptionally well for that squad as the coach role, Coach Juancho. But for these squads and stuff like that, if you're able to get some real powerhouses like Nenabete and like Vitali, you're going to have someone like Juancho, I think, really be able to kind of shoot himself up the podium a bit more in his own performance all around. And this squad is something, especially with it being, this NA representation, I'm hoping for a lot of great things out of him.
Hotchooks, tell me about Juancho, right? Because he's a consistent talking point, or at least was a consistent talking point when it came to, I believe, Titan Gaming last season. Now, obviously, on Inco Gaming, he's transitioned from coach to player. We say that as a joke, obviously. What does he bring to this roster?
He's the best player. He's the best player in the US of A. All right, I believe that in my heart. I think Juancho's got what it takes. And now he's been in LANs for a few times now. Right, so he's got that experience, and so has Inactive, right? Inactive, I've seen him do the big shows a few times now. So I think things are finally starting to run for the squad, But again, a big roster swap is never a good sign, right? It's really hard to just believe in a team that they're going to go and be first place when you have such a big swap. So I'm expecting to, the same thing I'm expecting from a lot of these teams is to see a big improvement today. Do I want to see something go crazy? Yes. But again, it's just unlikely as of right now.
Well, let's talk about our 4th NA team, Intense Games. See how well they're going to do. And I want to say they are in group maybe A, Group B. They're in Group B, so they're going to be playing against Furia, All Glory Gaming, and Latin Kings x Navy Seals. You take that for what it's worth, but at least they're not in a group when it comes to Team Liquid and Alpha7. So I think that's going to help their chances when it comes to double points day. But this is a roster that has a couple of unknown faces, at least to me, but also familiar faces. Enigma, who are we looking at?
We're looking at Remix, we're looking at Poppy Sour and stuff like that. Ayuya, even these players have never played on stage before, but them being paired with Guapa, I believe on All Glory Gaming last split for PMSL Americas. This squad is one of those teams where I felt they've really developed their own play style when they were playing under that Extreme Ice Tag. Now, joining this Intense Gaming sort of organization, I'm really hoping that they're able to kind of keep true to their stride and actually be able to get themselves through I guess you could say, the leaderboard, so they're able to actually perform the way they want.
Yeah, it's a wild card team as far as I'm concerned, considering the other NA rosters, a lot of chemistry there. How well is Intense Game going to play? Well, their group, again, is relatively, I would say, softer than the others, so I think that helps them out. Intense Game. Chat, are you supporting them? Let us know. But now it's time to talk about our previous champions right from the spring season. That's Team Liquid. They returned this time around. They had this battle, Hot Jukes, between Alpha7 and themselves. Came down to the final day, and on that final day, they lifted a trophy.
Oh, man, they got it done right when it mattered the most. So, I mean, they've held that trophy before. They know what it takes to get there. It's just about repeating that with some improvements because, you know, a lot of these teams have been hungry. They watch some of these big squads during the World Cup soak up all that money, and they want a little piece of that pie here coming up soon. So if Team Liquid could just continue on, I have high expectations for this team. I talked to Knight, their coach, and, man, he has been putting in so much work with this team. They're really pumped up, and they have high expectations for themselves.
There you saw the trophy being walked out. That's the trophy being competed for in 2024 PMSL America's fall season. Team Liquid, they deliver it, and now it's up to them to gain it back once again. Ayala, Cardozo in Chief, and Mythic, a roster that is so poised. Each and every time you see them on the map, they're always in a great spot, it seems. Their positioning, I think, is even better than that of maybe of Alpha7. Nice and controlled. They know how to slay out. They get into these awkward situations, and they somehow make it out each and every time, which is just, it blows me away. Team Liquid, a roster that I'm so excited to see. And, well, let's start seeing them. Let's start heading into map number 1. We start off on Erangel. I'm ready for the 2024 PMSL America's fall season. Day number 1 to start. I hope you are in the chat. Get your predictions in. Let us know who you think is going to win, and also follow us on socials. Get active on social. Start supporting the program because PUBG Mobile is a beautiful thing. So without further ado, heading into map number 1, Erangel. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it. Here we go. Match number 1. The fall season has begun. All right, Enigma. We got a nice playing path here going up to the north. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Hopefully these players are feeling great as well, especially seeing that sort of trophy walkout from Team Liquid. Really reminds you that, hey, you know, even though they were defending champs, someone else could be lifting that trophy after 120 games are played. And these squads, you know, they played 90 last split, Jukes. We got to see a lot of teams where consistency was a major part. With us adding an extra 30 games, I mean, that's not something to joke around about.
Yeah, definitely not. It's going to be a big factor, I think, for a lot of these teams. And it's a good thing, right? Especially for some of these squads who've had, you know, roster swaps, additions, subtractions, all that kind of goodness. It's going to give them a little bit more time to kind of help, you know, get things going here. But, you know, we're looking at some teams dropping out. I don't see too many, looks like hot drop situations just yet. But, yeah, that first circle is going to be going on over to the west side.
Yeah, I mean, the west side, unfortunately, for these teams like Twisted Mind and stuff like that, or INF, where they're up towards Yasnaya, they're on the end of the playing path. Unfortunately, the zone is right on the beginning of it, so these teams are going to kind of have their pick of the lot when it comes to Furia or X Factor. But if we're looking at some of these teams, I'm already seeing it off rip, Jukes. Game 1, some teams maybe wanting to take the fight. Looking like Pachinki's going to be the spot for it.
Ooh, Pachinki. I love it. Loops is up in here, and 9Z as well. These teams want to avoid a hot drop situation at all costs. We've seen just how that has affected these teams early on. So, I mean, Pachinki's big enough to split loot for sure.
Yeah.
But you could definitely tell these players are very, very cautious, looking for any mistakes here. Padrino, I think, is right on top of some of these Loops players.
Yeah, but look at it. He's already got 2 weapons. He does have no vest, only a helmet. But for the most part, if you're only head peeking, the vest isn't going to be saving you too much in that regard. And Loops, this is one of those squads where, you know, we've seen their org time and time again, especially being a powerhouse from Brazil. These players this time around being that more so unknown factor with them going against 9Z Globant. It's really kind of a toss-up of who plays this fight well. And with it being a Pachinki, there's that huge kind of, I guess you could say, cross in the road in the center of the city where you have to make that 20, 30 meter, I guess, open dash for it. But for the point right now, it's going to be Padrino, but we don't even see the nade come out of there. Absolutely caught out. Read like a book, to say the least. I have to think it's that off-angle factor, but Loops now, they're not taking the pedal off the gas sort of thing. They're keeping the driver's seat going, and now Loops looking to finish out this player.
Well, 9Z's going to have to figure something out here because, they do get the finish, but with Pedrino done for. What a calculated play. That nade was just right on target.
Yeah, I mean, that's just experience with that. You can't blame it. And look at this, Loops first nade pulled as well. They both have the same idea, but if he gets the read, throws it upstairs, just missing. Still a bit of game of cat and mouse, I guess you could say, with these nades. A bit of dodgeball, but it doesn't matter. Loops 2 for 2 on the frag knocks. This squad taking the initiative, starting off the day in game number 1.
Instant finish. So 9Z getting punished big time. If you're these last two players, you just got to run for it. Like, literally run away because they're going to hunt you down 100%. The Loops starting off so strong. And this is big, right? Because every time you have like a drop location battle, if you get shut down off the rip, you're going to be on the back foot for the rest of the tournament. So,
yeah, and I mean, this is the map where we're playing it 3 times a day. This isn't Sandhawk like we were just talking about with X Factor, where it's only playing 1 map a day of it. This is 3. If you lose 3 out of 3 on the day, that's 0-0-0. Maybe you get 1, 2, 3 points off an elimination each round, but we've seen time and time again, you need to be in that top 3. You need to be getting those double-digit eliminations consistently if you're wanting to go against the big dogs like Alpha7 and Team Liquid. And Loops, I'm happy to say that with this org, being able to represent, even with players maybe I've never seen before, they're able to keep the name of Loops alive.
Yeah, beautifully done right there. So you can see Loops hugging each other, playing it very close to the chest. Nice nade, though, from Senatexa. Gets 2 knocked. What a turnaround. And he's going to go for the third.
Yeah, he's not
stopping.
Get it?
Oh, he goes for the third. But he doesn't check his back.
The sound cues, you wonder where he's kind of looking there, Jukes.
Oh, run. Aragod's got to just run for it.
I mean,
yeah, just might as well commit. There's no way you're going to be able to get some points just running away at this point in the game. Oh, he got lit up too.
I mean, this is almost a self-nade angle at that point. I would have liked to see him just kind of deny the point, just play for the next game. But Aragon, I mean, he doesn't even have a helmet, Jukes. 1v3, the nade didn't connect. I guess he's got 1 more in his backpack, but Loops, they've already been 2 for 2 on these. I see someone pulling it. Oh, and that's a flash. Trying to blind him. And the nade.
And he's gone.
Wow. The utility usage, 3 for 4 of those knocks were all frag grenades, Jukes.
That's right. That was crazy. That first initial nade, too. I mean, that just goes to show that these Loops, especially, they know Pachinki so well.
Yeah.
So they knew that, hey, there's going to be some player on this roof trying to get angles. And, I mean, perfectly placed to start this off. So Loops, 4 eliminations. Full squad wipe, baby. Didn't lose. Oh, they did lose 1 player. Yeah, that's right. You got thirsted. But still, great start.
You take that trade, especially if you're getting double knocked. That was looking like a really sketchy spot for him with Senatexa getting that frag and QBZ thirst. But after that, you got to check the shack. You knew there was a 3rd player around there, maybe just getting lost in the sauce, going for the points. But that being said, Loops, great stuff out of them. And with them being a 3-man, Pachinki wasn't too far off in the zone rotation. So I do believe they will be able to make that next rotation in. But there's still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played here, Jukes. They still could accumulate more than just 4 points.
Absolutely. So let's see what the play is going to be for these guys. As right now we're watching All Glory Gaming on top of Gatka. Everybody just kind of just hanging out for right now. They saw that initial fight in the feed. Loops got the better of it. Alpha7 got kind of close. You could see that they were like, I mean, I'll itch for a nice little early engagement. Maybe even steal a couple eliminations here and there. But once they noticed the dust was settled, they're like, yeah, we're out of here.
Yeah, I think maybe if there was a 2nd player thirsted on Loops, Alpha7 would have looked for it. But safe play out of them. There's no point in rushing stuff. But rushing stuff, Inco Gaming now getting pulled up on by, looks like, the Navy squad. Unfortunately, no shots getting put down. And I mean, these players, it looks like they're just going to get out scotch-free, inactive, trying to go for it. But UMP is not the gun to do that, Jukes, and they're going to be able to drive away safely.
Yeah, they're going to drive away safely for now, so nothing too crazy. And inactive. That's one player I want to see a lot out of. this season.
Mhm.
Inactive needs to get active. Him, Juancho, Nenebete, Vitali. This is definitely a team that we could see, push into those top placements. I hope they did their homework. I hope they did their homework and they're ready to put in some work here. You can see them playing very, very cautious. Nenebete's holding this position all by himself here. Hopefully he has his vehicle, ready to go just in case he does get full pushed on.
Yeah, I think it's more of a confidence thing, if anything, with a split like this, especially Juancho and Nenebete both playing solo positions. You're kind of playing that sort of loud angle, acting like there's more than just one player there, making sure. And with a zone shift like this, if it's going to Gakka's side, you might opt to kind of condensing down, holding something a little bit smaller in the zone. But looking at it, All Glory Gaming, even X Factor being blessed with that center spot in zone, and there's kind of that great migration, Jukes, to these teams looking for those center spots, but this is the moment where you see players start to get picked off on rotation.
Yeah, I want to see which teams are going to be going on over to that west side. NRG looks like one of them for sure. Anytime you got like a decently hard shift like this, that side's usually going to be open. But X Factor going to get into it very quickly here with Inco Gaming. Inco starts it off with a nice nade. Juancho up close and personal. He's got the shotgun. Gets shotted himself and thirsted. Nenebete gets the return knock. And we're going to see this back and forth continue on here. As Vitali gets a nice one. Nenebete with a desperation spring gets the headshot. And that is X Factor out of there.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a third-party help coming out from another squad. But Inco Gaming, they look to make the rotation. I'm surprised X Factor actually looked for this compound. But Inco Gaming, they made that rotation more together as a squad, instantly ISOing out that player. And unfortunately, Juancho maybe going off a bit too far, going for that 1v1, ultimately getting thirsted. But another squad in the mix, Jukes. They get a squad wipe while having 3 members still alive.
Yeah, I can see, Juancho went for the challenge. He had the S12K, but DBS just too strong.
Yeah.
Too strong. So losing that 1v1 is going to hurt. I mean, yeah, when you see fights like that, you can always put a little question mark up. And I hope Inco can look it back at it and be like, all right, hey, do you push it out there and take that challenge, or do you wait for the rest of your team? Yeah. Little changes like that could be so huge at the end of the game.
Yeah, one thing that's scary too is, especially being a 3-man here, I understand they have vehicles and stuff like that with all the X Factor squad crashing, but you're so spaced out from any sort of, I guess you could say, land cover or next compound. If it shifts off of you, even All Glory Gaming, if it shifts away from this Gakka side, you might really be in for a world of hurt on the rotation. And as much as I'd like to say, those 3 eliminations are great, there's still more zones, more players to be shot at. If you're not even able to make it in on the next rotation, this might be a horrible decision for the squad to make, but we'll have to wait and see. It is Inco Gaming, of course, with Nenebete and Juancho on that squad. Even if Juancho's not alive, he's still able to give that sort of, input and opinion. But these teams right now, Team Liquid, Jukes, that team, you actually like to make the note of it at the beginning of the show where they kind of, maybe even get in some of these precarious or weird spots, but they're always able to work through it. And I really want to get your opinion on it. Do you think it's more of that insight they have, or do you think they're just calm, cool, and collected?
I think they're calm, cool, and collected. They've been playing together for so long now. They know what to do. They got an amazing coach who puts in so much work for them. And, it's about how to adapt to situations. That's really what it comes down to. And you can see them. They're going to have to adapt here. They're down there on the south side, and they're going to have to push their way on up, fight a few teams. Do you think Team Liquid just full sends it straight in, or do they wrap down to that west side? That's going to be my question. They might take the Wizard Tower, and it looks like that's where they're headed for.
Yeah, I mean, I like that sort of decision, especially with NRG opting to go completely around the coastline. They get this completely for free, and I believe there's a team rotating right next to them. So them being able to kind of hold this outer edge might be a better position than playing towards the center, because you're able to keep your back cleared. You're able to really work in. And this is a squad where all 4 of these players, even if they lose 1 or 2, they're able to pick up eliminations in the weirdest spots possible in some of these zones. So these teams, like the likes of Team Queso and stuff like that, if I was to picture Team Liquid in this spot, I'd expect a lot more out of that squad. But for the most part, it is the first game of the day, of the tournament even. Maybe these teams are still getting a little bit of the jitters out of them. And especially with a zone like this, it's going to be a lot of this terrain play. You're going to have to start shooting your gun eventually.
Yeah, first day of a LAN tournament, especially a long format one like this, I'll definitely be punching a lot of like excuse cards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, get warmed up, get yourself in gear, and get prepared for a tournament. But at the same time, like if you're a seasoned squad, you should kind of see day one as like, I would imagine it like last day of the finals. You know what I'm saying? Because you always want to find a good way to practice and prepare for those moments. And, day one, you could definitely take advantage of a lot of players who are a little bit more nervous than others.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is we're talking 4 weeks of play. Each team gets a day of bonus points. As much as I'd like to give them the week, kind of, to get their ground and stuff like that, you're needing it after today. And you want to prevent those teams that have those bonus points day, like Group A tomorrow, from getting that sort of 100-point day, because we saw it last split. The likes of Furia and then those teams in that 3 through 8 range, a lot of that leaderboard came down to those double points days, those bonus point days. And with there being a whole extra week, it's honestly do or die to have at least 2, if not 3 of those days being your day out of the week on bonus points. Because if not, you're going to be seeing yourself really struggling near that bottom 8. And as much as I'd like to really, be hoping for some of these squads, today's going to be a real telltale sign of who's prepared and who's not.
Yeah, like sometimes we wish we can give them a week, but you got to imagine, come big tournament time, you don't got a week. You got 3 days for the most part to figure out these teams and do the best you can to win some of that big money. So I don't want teams, of course, to get a little too comfortable that they have so many days played. Sure, it helps you shake things off, but, take full advantage of it as you can. Next zone pops on up, and wow, crazy shift. You saw, look at that, hits the reverse. He's like, we're going to stay right here.
Hey, I mean, you got to hold on to it. NRG, they're always that team that likes playing this edge spot coming into the zone 4 or 5, and then maybe just full sending it. But with a zone like this for game 1, you're just going to be popping a squat right on that white part of the zone, making sure you're able to keep control. And we see that north side, no one really looking there. So I'm hoping NRG kind of is able to recognize this play and hold the south. But look at that as well. Influence Rage actually holding a split with the center and the southern edge of zone. But Inco Gaming now taking the fight with Team Queso. Nena Bete winning the 1v1, actually having 2 players knocked in. Unfortunately for him, Team Queso's on the pull-up. Trying to go for the frag grenade, but it won't matter. The third party from downrange. Inco Gaming, unfortunately, being wiped. Team Queso hopefully able to keep all 4 players alive. But this squad is one of those teams where I was question mark, were they able to hold this position? They're able to make me eat my words in game 1 already, getting the trio elimination on Inco Gaming.
Beautifully done. That's how you start off if you're Team Queso. But it's going to be hard to get out of that position because there's a lot of open field they're going to have to get through. You can see Latin Kings Navy SEALs were keeping a hard eye on them. But let's go on over to Everest, the Vicious. Trying to handle Furia here. David gonna have to get on the move. He's got that DBS out. Goes for the shots and gets them. Beautiful squad right there. Does he have time? Yes, he should have enough time to get this res.
Yeah, I think.
Nope. Maybe not.
I think it's early enough. Oh, is he gonna just pick him up?
Yeah.
There's another one knocked though, Jukes. Is he gonna go for that one too? Oh man. The monster truck though. That's the car to do it on the mountain, I guess. But
right.
Team Vicious, we didn't get to see too much of that squad wipe, but that was on Furia, I believe. So I was really worried when he missed that second shot going for the thirst. Usually when you see the DBS, it takes that half second, that second sort of, I guess you could say, to really get that next set of shots off. But luckily for David, he was able to clutch up and get those 4 eliminations. And now, like I'd said before, Jukes, no one really playing this north side. They'll hopefully be able to get in here with the ease. It's just a question of if they can get into the zone after this.
I think I just heard his tire get popped too, so that's tough. Let's look on over towards the center. We got Team Liquid, full lay down here next to this antenna. And there are quite a few teams right next to him. Team Queso, Milo got a nade locked and loaded. Will he hit it? Oh, we're hopefully get back to that here in a second. As VIP Esports, get taken out there by Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, they looked like they condensed down from the center back south, but Team Liquid were back at it like you asked. Actually lost 2 players on the rotation, and now Ayala being thirsted out. Just mythic. Team Queso on a roll from this position here, Jukes. And look at that. They still have that split on the edge, being able to control this as a 2-man. And Milo's got 4 eliminations to his name. He's putting up the numbers right now, Jukes.
Big Milo showing up. That's what we like to see there. 4 limbs. And every single time, I mean, you could talk to it, right? When a teammate just starts going crazy, it just like uplifts the rest of your squad. You know, it just starts making them put in some work as well. So hopefully this performance from Big Milo kind of sets the pace for Team Queso. They got another great circle here. Can they hold it, though? They're pretty much almost dead center.
Yeah, I mean, that's the squad where, you know, if they start getting those points, they're a real momentum-based team, I think, especially even though there's not really any players than when they had used to play, you know, a year or two ago. But that org, for some reason, has always had that momentum factor. And it's like I always like to talk about, when you have a player like that popping off, you want to play around him. You want to make sure that he's in that hot seat every single game. Now, obviously, you don't want him to overheat, but if you're getting zones like this, Jukes, game 1, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, speaking of zones, look at this. Alpha7, they are in full gatekeep mode right now. This is where they play best. So they have their back against the wall, and they're going to be just looking at any team that dares push towards them. Hey, look at this. Milos gets a nice knock there. Uh-oh, Guapo on the drive with that UAZ. He should just be able to edge his way on in. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
He's smoking. I think
so close, barely makes it.
And I mean, look at that. No one was playing this mountaintop spot, but it looks like NRG was just starting to creep in. Your intense game, you're looking at this sort of rotation being like, okay, thank gosh we made it into the zone, but now you have to worry about the edge play. NRG, I believe that's Casper spearheading it, trying to go for the frags, but this elevation difference might make NRG start to back up. But wait a second, Fade actually getting an opening knock onto Ayuya.
That was huge. That was huge. And the thing is that Intense Gamer playing this very defensively. They're letting NRG push up almost for free. Remix, you can see he wanted to get into that action, but he turns around here at the last second. So hopefully he could use that intel he got. Spec is up close and personal. Almost goes for the run over. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearing out those front smokes. Intense game. They're trying to get someone on that north side, but you just saw the vehicle almost got exploded on that drive-by. So NRG, they're not getting shot at all. They're able to play for free. The double nade knock from Casper down to a solo. This seems like a reiterating effect today, Jukes. The nades are the name of the game. NRG, full 4-man wipe, not even having a player knocked in that engagement.
That was so beautiful. You could just tell Intense Game, I think we're a little bit off their game there. You can see Remix, he wanted to take priority on that hill and push up, but he hesitated and pulled back and just kind of waited for NRG to take him out. So beautiful way to play that out if you're NRG especially.
Yeah, I was really expecting Influence Rage to potentially third party or have that sort of Alpha7 squad to come down from the north, but it seems like both those squads had engagements while this was going on. Team Queso, though, we could see on this eastern side kind of holding down Influence Rage. They have 4 eliminations to their name, losing Law earlier on, but seems like they're in zone enough here, Jukes. They're able to kind of ride it out and get into that top 7 placement, but you only get points for top 8, and this is still around that 1 to 2 point range. You're wanting to get up into that top 3, top 2 position for placements.
Little boy just barely leaving that hay bale, getting lit up immediately. Next zone about to pop. We can see the circle, and this is a lot of open field, folks. Where is it going to go? And it does head on over again to the west. So that's a really good shift if you're NRG, but All Glory Gaming are going to have a tough time getting into this one.
I'm really liking
even Alpha7.
Yeah, I'm really liking seeing Team Queso right now. They opted to immediately go back to the 1 stack because sometimes it's not best to play that center spot. You might get full sent on the 1 story behind you, and Twisted Minds, yeah, they have cover, but you got to make that 50, 60 meter drive towards the only compound in zone. And Team Queso, they're on fire this game. They've got a few eliminations to their name. I believe it's 5 right now. So as a squad, as much as you hate to go into a team that's, you know, feeling themselves game 1, that's your only option. And these teams, they're going to have to start making the tough decisions.
Yeah, they got to be playing just very careful. Spec just wants to not get knocked here. Bait in the same spot. You have Alpha7 wide out in the open, but those guys can shoot from long range, and they're desperate. So if they see even one little head peek out, they're going to get that knock. And I love the fact that Team Queso stayed here, right? They stayed here to focus and clear their backs rather than walking across the street.
Yeah, I mean, even though they have 1 player knocked, he's in the building. He'll get the reset off. And Twisted Minds, they only have 1 player alive. He can't even make it in from the blue zone, so that'll be the wipe on the edge. We're talking the north side now. All Glory Gaming, and I believe it's Latin Kings, Navy SEALs trying to make the rotation in. And we're talking 8 eliminations now, Jukes. There's 23, make that 19 other players. They could already get a double point elimination game here.
Yes, they can. Let's see what happens as Team Queso gonna have to make a defense against All Glory Gaming. Nice shots there to force him to make that turnaround. Oh, nice little teamwork there. I think that could have been even a bait vehicle.
Yeah.
But All Glory Gaming were not able to get that knock and having a tough time capitalizing. Now goes Twisted Mind. 6 teams remaining in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, losing a helmet this early on. A lot of these players go for those headshots. And you were talking about Spec and Fate not being able to get knocked. Alpha7 getting the opening knock and Thirst applying pressure. They're able to make the cross from the compound on the north side of the road. So NRG now on the back foot. They have 6 eliminations, but if you're against the Goliaths of Alpha7, this is a tall order. And it's going to really be on the likes of if Spec or Fate can get a nade knock here, but just short. He's needing to find the connections, and NRG, the longer this goes on, the more room Alpha7 can get with. And oh my goodness, right on the dime on the head. Spec almost getting knocked there. And if you're Fate, I like the idea of driving around, but if you have 4 players to 3, you have more angles you could watch, and this is not the spot you're wanting to stop in. And in the immediate focus out of Alpha7, 1 HP on Fate, almost, I think, walking into the molly there, and they're going on the aggression, Jukes.
Here they go, Alpha7 pre-fires. Oh, that hay bale gets naded, though. Beautiful nade there. And now Alpha7 hurt big time. Carrillo has to make a play. He has the open. Can he do it?
I mean, he's got the pro, he's got the MG.
Oh, he gets caught.
He gets 1. 1v2 situation now, Jukes. Revo got the nade out. A little bit of a long arm with it. Spec right on the dime, and he gets it. The 3v4, I thought NRG had it, but Alpha7 coming out on top with the squad wipe, and we could see the zone shift. Influence Rage might capitalize on this, but if not, they'll have a good spot in the next zone.
Man, Revel's so good. I mean, I'm shocked that Alpha7 were even able to get there in the first place. I thought they were going to get taken out before they even crossed that road, so big heads up for them. They do get a couple eliminations, but right now it's all NRG and Team Queso. NRG in big trouble, though.
Yeah.
All Glory Gaming, though, starting to make that push. Here they go. This could be a big opportunity for the rest of the lobby to focus on these teams.
Yeah, I mean, 7's pulling up. He's barely taking any damage, but the nade finally connects, preventing the push from the rest of the squad, and this is it. You have to force it. He's in the building. I don't know if they know this. The DVS is out. He's got to know Poppy. He's got to get the shots down, but Melgar not finding it. He had that split-second window, and Team Queso, another squad wipe. The roof play, it's all was fantastic. And now look at this. They're finally, after 2 or 3 zones, able to turn their sights to the center. And with it being stage 7, Jukes, there's not much room left to play. That roof spot's looking mighty fine right now.
Oh, it's looking so good. If you're Team Queso, you gotta finish strong here. 12 eliminations is great. You want more, though. You want to hedge that bet for the rest of the days coming up. Big Milo, look at that. He's taking big looks right now on the rest of these squads. Let's see the play that he's going to have to make. They know that no matter where this zones goes, we're going to have to push this team right in front of us. We have no choice.
Yeah, I think it's great that Milo was kind of able to give the comms of, hey, there's a guy here, but he's not scrambling his squad to go for it immediately. They can take their time. They should have frags from that engagement with All Glory Gaming off the bodies, and hopefully they're able to get that sort of, I guess, pick-off potential, because Latin Kings, as much as I like this spot, when you're pinned down like this, we see just how dire those sort of drive-bys can be. And, they have 3 eliminations to their name, but Team Queso's got 12. If they choose to turn their sights to you, it's really a tall order to ask of someone to really be able to kind of stand up on your team and go for the shots, because that roof angle, you've got the squad from Alpha7 to your west. Everyone's able to look at you immediately when you stand up. And with that zone shift, it kind of centers Jukes. These teams still have to start fighting elbow to elbow.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Team Queso, because you're right. I think all eyes are on them right now in their position. Everyone's going to be focusing on gatekeeping this team. Like Colgo gets a nice knock to start things off on the little boy. Let's see if he can get another big knock here. If he gets this one, it'll be huge. Oh, chunks him down to half health.
Another. Someone got him 1 HP on Team Queso. Milo's now trying to clean it up, but look at that. He's full booking it. Get me away. from that vehicle. Hopefully Milos is able to kind of read that. He does, and he might get the knock. Unfortunately not, but someone else picks it up.
This
on
one's
the
going to be good,
squad.
though. That one's going to be good.
Man. Bang! Right on him.
Oh, just short.
I think you gotta leave him,
though.
Jukes. You gotta leave him on that smoke. Navy June's gotta pull something together and clutch up for the squad. If you go for the reset, I think it's gonna be too much. And Team Queso now, they're creeping over the hill. They're going for the shots with the frags. The teamwork is out of its mind right now. 14. They do have one knock now on Milo, and now make it 2. Wait a second, Jukes. We're talking 2 players up on this squad. Looking like it might be the fault of their own.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Papi Potro's right behind him. Are they gonna be able to catch Madion? That's the question. Colgoat has that angle. The zone is now closing down to nothing. This is the final circle, though, folks. This next zone will go down to the center, and it's gonna be really up to Colgoat and the rest of the squad to clear this side out. 15 eliminations already for Team Queso. These guys are crushing it. Here he goes. Jump shot. Does he spot him? He does.
Oh!
1v2 though. Lay down. Good. Oh, they're gonna win this one.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's 16.
16. They're going for that second place, Jukes. The other squad's got too much room. Papi Potro's got to get the cleanup to get it. But the clutch. I think he rounded up bullets on that last clip. So Malcolm able to save his squad 6 eliminations and influence rage. It's a 1v3 situation. The drive ups are coming, trying to prevent it. Game 1, Jukes, is done, and it's going to be going to influence rage.
Ooh, baby. Influence rage. Look at that. These guys are standing up. They're pumped. You can see Law up in the back there with the peace sign. These guys are hype. Man, I got to tell you what. I also got to give a big shout out to Team Castle. A ridiculous amount of eliminations. I don't think any of us expected that, especially at the start here.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, Team Queso was that team where at the end, they had the read of, even if we win this engagement at this moment, we're going to lose the influence rate. We got to go for it now before we get third. And unfortunately, it came down to a 1v1 at the end there, Taylor. But Team Queso dropping that double-digit elimination at the start, not even getting top 2. That's a sight for eyes.
Yeah, third place, 16 total eliminations unofficially. That is just the best game you could possibly imagine. And that started very early on. Team Queso was hurting Team Liquid. Team Liquid, I believe on zone number 4, had to make this rotation up to the north because of the zone. They were more towards the south. Before that, they were looking good on zone, but they just don't get blessed, right? And when they start working their way up, they run into Team Queso, and that's kind of what started all the snowballing for the eliminations. And look, Team Queso went through Alpha7, went through Team Liquid. They went through the top dogs to get that third place finish, and they did so in style. Very well done from their perspective, but honestly, I think all around Hot Jukes, it was a great game from a lot of rosters we didn't necessarily cover in the top of pre-show, right? We hammered home the NA teams, which shout out to NRG Galaxy. They looked unstoppable at a certain point, but I'm happy with this game 1. It shows to me this season's already starting off interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, NRG showed that they came to play, right? I mean, yeah, they didn't get the finish they wanted, but they won a lot of tough fights. I mean, even Alpha7, I was shocked that they even made it out of that open field into that final circle, but they still did. They won a tough fight and put some points on the board. So, day 1, game 1, I think that's all you could ask for. I think we saw a good, solid performance from pretty much almost every team.
Yeah, but I was kind of sad, Nick, but to watch this NA on NA violence. At a certain point in Zone 5, NRG takes down Intense Game, and they did so flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, those teams, we never like seeing that NA on NA action, but you never know who you're going against, right?
That's right.
In these lobbies until you get the thirst. And most of these fights, we see it played out where unless you're getting that nade knock and insta-thirst, you never know who you're going against. And I mean, this pull-up from NRG, I really can't stress enough how amazing that was because they didn't lose a single player on this pull-up. Now, obviously, this after part was what Hot Jukes and I were really kind of questioning, being able to kind of keep Alpha7 back. But I mean, these sends, maybe it's all individual plays at that point, but you can't discount Revo, the MVP of the last split, and obviously the pop-off performer on that squad. Of course, he's going to be clutching up in my eyes.
Oh, I thought this was going to be a big play from Alpha7, especially bursting through that door, but Hot Jukes, Team Queso shuts him right down.
Yeah, Team Queso is so good. They shut him down, and look at this. This was a close fight towards the end as well. I'm surprised that we saw Influence Rage stay so quiet with so much action here. But you know what? They said we need these guaranteed points. That grab shot from Colgo looking really good. So big game for all these three teams here. And I like the fact that Influence Rage said, you know what? On day one, we're not going to make any mistakes. We'll take the easy W.
All right, 6 total eliminations, I believe, coming out for their Latin Kings x Navy Seals. Influence Rage, though, at the top, but the big story was Team Queso starting off 3rd place finish, 16 eliminations. That is now the current ceiling for the top elims for a team. Obviously, it's only map 1. We have 119 still to go, but 21 points, one of the perfect starts you could possibly imagine. Alpha7, they fought hard, but I swear they just had every single team focused on them in every any fight that they got into. Overall, though, very happy with NRG Galaxy from the NA side of things. 6th place, 10 total points. We'll take that to the bank, especially not on their double points day. They definitely look the strongest. We kind of predicted that with 24K coming in his first land. How would he do? I think he did just fine. So on this list, yeah, Team Queso, definitely the front runners. But this is where things get a little bit dicey, Enigma, right? 9 through 16 teams that didn't perform well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got to point out the likes of Loops and Inco Gaming. They had those squad wipe sort of eliminations. They were able to win that fight with Loops, off drop against 9Z. Inco was able to wipe out X Factor, but you know, that was one step in the game. You got to be able to string to the next one, those stepping stones to get into that top 3. Unfortunately, wasn't the case for him, but when you have someone like Team Queso coming into game 1, making those steps before you, it's hard to fall alongside them.
Yeah, and Hot Jukes, I will say for Loops, I'm actually kind of happy with that game number 1 for them. They do end up losing out, but they had a wonderful fight against 9Z, and it shows that when it comes to Erangel Pachinki, that's their spot, and they're not giving it up.
That's right. I mean, they shut 9Z down very quickly. Some beautiful blind nades to shut him out. So, I mean, I think they set the pace, right? They said, hey, Pachinki's our spot. You guys are going to have to go find something else. Either that or, you know, stick to your side of Pachinki and take off as fast as you can, because if not, we're going to take advantage of it.
That's it. Loop's looking good. Despite only getting 4 points, you still got to be happy with how they looked on Pachinki. It's only game 1 after all. And I will say, I was happy, Enigma, with how aggressive the teams were. Nobody was backing down. This was not a slow game by any means. Everybody came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, a lot of those early engagements, which I was happy to see with, these teams really only lost 1 player, if not none. Last split, I felt we saw a lot of teams losing 1, if not 2, maybe even 3 players, even with the squad wipe. And we sit there and wonder, hey, you know, were those points really worth it? This time around with Loops and stuff like that with Inco, I think all those engagements were phenomenal. It's just a matter of, can you keep that sort of momentum going later on in the next zones?
All right, well, that's game number 1 completed for the start of the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 1. We'll see Erangel at least 2 more times, which is exciting, given how Erangel was just played out. One of our American teams, though, from the North American side is NRG Galaxy. They had a heck of a game number 1. We've got a special interview with them to hear what they're up to when it comes to PMSL.
Hi guys, it's Fate here. I'm a player for NRG with
Casper 24.
We're pretty excited to be here. Our team's expectations are top 8 for sure, but I think if we're able to lock in, we can definitely get higher, possibly like top 5.
In this split, we're a partner team, and we're really thankful to be the only NA partner team, so we'll try to make the best of it.
For this tournament, some key strategies would be just play together, practice.
This is my first Americas, and I'm honestly really excited to be here. And it's also my first time being in Brazil, and so far it has been really welcoming, and I'm liking it quite a lot. And I'm ready to show what we can do in the PMSL on the 18th.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 1. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and hey, thank you for being here. Game number 1 has concluded. Aaron Kell was exciting. The teams came out guns blazing, and I expect map number 2 to be just as exciting. We'll be hopping into Miramar. Let's bring in our casters. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes as well as Enigma. Sounded great for map number 1. The teams are looking great. Team Queso, Hot Jukes, absolutely on top with a banger game. 3rd place finish, 16 total eliminations. I think netting, 21 points. So they lead the charge so far. And I like this organization. Team Queso has a huge fan base, by the way. They've got a lot of pride behind them, so I know they're happy with that game 1.
Dude, they got to be so stoked. I mean, Team Queso's on fire off the rip. I mean, the cheese is fully melted. You know what I'm saying? They did not mess around coming into Sao Paulo. So, they're down there, down south. They've been partying it up, ready to go. And they couldn't ask for a better start. I mean, we saw some signs of life from quite a few teams. NRG, I think, was super impressive. They were winning fights like crazy there towards the end. And honestly, if you're going to lose a battle, in an open field, it might as well be to a team like Alpha7, right? Like, because that's a tough team to start fighting. So hopefully that kind of got their fingers warmed up for the rest of the day.
Well, even still, they take down, I believe, 1 or 2 of the Alpha7 members, and I know they dropped.
It was close.
It was close, right? It wasn't bad at all, and it was a couple of nades that did them out in the end. Just Alpha7, their nades are just incredible. I know, Enigma, you were commenting, if NRG Galaxy's nades were just a little bit better, maybe like a good example was Loops, right? Early on against 9Z. They would have played that open field fight a little bit better, but I think they were great. That Everest fight, by the way, going back to that 2 Enigma, Vicious versus Furia, David coming in with 2 eliminations, saving the day, plus giving the res. Obviously Vicious was hurt at that point, but it's nice to see David playing just as well as he was last season.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting a little scared at the end when he had that 1v1. He kind of missed that second shot to clean it up, but luckily he was able to get that reload on the DBS and get the shots down. But when you're up on Everest and people are seeing that elimination feed, you lost 2 players. People are going to start turning like the likes of Alpha7, grief in your car, whether it's them shooting you as you came in. But in terms of that 4v4 fight, that fight was exceptional with it being on Mount Everest, but everywhere on the map there was action. I want to even say with NRG, with that intense gaming, those nades they had in that specific fight were spectacular, but unfortunately weren't able to use it on Alpha7.
All right, well, here we are. Let's get right back into the action. We're hopping into map 2 on Miramar. Let's see if Team Queso can dominate once again, or maybe NRG Galaxy surprises us with the winner chicken dinner. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it going. First, Miramar of the day. You can see Influence Rage, little boy stretching things out here. On to the map. I know you are pumped, Enigma, for this one. I mean, we started off strong here, no?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Gale, I really like those zones where it's just west of Gatka. Those fields are always entertaining where you got to slam either a hay bale or pull up on ridges. We were seeing everyone trying to do that. Now, for Miramar, though, this was always my favorite map to play and competitive. A lot of this stuff was kind of coming down to, that long-range play. And you said it yourself last game, Alpha7 being one of those teams that really excels, not only at close-range team fighting, but also long range. So these squads, they're going to be tested on not only their individual ability in that short to long range, but also as a squad. And you know, as much as I'd like to discount, I guess you could say Team Liquid and Alpha7, that last game, they didn't have two pop-off of performance. I'm expecting still great things out of them as a squad.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think Alpha7 had a pop-off performance. I mean, eight points from their position, right?
Yeah.
Is what I think sets Alpha7 up, you know, against the rest of the lobby. Because Team Liquid in a tough spot, you know, I will say tougher than Alpha7's, right? But they went out 0 points, right? But Alpha7, they always find a way to put something on the board, like when the odds are almost impossible, right?
Yeah.
Where every other team should go out with 0, they somehow like scrounge up 8 points. So, I mean, when I see that off the rip, because we know when Alpha7 gets a zone, they're going to win with multiple points, right?
Yeah.
And if Team Liquid gets a game, they're going to win with like 20 points, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, both those teams have that pop-off ability, but nowadays I'm looking at, hey, when you have a tough circle, how do you come out, right? Do you come out with something on the board or with a good old goose egg? And Alpha7 proved that even in game number 1, right, we're going to come out with something. And what just happened?
I mean, someone just got absolutely rolled on NRG. I'm not sure if it was him going for a vehicle or what, but NRG, they played this spot exactly last split, so maybe they got kind of read like a book and where they were dropping, but Fate getting eliminated early, that's never a good sign of the squad, especially after last game where they had a good, solid performance at the start, but as soon as they lost one player, they kind of crumbled.
Yeah, that is tough. And that's what's going to hurt NRG the most, right? Losing a player like that early on, this early, oh, it's going to be crippling. Hopefully they can still come out and put something on the board with 3. That's what my eyes are going to be on for sure. So it is up to Casper. 24K had a good start, and Spec looking to be back into true form here.
Yeah, I think the form, maybe it was kind of faltering a bit. We saw greatness out of him and J7 when he played in EMEA alongside Starlight and Xenox. But now, you know, that last split, maybe against those more aggressive teams like Team Liquid and Alpha7, maybe made him doubt himself. I'm happy to see that kind of after that last game, he was very confident in his level of gun skill and play. Now, obviously, the rest of his squad needs to kind of keep that throttle forward. And with Fate, you know, that's probably the best player in my eyes to lose early, as he is the IGL of that squad, if I recall. But with having one player down still this early on, it might force you to play a little more passive in this lobby.
Yeah, a little more passive. And right now we're seeing the great rotation come out from these squads. You know what one player I missed, though?
Oh.
Gary. Dude, Gary.
Hey! Gary was the man last
Dude, Gary was the man, you know? Now he was replaced by another big boy, you know, good old Juancho.
Yep.
You know, but he will be missed. He will be missed. Hopefully we can see him and some of the other players that we saw last split, you know, come out strong once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get Taylor maybe on the case with his candle or something, so to speak.
The
candle, you can get it lit for Gary for the one time, but you know, that was more so for the NA team's hope, I guess you could say. But you know, these teams, a lot of them, I really like seeing the returning faces, especially on that sort of, you know, NA side of things. We did have a few shuffles and stuff like that with these teams, but for these other squads like Influence Raids, they only made like 1 player differences. So these teams, I'm expecting them hopefully to have learned and have that team synergy already, because as much as I'd like to give these teams, you know, they can grow in the tournament and stuff like that, that's to be expected. I want to see a standard of play already that these teams have, and that first game really showed, especially for the likes of Team Queso, Jukes, that they're here to play.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing that really helps, I think, is the fact that, you know, this is now the second time we see this format, right? I think teams definitely recognize that, hey, if we want to win this thing, we got to perform well on every single day. We can't just depend on the double points, right? Now, come double points day, if your group is in there, you got to have a great performance, right? You really do need to pop off, but there's no excuses no matter what, because Team Liquid, they won first place because they were the most consistent team no matter what day it was. Yeah.
And I mean, Alpha7 was right next to him. It was kind of just those two names being reiterated over and over after those 90 games. And with it being 120, I'm hoping that these squads can get their, I guess, feet settled in the ground earlier on, because that last week we kind of saw some focusing out of squads that were just below that first and second place. Hopefully this tournament, even after this first week, or maybe even in this first week, we could see teams really start to maybe focus early on in the zones if they're able to take those engagements. But today, obviously, it's not a double points day. It's just going to be that standard level of play. Today's the day where you get your ground set and really say, hey, this is our way of playing. Maybe we change it up on certain maps, because when it comes to bonus points, you're needing everything you can get.
Yeah, and for those of you guys that didn't watch the spring season, Alpha7 had double points day on the last day of the tournament. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they still weren't able to get it done, and Team Liquid walked away as the champions. So the double points, they do have quite a big factor on where you place, but they're not the end all be all, right? You can't just, perform good only on your double points day. You got to have a great performance no matter what. Next zone is about to pop. Where is it going to go? Will we see it center up? It normally does here. Oh, it does not. It goes on over to the west side once again. So Monte Nuevo is now in play. That's a good shift there for X Factor. Hopefully they can really utilize it.
Yeah, this is the second game in a row now where X Factor gets a good shift. They already have people kind of centered up, but looks like Furia, they're looking to make the rotation towards them. Might be a repeat of last game where X Factor, they get that positioning early, but they don't have the full squad there in time. Hopefully that won't be the case. These other teams as well. Team Queso finding an amazing spot right next to him in center zone. Furia actually holding this western edge where that big cliffside is. Jukes, I know they like getting on the top of it and stuff like that. Not sure if they'll do it this time around, but these teams, I really like to think that the zone's kind of toxic if it's more on this western side, but this doesn't seem too bad to me. There's a lot of room for terrain. Yeah. There's those cities, but it looks like some of these teams, they're having to take the engagements already.
Wow, that is crazy. This is way early on, but it looks like Latin Kings Navy SEALs recognize that Inco's a little separated here. They already lost 2 players, so it's up to Juancho and Nenebete to hold down this entire squad. Here come the nades. Will he get a knock? Oh, they got Juancho and Nenebete. Last player up, he has the S12K. Oh, but Team Queso is helping him out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter if you're Navy, are you really going to commit fully to this? And I actually see a 4th squad as well peeking from that eastern edge on the top right of the map. So these teams, Inco Gaming, of course, you're going for 1 or 2 eliminations, but can you really find it? He's getting caught out with the nade, half HP, and stairs angle, it's still pretty strong. Juancho was actually able to crawl upstairs, so might see a bit of a reset coming on, but the pre-fire, he gets 1. Full HP on the rest, but actually it's going to be Loops picking up it from the third-party Navy, being able to keep, I think, all 4 players alive. And, Team Liquid, they're right on that opposite end, making this sort of a meat sandwich at the compound early on. And these teams, I really feel bad because that's a second game now. Inco Gaming going out early.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough loss there. Hopefully they can make it back here with the remaining matches today. Team Queso, Little Milos already getting a knock on the board. And now you can see Team Liquid. They kind of want to take this engagement early on, but they got to play it carefully. Yeah, that is, of course, Inco gone, which we saw earlier. Yeah, I think Latin Kings Navy SEALs just trying to get this reset off. And they do. 3 eliminations. They have everybody up. But they got to be careful because we're seeing teams steal points away from all the way across the map. As a matter of fact, Intense Game is getting into it. A lot of early engagements here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Loops as well lost the players to these squads. I'm not sure if it's just them looking for a more prime position. But yeah, I mean, the zone kind of speaks for itself. All these teams choosing to be right next to each other. And with this shift, a lot of these teams aren't really going to move maybe happy with their positions. I know NRG is pretty happy. No one around them. And El Pozo having a bit of breathing room. And that Intense Gaming fight actually, Jukes, is all the way out in zone by Los Leones. So they're not even close. They have the road there that they could drive up. But for the most part, you're having to make the great migration in from Blue Zone.
Wow, very demure rotation down there. Very, very cutesy. You can see him very late. Demure on the move. He's going to have to find something here because good luck there. I mean, there's every spot taken already in this circle, except for that one little compound there on the top right side of that circle. But you can see Hayuya. He is fully boosted, full sending it on that buggy. Gonna have to find a last minute spot into this circle. So Intense Game, 3 eliminations, right? But was it worth it? We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 3 or actually 4 players, excuse me. And one thing that's really neat now, Cheeks, that they've kind of added in one of the recent patches is you're able to bandage while driving. You're able to turn and stuff like that. So he's able to come in a little bit healthier into that zone. And I believe it was actually 3 squads that landed at Los Leones. So it was kind of inevitable that 2 of those squads would be fighting this early on. And, you know, if you're able to get those points, I think it's a win in your eyes. But everyone else, some of these early engagements, we didn't get to catch all of it because it was all going on at once. But you really wonder, you know, hey, were some of these preventable or were some of them kind of forced on this edge zone?
Let's see what happens here. This is the calm before the storm, folks. Circle number 3. Everybody just not moving a muscle. Big Milo. Trying to keep an eye out here. X Factor up on the high ground. That's good. Because X Factor, I think their biggest struggle is losing players early on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but so far, only 1 game. We haven't really seen much from them. 1 elimination here. Good position. Let's see what they can do here in Miramar.
Yeah, they're kind of holding all of this mountaintop really spread out on this western side of the road. These teams, they do have 1 elimination already, still having the whole squad left alive. But it's like you said, that last match really came down to the squad pulling up a bit late. Some players were ahead and others were behind. This time around, hopefully they're able to kind of keep each other condensed down and move as a unit, because these other teams we saw with Loops, Alpha7, they move as a unit. And that's what you're needing to really go against these other squads in the lobby. And just like he said, it's always that calm before the storm. The zone will be shifting in 10 seconds, and it's really going to dictate for some of these squads where they're going to rotate. A lot of this looking like open terrain here, Jukes, and for the most part, the zone's going to center. Team Queso, Twisted Minds, Navy, that fight we saw earlier on is going to be dead center. All these teams on the north and the western edge are going to have to start fighting.
They're going to have to start fighting right now. Team Castle with a beautiful position once again. Hopefully they can start steamrolling here and really soaking up some big points in day number 1. That'll be very beneficial for them, especially considering how they played last split. Meanwhile, we're going to see the play zone starting to take people out already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
not a good sign, but Revel on the high ground. Going to hang here for a little bit. He wants to get these confirmations, maybe even sneak away another elimination if he can. And he is completely split away from his squad. And if any team can handle these splits, it's going to be Alpha7.
Yeah, I mean, it's Revo as well. MVP. He's the one that's putting up the deeps numbers in any regard on that leaderboard. And this time around, he's kind of holding this off angle. I'm not sure what Alpha7's thinking, if they're going to maybe rotate in on that northern side of the road or what. But 9Z, maybe biting off 2 more than they can chew with going around the mountain like that. They might be able to know, actually, Aragod getting thirsted, so a freebie for them. These teams, they're making these rotations, Jukes, and maybe just forgetting, hey, other people can be holding splits, not just us.
Yeah, 9Z's got to be careful too, because they're gonna have to wait till the end of the week in order for them to get some bonus points. And they're in the same group as NRG, Twisted Minds, and Alpha7. So they definitely got their work cut out for them. Nice shots there from Mafioso. Goodness gracious. Spots even the littlest pixel, he's putting some damage on you.
Yeah, but see how fast that other player reacted? I mean, if he had took another half second to move, he would have been absolutely knocked. And as much as I like to think, you know, he'll get the reset, the armor waste, the helmet, the ammo, the meds. Even we like to talk about it in this mid to late game. Sometimes that pick of damage isn't good if you're the one receiving, but any damage outward that you're laying down, like those mini shots, it's always a saving grace for you.
And I'll tell you what, if you're on the receiving end of shots like that, especially from such like a tight space, it makes you think, okay, there's a really good team over there. You know what I'm saying? It makes you hesitate. Like, man, I just got beamed out of nowhere. Mythic gets a couple shots onto him, but he's able to make it away. So Team Liquid, gonna have to start grouping up now. These little, you know, trying to find some cheeky little spots. At this point in the game, they're just not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get that sort of off-angle spot. Now it looks like these teams, NRG and All Glory, they were both in that El Pozo position on the north, both driving in at the same exact time. But All Glory Gaming, they're down to just a solo trying to get the reset. But Casper, he's trying to go up and get aggression spec as well in the vehicle. I'm wanting to see the aggression out of the squad. 24K up now, full healed, trying to get it. And there's no nades yet. Casper has pulled one out now, but We're not throwing it, Jukes. We're waiting a bit. This might be a bit of a misplay from NRG.
That is a lot of smokes being thrown from All Glory Gaming. And that is less utility available for them. Now we're starting to see some smokes getting, or some nades getting thrown into the smokes. Rivas creeping and crawling. Survives for now. All Glory Gaming. Wow, nice shot there. If he's able to win this fight, this could be huge. Spec just a little bit out of position. He's not there to help his team. And they're going to get the... Oh, it looked like he was about to get the second knock. Very fortunate for Spec that Team Queso's helping him out.
Yeah, I mean, Spec finally getting the cover fire on Rivas, but everyone's shooting you at the smokes at some point. Unfortunately, All Glory Gaming getting wiped out there. NRG, they might be able to get the full reset as a trio. We were wondering if they were able to make the magic happen later in the zones. It looks like they're able to, but that's not the only time they have to do it, Jukes. And now with Team Liquid, they were on that edge side. Influence Rage taking the fight to him. Ayala, he has 3 eliminations to his name, but he's down right now. 2v1 spot, and it's coming down to the nade fights right now. Mythic almost getting caught out as well with the frag grenades. Team Liquid, you know, I like their position, but the zone's going to start ticking. And Influence Rage, that last game, they were feeling themselves getting the win. This might be a spot for them. They might have to cut ties and run.
Yeah, Team Liquid needs to get this reset sooner rather than later. The zone is starting to close, and they've got to get moving. So they have a couple of vehicles left, and that should be just enough. Yeah, you got to protect that vehicle. Don't let it get stuck now. Yeah, he moves it on over to this US, loot the boxes, take the money, and run into this next zone. You cannot afford to be stuck in this one. This is stage 5. Blue zone hurts bad.
Yeah, and look at this, because Team Liquid had to get that reset. NRG looking to take their spot in the zone potentially, but Navy squad, they took that engagement with Inco getting the full wipe. Now they're able to start throwing nades over the ridge line. This northern side's looking a little congested, and I'm really wondering if Team Liquid's going to turn their sights towards NRG on this ridge, or if there's just enough space for them to play it out.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Alpha7 starting to get active in the feed. Getting a nice knock there onto X Factor. NRG Galaxy getting all 3 players up. It's going to be huge. Uh-oh, McGrellin up close and personal with X Factor. Here comes the assist. Caprice is far away, but it doesn't matter. Nice shot there. Oh, gets returned, though. It's anyone's game. Carrillo going for that first aid. Oh, he's got a dead eyes on Baton.
Yeah,
is he going to leave that building, though?
Revo, he got knocked from loops, low Juke. So this is a third party potential here. X Factor needing to kind of put themselves in the shots, but it's not just loops, Jukes. Team Queso cresting the ridge, and if you're Baton, you got to go for the money shots here. You got to go for this cleanup, but the nades, you're hearing it, making you question if you want to go for the push. Alpha7 playing it calm, cool, and collective, even getting an armor swap mid-fight. This team itself is playing as a unit, and you're looking at X Factor. I'm seeing Caprice being a bit of an off angle, honestly leaving his teammate out to dry in this 1v2 at the compound. So if you're Baton, you got to get the shot starting to connect. And Alpha7, we just saw how deadly that DBS can be. And I mean, they're even going for a reset, Cheeks. This is looking like a full 3-man reset for the squad.
I mean, they're so hard to take out. That's why they're so troublesome. If they get even a little bit of breath, they're going to get a full reset and get position on you. Mafioso with some nice shots from that mini. Now he knows just how much trouble they're in. They got to push this fight here and now. The zone has popped. They got to go. They cannot leave without taking out X Factor first.
Yeah, but look at that, Jukes. The full reset. You just got to send it now, I think. You know the smokes are working to your advantage because that X Factor player had to smoke himself off to stay alive. Baton is completely isolated out. And even 9Z, you see him in the back. They don't have any angles yet. Baton, though, pushing out the UMP. He's actually taking the initiative as the player. Has one elimination already for the squad, but Carrillo going for the jump shots, getting baited out. And there's just too many swarming him, and Caprice not even able to make it in. Wiped out. Alpha7, they were looking like in a do or die spot, coming out on top. And look at that. Enough time in zone for them to make themselves in. No one in front of them gatekeeping.
5 eliminations, already putting up some solid points. And this is why they're so dangerous, guys, is even when they're in a tough spot, they still put up some serious points. Rest of the lobby needs to start being weary of that and start leading the charge now. You can see Latin Kings, Navy SEALs in full defensive mode, but they're out of the circle here. They got to push out eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're kind of just waiting for everyone else to move. They have the vehicles and the walls, which is kind of an easy target for you to have to be driving around out into the open, but they're getting some shots down. They don't have any more eliminations ever since they took that Inco Gaming fight, but Team Liquid, they had a trio only down to a solo, and it's going to be a do or die spot, 24K, and Casper, they're able to pick it up from afar, but those teams still... Look, even with NRG playing there, they're not in zone. Team Queso now having to turn their sights backwards to the edge. Casper, even though getting one, has his teammate get knocked. Two of them down, and now we're switching sights to the other squads. NRG having to fight armies out here.
Woo! And then Team Queso, Colgoat, stands up and says, Spec, what are you looking at? Gets him taken out. So beautifully done there. As now Colgoat putting up some points for Team Queso. That's 3 so far. They're in a great position once again. It's up to them to take out Latin Kings, Navy SEALs, as they are stuck wide on the open. Oh, he's got to back up.
Oh, I mean, you hear the flames coming down, and even with the nades, look at that, just short. He's going to reach it eventually if he starts moving forward. They actually drove back Big Milo from that center spot. So they're able to kind of 2-2 angle this out, just like the fight with NRG. And for Latin Kings, yeah, you got to start looking for the shots. Don't let them pull up on you, because the frag grenades from Team Queso last game and even this game, they've been on point.
Yes, they have. And you can see Latin Kings, Navy SEALs are in a really, really tough position, but they're making the best out of it right now. There's still 10 teams remaining. 0 points if you go out right now. And Big Milo, barely gets away from that one. And Team Queso is trying to set up the trap against this team.
Yeah, no smokes yet for him to kind of peek over. He actually has 0 smoke grenades, to be able to play that ridge line up close and personal. But the frag grenade, all it takes is one, not going to find the mark. And yeah, I think if you're Milo, you got to maybe back up at some point. But we're getting the long range shots. Miramar making it happen right now. And that's what I'm talking about. That terrain, that openness. If you start hitting the shots, you start putting yourself in the driver's seat. Team Queso, Colgoat actually having 4 out of the 5 eliminations for the squad. Last time it was Milo, but this time everyone on the squad is doing their part for the team and getting these elimination points, and it doesn't seem like they're stopping anytime soon.
No, they are not. And you can see Milos gets that thirst. 6 eliminations already on the side of Team Queso after their last match. This is a great start for them. A start that they really needed going into the season. Alpha7 still in the mix, though. Very, very deadly. They have a good, solid spot for now. As we look on the other side of the map, I believe that is Intense Game. Yep, on the move.
Holy.
Team Queso is starting to spread their wings here. They're taking up a lot of real estate.
Yeah, I think they were trying to clear out that last player on the edge. Looks like they're able to do so. And now look at this. They're driving straight up on the Influence Rage. No smokes, no nothing. It doesn't matter if there's no cover jukes if you're not getting looked at. Now look at this, Intense Gaming, the next target in their sights, having to prone it out with the blue zone coming in, and that's what you'd expect from Team Queso, just laying down the law on Miramar.
Man, 8 eliminations so far. Down goes Latin Kings, ex-Navy SEALs. Wow. Colgoat just continuing to apply that pressure onto Intense Game. Yeah, take them out. That's what they got to do. Just full stand it, clear this side out. Here come the vehicles. Man. They stopped just short. No crazy runovers. Ooh, that could be a mistake. Here comes Remix. Can he get this nade off? It looks good.
Oh,
just short.
No damage. Oh, but they get it still, Jukes. And now they're pushing forward, but Poppy, he's getting it done. Jukes, Team Queso just really steamrolling people, but that's not the only fight. Furia, they're in another engagement with Twisted Minds, actually down to a solo, but the pre-fire gets the one done, gets the elimination thirst. A reset comes off, but you're struggling against 3 players, no DBS either in hand. He has to take these spray engagements, and at some point it's gonna connect. Twisted Minds getting the elimination squad wipe. 8 eliminations on this squad. I don't know what happened with them, but we're seeming to have 2 teams in the lobby soaking up all the points.
Oh man, Twisted Mind starting to get active. Nice shots there on a Team Kessel. Ratto Boy take it out early. But you still got Guizao, Federal, and Obscure looking to put in some work for the squad. They still have one vehicle. He's gonna have to push through that one. That's dangerous. That is really dangerous.
Yeah,
And that vehicle exploded.
I think we go around the other way. We don't ever try to push through that one.
Bag it up.
There we go. Almost getting knocked, Jukes.
That hurts pretty bad.
Oh yeah. But the zone shift, it's starting to close here. And wait, they're actually going to play the. We're playing the roadside right now, and it's not good if you can see under it. Team Queso getting the initial knock, and 9Z, they were the team on the southern side of the mountain to the west, while Alpha7 was on the north. Now being buddy on this western side, and we're actually down to the top 5 teams here, Jukes, on Miramar.
Top 5 teams. You hear the tires pop. Might as well be like the good old starting pistol. As we're going to find out who's going to win this game. Milos again gets a nice knock there on the Federal. Look how close these players are.
Wow.
What do you think? They're talking to each other?
I mean, I'd be emoting.
What are they saying?
Or maybe panning each other. Hey, how's it going? You know, you come here often, that sort of stuff.
We're going after this, dude. We're in Sao Paulo. Let's get some Brazilian steak.
The Brazilian steakhouse, Brazilian barbecue, something like that. I think that's what NRG was doing last time. So I'd be so down to do that after this. But
Pan de queso. Oh, that's good stuff.
But we're talking stage 9, Jukes. These teams, if I recall, are going to have to start moving. And even though your friends maybe here in this part, you're going to have to start shooting each other with Alpha7 looking at you. And all these teams, I'm seeing it on the map right now. No one near the center. You're going to have to be running and gunning if you're wanting to win this match.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to win it. Oh, here it goes. Milos gets the run over on a Carrillo. Nino. Hot Salad gets taken out by 9Z. So 9Z are still holding on here. But it's Alpha7 versus Team Queso. Mafioso in a 1v2 gets taken down. Team Queso are on fire.
Yeah, they hit the full send play over the ridge. Same thing Twisted Minds did. And Twisted Minds, they lost one on the play. Team Queso, they had one knocked, but I believe having all players up alive. Actually having 3. So we're in a 3v2 spot. Someone, whether it's smokes, whether it's frag grenades, I'm needing to see something because there's nothing left in the center of this zone. You're going to have to start moving.
Let's see. I mean, Twisted Minds are completely stuck out here. This has got to be a Team Queso win. The Molly, pre-Molotov, looks good. Was out. Actually makes it to this box. That is a huge shot. But Colgoat with the stiff arm. It's going to be a Team Queso victory with a whole lot of eliminations.
I mean, we thought it was going to happen in that first game, Jukes. Luckily, they were able to finish strong in the end on match number 2. And we got a little worrisome, but the DBS reigns supreme every close range engagement. I mean, look at that. The squad, they understand. Both those games back-to-back, they were stellar performances.
Oh, man. I mean, you could not ask for a better performance here at the start. Taylor, how you feeling about that one?
Incredible, man. You know, it's nice to see consistency because you remember last season, I believe it was In Hyper who took game number 1 or at least performed really, really well, and then they kind of fell off after that. But Team Queso starting off strong. They are looking like a roster that is willing to go the distance. They've clearly put in the work, and both game 1 and game 2 has just been absolutely phenomenal. Honestly, game 1 really couldn't have gotten any better outside of just getting 2 additional placings, right? Either going for second or going for first place. This game, Miramar, Team Queso on top. So they're showing consistency and domination, Enigma, on 2 maps that are played the most throughout all of the PMSL Americas, right? Both Erangel and Miramar. What do you owe their success to? Because Team Queso, clearly, they're playing together as a team. Their positioning's on point. You as a previous competitor, what have you noticed Team Queso doing that stands out?
I think it's just one of their players on fire, and he's able to raise the rest of the team up to his level. The first game, it was Big Milo coming in hot, having what I believe 3 or 4 total eliminations at the start of game 1. This time around, it was another player on his team. Everyone else, when you're around that environment, you really start getting shaken up and being like, hey, we got this in the bag right now, even from zone 3 or 4. So this team right now, they're able to come in hot and swinging, but I got to give kudos to, like Juke said, Alpha7, even with them maybe losing 1 or 2 players early on, they're almost like cockroaches. You can't get rid of them. And they're able to just sustain everything and make it into these final zones.
Normally being a cockroach is an insult. In this case, it's actually a great thing.
Awesome.
It's an awesome thing because not even a nuclear bomb would take you out. Those guys are resilient, bro. If you find a cockroach in your house, call an exterminator. Take care of them quickly. Hey, that's old advice coming your way to you young kids out there. Hot Jukes, a great game, though, also for Alpha7. They finished, I believe, in 3rd place. I don't know how many elims that they had. Game number 1 was okay. I want to say, 8 points total? I think they get a little bit more this time around. It's good to see improvements. Alpha7 staying relatively consistent.
Yeah, staying consistent no matter what. I think that's their forte for sure. One team that's been a little quiet off the start, it's going to be Team Liquid for me, right? Our previous champions are not having the start that they're hoping for, but, you know, we've seen them bounce back from performances like this off the rip plenty of times, so I'm not too worried about them. But we saw some great, you know, I think some little shines of light coming from some other squads too. I think we saw 9Z make it there towards the end, which is a good little bounce back after their start. So overall, I mean, I don't think you could ask for a better beginning of this tournament.
Still funny, though, to see 9Z. They do have a better performance, you're correct, but they also had a bit of a tussle with Loops at the end, and Loops was the one who took them out in game number 1 in Pachiki with a nearly flawless victory. I think Loops ended up losing 1, and even still, with Loops only have 1 player in the container, he comes out guns blazing, takes down a 9Z member, and reduces their numbers for the final fights. Twisted Minds, though, Nick would talk to me about them. They have a deep run, 2nd place finish, I believe 9 eliminations, polar opposite from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to see out of a squad like that, especially representing an org like Twisted Minds, being able to bounce back. And with them having this sort of southern side play, like you said, with that Loops engagement between 9Z, they were able to take one out, but Twisted Minds was able to come through and say, hey, we need to take the engagement on this, allowing themselves in that top 2 position. Now, we obviously saw at the end, they weren't able to clutch up that 2v3, but you as a squad, you're not going to let that kind of eat yourself out in terms of your brain and stuff like that. You're focusing on the next game saying, hey, we played that last match really good.
You're right on, man. Guizhou Hot Jukes, man, he was pushing forward, bro, looking like the Terminator at a certain point. I thought he was about to run up on Team Queso and take them out, brother.
Dude, he's been putting in some work. I mean, this whole roster, I'm so excited for them, you know. Their coach, the legendary Dadinho, you know? I got to get a chance to shake hands with him a little bit in Saudi. He's been so excited to work with this team. They've been putting in a lot of effort. Rato Boy was the big call out that we had all Saudi. So once he gets started to get fired up, then we're going to see Twisted Minds just go crazy.
I hope so. Twisted Mind's a great organization. Alpha7 being challenged by Team Queso. A lot is already developing, and we're only 2 maps in, 4 more maps to go tonight. When we come back from break, we'll be hopping into Erringa. But as we do go to break, we had a special interview. Sarpatch is on site with NRG Fate after their Game 1 performance.
And here we are with Fate from NRG. The first match is come and gone, bro. A good match for you guys. I believe 8 kills, something like that. Yeah, eliminating IG, even going at that, entering the zone. How'd you guys feeling after that first match?
We felt pretty good. Everybody was just calm, played slow. It was a pretty slow start of the game, but that's all right because, you know, the way our play style is, we're just taking our time, playing edge, letting teams fight each other, and, you know, kind of get information around the map and see what's our best play to go inside circle.
In general, feeling good about the attitude of the team, feeling calm?
Yeah, definitely feel good. You know, my teammates they're really hard on themselves, so I have to make sure, you know, it's okay. Like, don't worry about it. Just learn from it, you know, fix whatever you have to fix, and, you know, we'll move on forward.
An important part of IGLing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Calming your team down, bro. Good start.
Thank you.
Just the beginning, guys. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 1. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. 2 maps down, 4 more to go. We hop back into Erangel. Hot Jukes, Erangel map 1 was blistering fast. I was so impressed with how the teams were fighting. It seems as if day number 1 on land, nobody is holding back. The jitters don't seem to be there, at least for some of our heavy-hitting teams. Influence Rage takes map number 1. You know, they were there in map 2, but they're looking to do a little bit better in map 3.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to do better. And if you could do anything like what Team Queso's doing so far, you're gonna be good. I mean, these guys went crazy. I mean, they had the most. They ended up in 3rd place in the last game, and they had the most points to start things off. And then they win this game with double-digit eliminations once again. I mean, if they get a couple good matches here to end the day, Enigma, I mean, these guys are going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it, even from our perspective, they just looked like they had full control of the map. That north side, they take one engagement, full wipe on energy. They take another engagement, full wipe, intense game. That whole entire north side was just their kings of the castle. And then when it comes to that late game, they make that 4v3 push onto Alpha7. That team itself is really showing the signs of, hey, we came here to play today. We're not going to be waiting for us to get our nerves over. They came in swinging.
Yeah, you know, Alpha7's performing consistent. They're doing just fine. Team Liquid, I'm not going to raise the alarms just yet, but they definitely not look like the Team Liquid we expected. Hotchuk, she said it best, right? It's still very early goings. We've seen them have some lackluster maps before, especially last season on their double points day. For some reason on double points day, Team Liquid just really didn't perform that well. We'll see how they do when they do play in Group C, which, by the way, Team Queso is in Group C with Team Liquid, so keep that in mind when we head into their double points day. But Alpha7, you know, despite how good they're doing, I did expect them to be a little bit better. Granted, doing just fine. Complacency. I hope it doesn't kill them, right? They now got a lot more money in their pocket, Hot Jukes. They're thinking about buying that Porsche 911, right? So now they're like, okay, we're playing for $220,000, which is great, you know, but we've already won the world championship. Maybe they're not as hungry anymore. I don't think that's the case, but Team Queso, they're just as hungry as Alpha7 was the last season.
Shit, not more, man. These guys want those big paychecks. You know, Alpha7, they got them. I can see their play style off the rip. You can just see they're playing very confident. Very confident. I mean, you have Revel over there on the other end playing by himself, holding out 9Z. That's going to put you a little bit on the back foot for the rest of the game. But they're putting up points regardless, because at the end of the day, they're the world champions right now. Hold on. Let me just get this real quick. You see this? Look. See this right here?
Oh, gosh.
Woo!
See what it says?
Yes, sir, I do.
World
Nice.
champions, baby.
Got all the signatures, too.
That's
what a
right,
lucky
dude.
man.
And you know what? They threw up the peace sign. They were throwing up this, and I walked up to them as soon as they did that. I said, no. You got to do this.
Okay.
You gotta do this now, you know. So they're feeling good, and I'm not worried about them at all. But there are some teams I'm starting to, you know, just maybe keep my eye on a little bit.
I think so, especially our NA teams. NRG's been the only team really kind of doing something with their lives and kind of playing decently well. You know, NRG Galaxy continues to do okay. Granted, only 2 maps in, but for the other rosters, I would expect a little bit more from them, Enigma. They've kind of been non-existent.
Yeah, my eyes are specifically turning at X Factor right now. The last 2 games, they've had actually pristine placements in some of these zones. The hard shift for both those games going to that western side, they had the split to be able to get themselves a center spot. Unfortunately, both those games, whether it's them failing the rotation sooner than other squads or just taking these engagements, they're kind of just all over the place in this mid to late game spectacle of these matches. So hopefully they're able to kind of really sit down with the coach or even Zfon just managing them, saying, hey, look, this is one small thing. Just kind of keep it together more often. And we're able to get ourselves a few extra points in each of these games. And with it being day 1, you know, it's not like we're going to be seeing any crazy point leads outside of course, Team Queso going back-to-back double-digit eliminations. They still have time to really get themselves grounded and make sure that, hey, you know, this is a small mistake. It's easy for us to fix. Why not do it now versus later?
Yeah, it's weird with X Factor. You know, Hot Jukes, they started off when they were in Hyper, at least 3/4 of the roster. Obviously now we don't have stars, and now we have a Havlik, who's now in his place. We talked about his performance in the past in previous tournaments. Now he's joining into this roster. But you've got the core 3 from in Hyper. But missing stars seems to be hurting them quite a bit. You know, talk to me. Again, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. Do you think his absence, his energy towards the other competitors is desperately needed for this X Factor roster?
I think it definitely is, especially off the start, right? You always want that one player that's just going to hype you up. I mean, even if you have a bad game, it's good to have that teammate just kind of be like, hey, guys, let's shake this off and let's just continue to play the game that got us here in the first place. So, I mean, X Factor, to me, this is another rebuild year for them. I think the whole year in general has been a rebuild year for them. So I just want to see improvement from them.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because I think that, again, this roster has that ton of potential, but as far as NA team goes, it looks like NRG came in ready, right?
Yes,
As opposed to X Factor, who is still showing that, you know what, we still got a little bit of tweaking to do. Any day it could change. I don't have a doubt that that's not possible, right? But it just doesn't seem like that's happening, at least for the start of day one.
Well, one change that is needed, Enigma, is 9Z. Hopefully in Pachinki, it goes a little bit better for them right against Team Loops. We'll see if we see that battle take place once again. That was one of the few initial fights that we watched off the rip. Well, here it is, map number 3 on Erangel. Let's continue this tournament and see what is about to unfold. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Map number 3, going into Erangel. All right, and the plane or the circle.
Hey.
To the west side, baby, once again, man. It's been nothing but west side starts here.
I mean, West Side love, and the playing path's basically kind of the same, just flipped on where the starting point was, you know. And NRG, you know, they're kind of feeling happy about this, but something we really got to make note of. We talked about it. Where are we going to see 9Z fighting Loops? That's going to be the case in Pachinki. And this time around, I'm not seeing any roof play yet, trying to go for that sneak attack, but we're actually seeing the sewer play on this western edge of the city. So hopefully maybe it goes differently for the 9Z squad. But if you're a Loops fan, Jukes, you're hoping for a repeat of last game.
Yes, sir. You sure are. But I think 9Z learned their lesson because you don't see anybody, I don't think, holding that roof, right? Nope. They
No
are
one
not.
there.
Smokes are coming out. Pedrino's on the move. Do you think if you're 9Z, you want to take it to Loops and try to take them out?
I think for the most part, how they drop, they're trying to just play as a squad in rotation instead of just trying to go for that squat duck play, sit on the roof. You're trying to take the engagement to them, which in my eyes is a good switch up in game plan, just from one game to the next on Erangel. But Loops, they're playing this as standard. They have the same player on that northern side playing that ISO spot. Loops realizing that, hey, you know, I don't think they're on this eastern side of the city anymore. They've completely wrapped, but it's a matter of if 9Z is able to capitalize, because it takes time for Loops to be able to put these pieces together, really clear out the buildings. And as a squad, we actually already see it. They flipped positions in the city. Rare to see in a Pachinki fight.
Yeah, but that's a really good, that's the correct way to split this this map, right? All right, you guys, Loops, can go ahead and take that whole area. We'll go ahead towards this side and loot up from there. You can see, you know, some cheeky nades going through just in case. Right, they're holding some weird angle, but I think Loops realized that, you know what, 9Z, yeah, they don't want a piece of what they got last time, so looks like they're gonna play it safe. And it'd be a mistake, I think, for Loops to push this against 9Z right now.
Yeah, I mean, you won the last engagement. I think you kind of had the same game plan going into it, but the scary thing is Nell being on this sort of roof spot. I think Aragon was able to spot him, so it's up to 9Z if they choose to maybe go on a roof themselves and catch you in the side or the back, or if you're going to wait for them maybe to get a little bit careless and go back towards where they had dropped originally. But we're seeing now 9Z, they're taking the initiative, going back through the buildings Loops originally landed at. And at this point, it's kind of a who sees who first kind of angle. What kind of off angle Aragon and the other Loops player are able to kind of unfold from their positions. And a lot of this is going to come down to individual play. As much as it's a team effort here, Jukes, it's all these things of how do you respond if you're a footstep? How do you respond if you see a player maybe having an off angle on you? All these micro decisions, it could be game-changing in these early engagements.
Yeah, I think if you're 9Z, you're looking to take off here. I don't think you want to engage with Loops at all. You want to avoid early engagements at all possible. So we'll see what they do. Inco's already on the move. So they took off mighty quick to find themselves a nice little position into this next circle. Juancho hasn't been able to get fired up just yet, you know, but he does have that little, look at that helmet right there. You know, he's going to find it. Trust me. He's going to find that inner Juancho and it's going to start popping off anytime soon now.
That sort of, you know, finding Nemo helmet looking ordeal, you know, finding something. And he's one of those players, I think, where if he has teammates next to him taking the engagements with him, he's a star-stellar player. But if people on his team are, getting picked off early and he's not really in a spot to respond and get the trade, that's really where some of these squads kind of fall apart. And yeah, that's one of the hardest parts of this game, is being able to kind of make something out of nothing. Team Liquid, Alpha7, even obviously Team Queso being able to put respects to that for this tournament so far. But Inco Gaming, it's that question mark factor of, will they be able to kind of have both of their 2-2s of the old Titan Gaming and the new Inco roster be able to piece it together, or if it's going to take too long to really find their stride in this tournament.
Yeah, let's see what happens. VIP Esports, another team that we got to start seeing something from here soon. Trying to get themselves a good position into this next circle. And right now we see, we're taking a look still again at Inco Gaming. Inco Gaming, rough start here. But we're in match number 3, right? You can still bounce back here and now.
I think
next
a nice
game
thing
is going to be a fun one.
I think the nice thing is you kind of go Erangel, Miramar, and then we're back to Erangel. It's not like we're going Sandhawk, so you don't get that redemption idea. Obviously, the next map is that, toss-up hot potato of who's really wanting to hold it at the end of it all. But going back to Erangel so soon, it's really going to be and especially with the repeat zone like this, it's that, okay, what can we change this time around to put ourselves in a better position in the zone? Because for the most part, we're seeing a lot of changes. NRG actually being a focus point from Twisted Minds. And look at this. He's getting ran down, Juke, smoking in the vehicle, but he's not overdoing it. I think that was a smart play, Jukes. The rest of NRG actually just over the hill in Primorsk. So trying to just take the positioning, but you and I both know that could have been disastrous for Spec.
Okay, perfect. Well, yeah, I like the fact that Twisted Minds, they took some shots. They say, you know what? We're not going to fall for the trap. We're going to take off. And a lot of times it's better to be safe than sorry. So Twisted Minds going to be holding down to this hill for now. The big migration pushing over here. Teams that still need to move. X Factor's one of them. They are the furthest away. They're still all the way over there near prison. So they have a long rotation to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking blue zone as well. Hopefully it won't be like Miramar last game where these teams were fighting out in Narnia. 300 or 400, maybe even 1,000 meters out in blue zone. But a lot of these teams, so I'm still looking at, Pachinki, excuse me. Both those squads, Loops and 9Z, still going at it. No engagement. And that's a spot on the map where you're expecting those teams to have already finished this fight and started rotating.
Yeah.
If you're coming in from the edge, or if you're one of those teams, you're going to be behind on cars, positioning, timing, and most importantly of all, you don't get your pick in the next zone. You're leaving it up to the other teams just solely because you had that early engagement off rip again.
Yeah, I think 9Z should have probably let it go. But you know what? I think they're still fighting for that position. And they're going to have to end that fight quickly because the next zone pops on over. And look at Alpha7. They're heading quickly. They're realizing that, you know what? At this level, it's better to try to find those central positions. And it looks like they are going to be able to lock one down. NRG are going to be wrapping around that side as well. Everything looking good. But, oh, yeah, all these players just panicking, on the move, trying to find a good spot in this next circle.
Yeah, it looks like a repeat of game one. South side focus on the rotations. Obviously, we're seeing a lot more heads around this Primorsk area solely because it was centered. Oh, Milos getting knocked on the pull-up, but that's not the only thing happening, Chooks. All Glory Gaming seems to actually be sharing the compound with Navy. Have to see if they're really going to take engagements, but everyone it sees on the map, everyone's driving by each other. All it takes is for one person to stop and start shooting.
Yeah, I think that they got to play nice to each other. Just hold it down for now. But look at Team Queso now on the back foot here against Team Liquid. Milos gets knocked and thirsted. So, they're going to push. Wow. So Team Queso's actually taking this engagement. Big shotgun blast. And Papi Potro gets knocked. Is this teammate from the top? Oh, no, he's not. Colgo. He gets shot in the back.
Third party?
Was that Juancho?
Someone's
Juancho.
Oh, man. And I was going to say, Team Queso, they went for the stop revive instead of taking the compound. Team Liquid recognizing that, getting ahead of them to put shots down. But now, with the third-party angle, if you're Cardozo, you're like, hey, am I supposed to turn back to revive you? Or am I playing this game solo now?
Oh, it's gotta hurt, man. Chief gonna get thirsted right there. Cole Goat gonna try to head on over to his teammate. He will. He should get this res. 2 eliminations. They've already had like the most amazing start to a tournament you could ever ask for. So at this point, they're looking to just put consistent, points on the board.
Yeah.
So let's see how many they're gonna get at the end of this. They got 2 so far. They've shown us what they can do when they get zone. What can they do when they don't? That's gonna be the big question.
Yeah, and I think that was maybe their biggest struggle last split was when they take these early engagements and it looks well for the most part, but they lose a few too many players and can't really piece it together like 2 of the other squads in the lobby of the likes of Team Liquid and Alpha7. But I mean, I got to bring it back to Team Liquid there for a sec. We're talking the pull-up play after you notice they're trying to revive, getting 3 of them knocked. You have it dead to rights in my eyes. Just unfortunately, no smoke grenade down. We're having to drive away if you're Cardozen, being able to get the reset and really just had to tuck tail. If you're Team Liquid, it's just, that was their fight. I think they had dead to rights. Unfortunately, Inco Gaming able to make them fault at it.
Yes, they did. Next zone goes on over. It's going to be heading on towards the right side of the map here. So that's NRG, intense game. Going to have to get a move on it pretty quickly. Alpha7 are in a safe spot. Furia looking to take a very dominant position here into the zone, and they're going to be engaging with quite a few squads. X Factor all the way up. You can see them on the top of the map. Well, as a matter of fact, FS is still on top of Everest here, trying to get some sightlines going for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I like the split, but it's just a matter if you choose to keep holding that later on in this game, because last time you did this play, it was at this compound Furia's at. You held a split, and since you were so far, that rotation, Inco Gaming came in and wiped you. So that's a team where, I see the cogs moving in their brain, so to speak. The engine's going, but it's just not going as smoothly as others. And in a lobby like this, we're talking day 1, of course, but this is the halfway mark on the day. You're going to look at that sort of overall leaderboard after this game and be like, man, we might have really dropped the ball on day 1. And sometimes, you go day by day. Sometimes you go week by week, but at the end of it all, Jukes, after all 120 games are played, you're going to have to swallow that pill and say, hey, that was our placement after 120 matches.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be able to bounce back as soon as you possibly can here, especially when you got, like Team Queso just having like the most ridiculous start.
Yeah.
That could put you on the back foot real quick, no matter which, org or team you are. Let's see what happens here. Is VIP Esports. They have all 4 players up. This is a pretty dominant position here. You can see it's got a lot of vision, but that broken wall could be pretty disadvantageous too, because if a team just full sends it onto you, you're going to be on the back foot. So that's why you got Jose up in the front and Cunha on the other side, just trying to stop teams from just full sending it onto their position.
Yeah, that all comes down, I think, too, to or if someone was a slam, like you had said, are you going to be the one that goes for the shots and really tries to knock, or are you going to try to just be that sort of distraction? You take 1 or 2 shots, have them look at you, and you just instantly hit the prone. You're trying to play that wall as best as you can and rely on your team. And for these teams, we're seeing it right now, even Loops, Team Liquid, even NRG, having to kind of find their spot in the zone. And luckily for Loops, there's some of these spots on the map, like here on this Pachinki eastern side of the zone. You're able to kind of just drive around. You don't need to play hard cover or anything like that, or feel the need to stand still. But if you're playing like this, Jukes, there's going to be a point where you're going to have to say, okay, we're going to need to look at that next zone and start taking the initiative immediately, because they haven't had time to scout too much. They haven't been able to kind of set their ground and be able to say, hey, this is what it looks like. And what happened here? Is he going to make it?
Oh, barely.
I don't think he's making it.
He's going to make it. He's going to make it. He did. So close.
Oh, man.
Hey, just don't jump off that bike. Oh, never mind. He's not making it. But Don said, where you going?
He's like, hey, is that a moped behind me? He's turning over his shoulder. He's like, thank you.
In a straight line, I'll take that all day long. Goodbye.
And look at that.
Nice name.
It was Loops getting 3, and then the last player losing it. So 9Z in my eyes losing that engagement yet again. But this is on the south side, like you just noted, Jukes. NRG and Team Queso taking this fight. Neither of them anywhere close to this next zone shift.
Yeah, no one's close. And Team Queso trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Fate. Fate trying to bait out some shots, possibly. Yep, that's what happened. And now the push-up is here. What's going to happen? Woo! Flying through the air. Fate eating a little bit of a shotgun blast, though. Colgo getting caught though by that S12K. Great initiative there from NRG.
Yeah, I was feeling Cold Goat. It's just he wasn't able to do enough damage with the shots that connected. Now just being on Poppy, Potro, getting this utility usage out. And NRG, I was surprised they were able to recognize it was Team Queso here, but taking the initiative, fighting on the edge, might be what saves them in the zone shift. Now Loops, that was the team I was questioning, and cooked alive. But back to the Twisted Minds fight Jukes. It's down to the solo on Loops. I think, actually, excuse me, he's just alone. The rest of his squad is nowhere near. Twisted Minds now getting pressured. This fight that I thought was looking great for Twisted Minds, making them fall short. And Influence Rage, it seems like game and game again, Jukes, they're in these spots where they're just getting free shots at you.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, a little bit of a misplay right there from Obscure and Federal, just putting themselves out into the open, and they get taken down. But now we're going to see Ratto Boy. I'm trying to make some moves from the edge of this circle. Wazao, another player, very strong performer so far for Twisted Minds. He's going to get looted up as much as possible. But yeah, one little misplay, and boom, half your team's gone just like that.
Yeah, the scary thing as well is his teammates nowhere near him. If Influence Rage really wanted to, we know you're isolated. We're going for that freebie of a point. And I mean, we could see this whole open hillside. It favors them if they pull up on the shack. And Stream Force, it actually looks like they're taking shots as well. I thought they were going to be coming in through the south side, but everyone on X is able to rotate around. Baton coming into the zone. And this is one of those spots where, you know, I thought some teams had it and they just gave free real estate.
Yep, they're on the move, and here comes Alpha7 looking to push the action onto Inco just outside of the circle. There goes some nades on into the Wizard Tower. Revel, he's gonna toss one as well. Connects. Beautiful knock there on Juancho. Full smokes. And that means Alpha7 have the door wide open for them to start pushing.
Yeah, I mean, they see the Nox player. It's Juancho. Now they connect on Vitali. 2v4 spot again on Inco. Then Abete is actually nowhere near him, so it's a solo on the Wizard Tower. Inactive, unable to see through the smoke. 1v4. You can't do anything about it. Then Abete is trying to do something, but the run over. NRG now looking to turn towards Alpha7. And look at this. It's all ants coming from the anthill, having to come into zone. And Furia's not sure what to make of it. Revo flipping the vehicle. What is going on? The drive-by, no connections. Furia taking the free point, and this is complete mayhem on the western side of the zone.
Absolute mayhem. Revo gets taken out, and Alpha7 are now stuck way on the back foot here. This is gonna be, they'll be lucky to just get out of here with a couple points, because getting into this next zone is highly unlikely. If you're Alpha7, you're just looking to just hunt players down at this point.
Oh man, I mean, look at those nade archers too. We can see it's what is that, 2-3 people throwing nades? We're talking, I think, just a solo on Alpha7 alive, trying to get the reset, but that's it. Yeah, got him. Alpha7, I like the push on the sniper tower, but it wasn't in the zone, Jukes. They didn't have a spot to move into, and you're Furia, you're happy with that engagement. I think you're happy as well if you're NRG. You were struggling as well if you're NRG to get into that zone, but it's either going to be you or Alpha7 getting focused, and luckily for them, it was Alpha7.
Yeah, I think Alpha7 needs to realize, too, that this isn't the World Cup, right? Teams are still going to be pushing in pretty late here. And now you got, Furia on the move, and they're just soaking up a lot of teams, moving pretty central circle here, and they're going to find a spot.
That's an insane rotation. Even if they have to blow the coop up right now, I mean, I think you take that. We're talking dead center. NRG was in front of them as well, but they weren't set up to shoot Furia. They almost hit him with a drive-by. If they're able to kind of lay low in this zone, maybe Influence Rage doesn't peek over this hillside. But, I mean, Furia, I got to give props to him. That is not an easy rotation to make.
Not at all. You can see Guizal with the full lay down. Oh, he's going to... Oh, he jumped out into the wide open. He's going to take that knock all day long. Baton getting finished. That is going to hurt. Meanwhile, Guizal going for the second, and he gets it. Can he get the third? He spotted him.
He's feeling it.
Angles! Going for the squad wipe! Wow, what a misplay there. And now Influence Rage is coming for a little bit of the taste of the action. Oh, Caprice.
Oh,
Gets
man.
him back just like that. What a performance, though, from Guizhou. X Factor's hurt big time.
Yeah, but if you're Influence, I mean, this should just be a free read for you to push up and wipe, because if you're X Factor, that should never be happening in that situation. But Tan getting out, going for a vehicle, I think, in blue zone. Afterwards, just getting completely pieced apart. And yeah, even with it being just 2 out of 4 on Influence Rage, they're not taking the pedal off the gas. And a third party, it's this Hillside Jukes. This whole game has just been nothing but disastrous.
Well, he's going to get this res off. He might even get the second one. Let's see if he does it. It's right on time. Run straight, run straight, run straight. Ah! Yeah, that hurts. So unfortunate for X Factor. Guizhou really put some work on him. And they went from a full squad looking healthy with a decent position to just a single player, just like that.
Yeah, I really honestly would have liked to see Guizhou just have that 1v1 without getting shot in the back a bit. Like, I want to just give it to him. Like, you got to give him the 1v1 at the end of it. And he did get it, but he was 3/4 HP, didn't have that full. And, you know, getting shot in the side like that might have thrown him off. But, I mean, props to him just getting 3 of those players. And for the most part, you kind of really wonder, you know, X Factor, a lot of misplays. They're really tough to see out of the squad after we were giving them, you know, the benefit of the doubt in the last 2 games. But this time around, really struggling in this fight.
For sure. Next zone, again on over to the west side. Furia are in position. VIP have the compound here. They need some points desperately. And they could definitely get them, but they're going to have to start getting active now. As a tense game, they're on the north side. Going to start pushing on down. They got the res. Are they going to full send all 4 to the same vehicle? It looks like it. Oh, no, they can't. Man. This is a duo. What am I saying? Yeah, this car only holds 2. He's gonna jump onto the roof.
The zone's coming.
Never mind.
He's messing it up. Oh man,
that was precious seconds wasted right there.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. It's not even just VIP. We're talking NRGs set up, almost slamming it into a hay bale. You can't stop here. They're already on the Hillside Jukes.
GG.
Yeah, this is just it. We're talking 2 players knocked, maybe even 3 on intense game. It's actually just the duo here on the hay bale. They've got 2 meters, but there's no hay bale next to him, Jukes. This is just the inevitable about to happen.
Hayuya ran out to the open a little bit. Uh-oh, here comes the push! Oh! Hayuya catches Spec out the vehicle, and NRG with a very risky gamble. And man, dude, these guys pulled up snake eyes.
Yeah, I don't really understand why we went with even a smoking vehicle. I thought they were just going to blow it up, but the drive-by, getting 1 shot, 1 knock onto the NRG duo driving by, you really can't have plays like that happen, because look at NRG's spot. If they had 4 players alive, they could have so much control in the zone, but instead, now they leave this team up alive in the open. They have to waste precious time themselves clearing them out, and every second in this game, it's needed.
Hayuya getting beat up here from all angles. Barely escapes that nade. 1 nade will do it for this team. Hayuya gets that first aid off. And intense game. Barely holding on. NRG applying a lot of pressure. Does Remix get the spot on a 24K here?
I think he sees the vehicle, but I mean, you can't worry about that off angle. There's players right in front of you trying to nade. But how many smokes do you have left? They don't have any cover in front of them. I guess you're playing for an extra placement here, maybe an elimination on Fate or Casper if they go for that drive-by play again. But I mean, it's only the inevitable. Every squad, there's some sort of elevation to look at you if you're intense gaming. You gotta find it. Yeah.
So far, I'll say the NRG Galaxy are the most aggressive team still alive. So if they're able to take out intense game here, they could definitely start pushing towards that central position. But they're unable to make any rotations just because intense game is holding that spot for so long.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we have 24K now in a spot.
Nice shot.
That's giving pressure, but looks like Furia is actually the team that was centered zone on that hillside getting the opening shots, and that's both of them. We're down to, what is it, top 4 now on this team. Furia getting eliminated by Influence Rage on that hillside just south of them. And these squads, you know, if you're NRG, you're honestly happy seeing this engagement. It's not you getting focused this time around, but oh man, the mollies making you prone. Doesn't matter. The run over, influence, rage, 7 eliminations. They have 4 players alive, Jukes. This is looking great for them.
Yes, and now they're finally starting to get a little aggressive. They know that, hey, you know what? We got this game in the bag. We got the numbers. We got to win this fight, though, against NRG. Yeah, here comes the rest of the squad. Fate backs off, waiting for his team. Can he get a little bit of assistance with the nade? They need an initial knock here. And they get the double knock. They did the rope-a-dope against Influence Rage. And now it's up to Lawrence in. DBS gets one. Goes for the second. He gets another. Can he get the squad wipe? He does. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just influence rage. You get the double opening, but the DBS every single time. If you're feeling it, you're getting the knocks. They're trying to get it, but the zone. Oh, and little boy, he's just going to give it to the zone. No one gets the points. And since they were knocked, I'm not even sure if those points would even be going up. And wait a second, VIP Esports winning it, Jukes. I didn't even realize that was the last squad.
VIP Esports took it to the bank. They were in the wide open. They had the whole map to themselves. And Influence Rage, you know, just a little mistake at the last second. They go out just a little bit early. They put a ton of eliminations, though, up. VIP Esports, I think they finished that one up with 2, right, Taylor?
So that's why you probably didn't know they were there, Enigma, but they do get the win. They get the winner chicken dinner with 2. Hey, we'll take that. That's okay for VIP. Yeah. They show themselves where it matters most. Game number 3, the very start of day number 1. So maybe VIP is going to be that sleeper team that we weren't expecting, right, to be at the very top. However, Hot Jukes, man. Influence Rage, first off, exciting finish. Second place, 10 eliminations. But what I love about this roster, game number 2, Miramar, not the best from them. But Erangel played 3 times a day, right, throughout the entirety of our PMSL America's fall season. Seems to be a map that they're doing very well on. They winner chicken dinner, game number 1, second place, game 2. This could be their money map.
Definitely, and it's good the fact that they're doing this right off the rip because I believe they're in Group A. So tomorrow is their double points day, right?
That's right.
So yeah, if you're Influence Rage, you are a start of the tournament team right now, right? You want to be able to get warmed up, and tomorrow you gotta go crazy. So it's good to be able to see them really start performing and winning some tough fights, right?
Yes.
You know, very close there at the end. I think it could have gone either way, but if you're Influence Rage, I think you're pretty happy.
Oh, without a doubt. Come on. You've got to be on top of the world. You've got to be feeling good. This roster playing so very well. Lawrence, by the way. Lawrence in like 4 eliminations. Law with with a total of 3. Diego with 2. Lil Boy with 1. Again, a combined total of 10. Incredible performance. NRG Galaxy as well, Enigma, like making NA proud. They have been playing so very well today. Game number 1, I believe they get 6th place, but ended up getting a decent amount of eliminations. Game number 2, they were still very much a talking point up until the very end, but Erangel, very, very good. 3rd place, 8 eliminations, but or 9, I should say. But more importantly, NRG Galaxy has been very consistent across 3 maps.
Yeah, and I'm really happy seeing, obviously they're going against some of these namesake teams in the lobby. The first round was Alpha7. This time around, it was Influence Rage. And even though they lost those fights, we're talking it's coming down to a 1v1. These fights that they're taking, they're putting up a great fight, and that's what you want out of a squad. And if you're an NRG fan, of course, you're hoping that they're able to win it. But in my eyes, especially being a previous competitor and stuff like that, I'm happy, I'm ecstatic even to say that NRG, even if they're losing some engagements, they're putting up a tough fight, especially here at the end.
Absolutely. The end comes through. You see it. It's like, everybody is so tightly compacted. It's anybody's game as well. Is it going to be NRG, Influence, Rage? Well, it's actually VIP, the plays that'll take them down. But regardless, well done. VIP will net 12 points, Hot Jukes. They got to be happy with that.
Heck yeah, I'll take that to the bank all day long. I mean, sometimes if you're a team who's like really kind of fresh, right, trying to put in some work, a good chicken dinner like this, whether or not it was blessed or whatever, right, it hypes your whole squad up, right? It makes that, okay, we can win a game at LAN, right? To do that on day 1 for a team like VIP, these guys have got to be hyped up, and they got a definitely uphill battle for them. Sure. But I mean, it's got to feel a little bit smoother, right, after a chicken dinner?
Oh, without a doubt, it's got to give you a lot of confidence. Winning on LAN, right? These guys are all playing in Sao Paulo, Brazil. They're playing on land. Their competitors are behind them, in front of them, all around them. So to win like that on that stage has to be such a confidence booster. We look at our second page, and well, 11 and 12 Enigma, Team Liquid, Alpha7, both finishing with very low points. Pretty uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think, it's the first day. We'll throw it in that hat, I guess you could say. And it's just, these teams, they were the Goliaths last split, a few months ago, even at EWC. They were the teams representing Brazil. And, the overall itself speaks for it. Team Queso, Influence, Rage, they're up on the board. But one name I'm liking to see up there, Taylor, right now is NRG in third.
Yes. Didn't they say in the interview they want to be top 8? Well, they're top 8 right now. And who knows how far they can continue to go. They've been so consistent. But I got to go back to the top, Hot Jukes. Team Queso, 35 eliminations across 3 games.
Unreal. And most of them were in 2. That's what's so crazy is like these guys went nuts off the rip. So they are your leaders for now. And I want to see them just take a little bit more, advantage of a day start like this. They're in a good lead, but they shouldn't stay comfortable, right? So there's still 2 more matches left to go. Team Queso, doing great here. Better than expected for sure.
Oh, without a doubt. Team Queso leading the charge. They've got a large fan base, might be one of the bigger fan bases when it comes to at least PUBG Mobile. Good on them for doing the best that they possibly can. Intense Game will rise up just a little bit over X Factor off of that game number 3. They sit at 9, but it's very close from 9 through 16. Enigma, the point gap isn't that great, to be expected, right? It's not bonus points today. It's also day number 1. But it caused a pause as number 16, Team Liquid. I never expected them after 3 games to be in very last place.
Yeah, we're looking at it. 4 elims, that's 1 baseball squad wipe in 3 games and a goose egg for placements. That's rare, especially for them. Obviously, Alpha7, that's the team, if we think back last split, where they like going for those eliminations. But Team Liquid likes that more standard level of play. And it seems like they're trying to play that still in this tournament. Unfortunately, it seems like these other teams have maybe changed their play style up too much. Maybe they got a little bit too complacent with how they thought the lobby was going to be. But obviously, with it being Team Liquid, like Juke said, they've got the coach, they've got the backup support system, really get their head of game. Even if they were to continue this maybe poorer performance on day 1, I think still for the rest of the days this week, they'll be able to bounce back.
Well, I hope they do. The reality is Team Queso sitting at 50 points at the moment, okay? And that's without bonus points. If they have a day like this, it's double points day. They're at 100, right? Can't wait to get into that one. Before we do, Sarpatch had a chance to talk with one of the members of Intense Game after their second drop.
All right, guys, now here we are with Wapo and Papi Sour from Intense Gaming. Let's do some questions in we're going to have a lot of this, some translation from Spanish to English and from Portuguese. Let's start now with this one. How are you guys feeling? I know it's your second LAN here, but how are you feeling about it, you being back here in Brazil? ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo tu segundo LAN aquí? ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo que has regresado?
Muy bien, contento y feliz y muy confiado.
Very happy, very confident, and very happy to be here. You as well. How are you feeling? It's your first one, so how are you feeling about that one?
Me siento muy bien, es mi primera LAN, andamos al 100 motivados, desde el día 1 hasta el último día vamos a estar motivados al 100% y nada, vamos a darlo todo, go intense.
You can pretty much understand what he's getting. The energy is right there. He says that we're 100% motivated from day 1 to the last day, concentrated and motivated. Go Intense. Intense is a big organization. It's an organization that has made it to PMGCs, it's a big organization. Everybody in the PUBG Mobile community know that they've been big in Brazil. Now they're going to be doing the same in North America. How are you feeling that you have that organization backing you up?
La organización de Intense Game en colaboración con String Ice fue una colaboración, vamos a decir, repentina, que se dio tras un mes luego de pasar la PMSL NA. Y coordinamos con ese equipo. El equipo de Intense Game es un equipo que nos ha ayudado bastante, un equipo que nos da mucho support, nos da mucho apoyo moral. Y nada, vamos a dar el 100%, como ellos nos dan el 100% de ellos, nosotros damos el 100% para ellos, porque la organización es muy buena con nosotros dentro y fuera del juego.
That's a lot. Let me remember. Okay. So he says that they're very happy with the organization. The transition was very sudden. About a month after they finished the qualifiers, they got in contact with the organization and they did that negotiation. They're very happy and very grateful with the organization because they have given them 100% and they want to give 100% back. As well for you, how are you feeling with the organization?
Muy contento con la organización porque nos ha abrigado muy bien y me siento muy cómodo porque nos ha apoyado de...
With a lot of intensity, especially this guy. Let's go, bro. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 1. Hey, we are halfway through, 3 more games to get through. Map number 4 about to come your way. We're hopping into Sandhawk for the first time of the day. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined, of course, by the wonderful and handsome Hot Jukes and Enigma. And Sandhawk, first time, right? We've seen two Erangels, one Miramar, really 2 great performances from Influence Raged, Energy Galaxy also being incredible. Team Queso falls off a little bit, but only for 1 game. They still lead the charge with 50 total points. Chooks, this is the map Team Liquid's been waiting
All right, guys,
for.
now
I know
here
it.
we
I
are
can
with-
feel it in my
need
bones,
it.
man.
Come on, baby. Come on, Sandhawk, right? That if there's any game or match that you can really bounce back from, it's going to be this one right here, right? So
Yeah.
if you're Team Liquid, I think just, hey, get it together, put in some work. If any team, I like to say like Team Liquid, they're going to download the update, okay?
Yeah.
Right? You know, they came into here with like a certain idea of what they were going to do, and it's just not working right now, but they are going to download that update and put in work anytime soon here.
Well, one team looking to put in work, Enigma, other than Team Liquid, is their counterpart, their rival from last season in spring, is Alpha7, who historically with this roster is a pretty good Sandhawk team. And I remember, I think their last Sandhawk during the spring season was a total of 12 eliminations, second place. Yeah, they tore it up. So Alpha7, who's had a relatively decent day. Granted, only getting, I believe, 1 or 2 points in that last game, are looking to go into this Sandhawk and, well, I don't know, try and jump up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about scraping those points together if you're Alpha7. Obviously, if you're a Team Liquid fan, you wish they did the same, but both those squads, I mean, they're a legacy in their own rights, per se. You know, Esports World Cup, we're talking last PMSL Americas. Each of those teams has that sort of trophy under their belt, but this time around, we're talking, like you said at the beginning of the broadcast, 120 games. And in my eyes, last split, both those teams were the 2 main dominant forces in the lobby. So for them, having an extra week, I think honestly would have them have a bit more of a gap performance if they're able to repeat last split. But so far, doesn't look like that's the case.
Doesn't seem like that's the case indeed. I'm looking at the rosters. So our new player for Influence Rage, Lorenzen, has been playing out of this world, clearly making it different here, Hot Chooks. And good news for them is Sandhawk isn't a bad map for them either. So they've already been very consistent on Erangel. Maybe Miramar needs a little bit cleaning up. But now as they head into Sandhawk, they're already sitting pretty when it comes to the leaderboard currently in the top 8 at the moment. In fact, actually in second place, looking to catch up to Team K, so 16 points behind. I'm happy with Lawrence's performance. I think he's been absolutely stellar.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, when you get a shot right on the main roster, you got to go crazy, baby. You got to just be like, nah, I want to stay here. I'm not going nowhere and put in work. And if you're Lorenzen day number 1, I mean, you made a name for yourself already, right? So hopefully we can continue to see more from this guy. There's still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played here today. So Sandhawk's coming up, Influence Rage, don't let off the gas.
No, without a doubt, they can't. They just can't afford that at this point because get that lead, man. After all, they have their double points day coming up relatively soon. X Factor Enigma, what's going on with them? 5 points total, or 5 eliminations, I should say, in the map number 3. We've talked about, obviously, Stars no longer being there. I'm really hoping this is going to be their map. It actually seems as if we might be getting loaded into the next map. Give me a prediction. X Factor, Alpha7, who do you think's taking map number 4?
It's not going to be either of those teams. I'm getting on the hype train. NA on top, baby. I'm wanting NRG to come out for the win. We got to have NA against Team Queso at some point.
Okay, NRG. I like Otchuk's. Honestly, I don't even think we can argue with that.
I'll take it all day long. NRG is looking strong. With elimination-wise especially, right?
Yes.
Come finish-wise, I think they're still a little bit behind. But if you could soak up a bunch of eliminations, heck, I'll take it all day long.
Yeah, they have 20 total in 3 maps, which is very impressive, only overshadowed by that of Team Queso at 35. Other than that, Influence Rage has the most in the entire lobby of 16 teams sitting at 20. So good on them for doing so. They've definitely exceeded my expectations. We knew going into this NRG was going to be a talented roster, but we had a lot of questions. Would 24K at his first LAN experience, would he do okay? Well, he's absolutely flying and frying, you know? So 24K, just like his online play style, he's transferred over towards LAN in exceedingly good fashion. Another one, Fate, has also been doing very well. Very happy with NRG Galaxy. If they can take over Queso's position, I would be through the roof. North America would also be smiling, and gosh, Enigma, we would just be ecstatic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for the most part, it's NRG. They came in today. I was questioning it off the broadcast. You know, could they be in that top 8 like they claim they would be? First game, they get the eliminations. Okay, you know, one game that was decent, but they've came through in 2 or 3 of the matches, putting up points each time on the board. And for the most part, with them making it a late game, all it takes is them finishing strong and getting that win.
All right, Influence Rage, they've been on fire. We've seen Latin Kings, Navy SEALs a little bit off of that game number 1. Team Queso, Twisted Minds, Alpha7, VIP off of a win on Erangel map number 3. Maybe go back-to-back on Sandhawk. Let's see if they can just get a little bit more eliminations. I think they only finished off with 2. There's been a lot of great teams and names appearing today. Who will be the team on top of Sandhawk for the first time today? Well, let's find all that out and more. Hot Chooks Enigma, take it away.
Let's find out and more right here, right now. Players are already popping out of the plane here, and they are ready to go. My eyes are going to be on Ruins.
Yep.
Are we going to see X Factor drop there?
Hey, I mean, I know I'm seeing it on the drop sheet that we were given before broadcast today, Chooks. I know X Factor likes to go there, but I'm also seeing the likes of Inco. NA on NA Violence maybe going there. Not sure if that's really going to be the case. I'm seeing a few heads on Ruin, so it might just happen. And oh no, Inco versus X Factor. Who's gonna win, Jukes? And I mean, it's a scramble. Who gets the gun first?
Who's gonna get it? FS finds one, and they are completely on opposite ends, so no crazy hot drop action. But let's see who knows Ruins the best. FS is gonna have some pretty cheeky angles here up on top. Baton finds the barrel. That's the gun to have here. One shot of 7.6 to the head with no helmet, instant knock.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it. All these people, I mean, either a vest or a helmet. You're never seeing them have both. Luckily, Caprice, he's got an Uzi, which is good close range. But like he said, any of these guns that are insane close range, the 7.62 especially. I know it's not a player's choice later in the game, but off drop, that's one of the most devastating weapons to have. And with it being Sandhawk, there might be another team that comes in, but it looks like Nenabete is going to be the starting factor in this fight, catching out one. Inco Gaming, now they're trying to give support, but Nenabete is a one-man army, getting 2 off the rip. His team struggling in the last 3 games, finally piecing it together, but inactive, not guessing the right angle. FSS now cornered, 1 HP with the DBS, trying to stall it out, and a little bit of panic here. He's trying to rotate for his teammate. While that's happening, Inco taking a bit of damage back. Stalemate going on. People trying to make the moves right now. And as I said, he's taking the fight. He's got the DBS, but is Vitali going to go for it? Look at the cool, calm, and collectedness with the pump. Not going for it. And now it's come down to the 1v1. Who's going to hit the shots? And almost catches the coattails needing to see the double up out of these squads, and Havlic's gonna be the
What?
first one. Nothing going down, but Jukes, I'm not sure why we're spraying Bonnie's. AGG's looking for the third party now.
Well, I don't think so. I think they're staying far away from this one because Inco Gaming have finally started coming out hot here, and they win Ruined. So, man, X Factor, tough start today. But now, All Glory Gaming, they did make it. So it's just Melgar, I believe. That's the only one here so far. Oh, NRG's on the roof too.
Oh, no. And I mean, luckily for them, it's one Sandhawk each day. Imagine if this was on Erangel and you're getting gate kept, but even still, Inco and X Factor, especially Inco, even if you win this fight, I mean, it's so hard to rotate out of this position at Ruins with the full spread that All Glory Gaming has.
Yes, it is. So how is Inco going to get out of this? They're going to have to do it fighting their way out. That's for sure. Do they even hear Melgar? That's the question. Do they know that he's there?
I think maybe there's that sort of squad movement still. No one's gone for the loot yet.
Because he hasn't moved on him in a minute.
Yeah. But I think the main thing is they heard maybe NRG pull up on that hillside and they thought, hey, you know, they're probably fully spread, not realizing that someone's already this close. And maybe they do have an idea. I'm not sure what was going on in scrims. As sort of practice rounds, they were able to get in, realizing that AGG likes to third party this. But Inco, it's all about how you're able to fight out of this. And I mean, if you're guessing angles, that's one of the worst ways to fight people.
That is correct. BIP giving it to 9C here, and they're gonna get another player. I believe that's gonna leave only one up. Yep, and you can see him right behind there. Get that thirst, confirm those points. Don't let him get stolen from you. And now it's up to Pedrino all by his lonesome. 1v4.
He's got the S12. He actually ran forward there, but only gets one. Look at that. Another clean squad wipe from these teams. And last but I thought we saw a lot of people taking casualties early on. That is not the case at all starting off this Americas.
My goodness. I mean, we're seeing action off the rip here for sure. I mean, before I think it passed PMPLs, we see a lot of hesitation from quite a few teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we still see some, but only from a couple. The rest of the lobby is just coming in, just not messing around. Even All Glory Gaming pushing this pretty quickly. They did make it a little late. I still don't think Melgar has moved at all.
No, he definitely hasn't. And he's got kind of a good...
He sees him. Inactive has no clue.
He
moved away. The Spidey sense. He moved away at the perfect second.
But if you're Inco, I think you got to go for it. You know it's a solo. If AGG is spread out, and look at that. I mean, he's trying to get as much space as possible. Only person I think that could really help him right here is 7. But Inco, it seems like they've been in this position before. They can't really push this. And I mean, both these teams, we're talking 800 meters out of the zone. If you're gridlocked like this, you're really going to be struggling to get more points, Sandhawk.
Oh, this sucks. This is terrible for both of these teams. They're going to lose so many points here. Inco is going to have to find a way to hoof it into this next zone. They're going to have to cross some water as well. So if you're All Glory Gaming, at what point do you give this up? You know, at what point do you just say, hey, you know what? This is not worth it. Let's head into the circle and then we'll fight later.
I think maybe it's an angle of you leave the solo to kind of grief him. You maybe try to see if you can get a rotation kill because it is still Ruins. These people have to make that dash across the swamp that these kind of pyramids are around. So there is free points potential. And if All Glory Gaming has the vehicles, yeah, maybe they could keep all 4 players out. But the rest of the lobby, the zone shift was on this eastern side towards, I believe, Quarry, just the north of that. So I think the 4 points, if you're not feeling any other teams are around you, All Glory Gaming, yeah, maybe you stick it out, to be honest, Jukes.
Yeah, let's see what the play is going to be. Because, I mean, this is day number 1, but I don't know if you really want to just stick and risk so many precious points, you know, off of a kind of crazy hold. I mean, yeah, Melgar, he can't really run away from this. So, yeah, maybe leave him here to just try and sneak off a couple shots. But the rest of the team needs to get moving into this next zone.
Yeah. And, I mean, I think he didn't even have any boosts left, so the first aids, all that's going to play a factor. The rest of the squad, yeah, Adrian's going to move in, and Melgar, yeah, try to get 2 or 3 of them. Hopefully you can come out on top. We can see it on the map, too. virtually them two squads, NRG and Furia, are the ones eating blue zone. The rest of the team's already centered up, and with that zone shift, those teams that moved early are pretty ecstatic about this. A lot of this sort of Camp Bravo, Quarry side is free for the taking because you'd expect All Glory Gaming or NRG to be there. These teams taking this late fight, leaving so much of this terrain open.
Leaving it wide open. And yeah, you can see Inco Gaming. Oh, wow. Look at
No
that. Vitali
meds.
looking for some meds. Yeah, and he does not have a single one. He's going to be checking those crates. Nope, not.
That's it?
Yep. So Inco Gaming, nice start with those 4 eliminations, but he's going to get knocked and finished here.
Yeah, I mean, I also wonder too, you know, do you ever
Send
have
it out? Just run out at this point.
I mean, do you ever have Melgar, if you start seeing this in the feed, start to maybe look for the thirst? Because we're talking maybe a 10 or 11 second window he's got of, you know, if you read someone's knocked, you could go for it. But he also doesn't have any first aids, I think, either. He's struggling on the med department and active himself. He's starting to tick down on that red zone. All these teams, I mean, you really, you know, I'm happy that Inco's going for it, but it really just sucks to see on the first day of the tournament.
Yep. Oh, Team Queso, though.
Ooh.
Getting beat up right now.
Holy.
Bad parking job, but Influence Rage gets knocked.
Wow.
Great return fire here from Team Queso. Buys them a little bit of time, but they are in a terrible position right here.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Milos is the only one on that hillside still that's not knocked, able to get the first aid off, but he's got to get 2 revives going on. We also have the solo down on the compound for Team Queso just below him. So your Influence Rage, I'd wonder if you ever look for this sort of engagement, and it looks like someone's in a buggy. Got to make the rotations, and yeah, look at this full sending across, even as just a solo. Team Queso on the back, but such a strong start to the day, now having to put the pieces together themselves, and looks like they actually kept up Lorazin in the open. Team Queso putting the shots back when it matters most again.
This looks like a totally different team here at the start of this tournament. Team Queso are playing this so well. That was a great recovery. It is really up to Papi Potro here to not get knocked. He is that anchor point that is stopping Influence Rage from just doing a crazy push. And now Influence Rage is down to 2 players. So Team Queso, they get away from that rock. That is huge. Into the building, all 4 players up. I mean, this team, they did their homework. I want to say that right now because they're looking like an entirely different squad coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that from the Influence Rage perspective, because we're talking, I think it was 3 players all shooting from that doorway. 1 person on Team Queso putting shots back, and he puts 2 of them down to 1 HP without getting knocked himself. So Team Queso able to apply the pressure and be able to come out on that trade in a 1v2, even 1v3 with the shots. So that squad, I really am liking what I'm seeing. Hopefully we're able to keep seeing that throughout the tournament. Obviously, it's only day 1 of 20. I'd like to remind all the people watching, but great stuff if you're a Team Queso fan.
Hey, great stuff for Inco Gaming, too. They finally get out of that Ruins debacle they had with all 4 players up. Inactive is still hurt. No first aids found for him. Juancho, you can see their utility, though, is big time in a bad spot. NRG on the move. The Vicious. Can they stay true to their name? As the nades are starting to ring out, and NRG has the angles here.
Yeah.
They have that little hill to work with, all the sight lines in the world. The Vicious is the team that's on the back foot. They got to find a knock here.
Yeah, I think you got to go for a roof angle at this point, but they're looking for the frag grenades in the turn, trying to bait Reyes out. He did get the reset on that spearhead spot on the building, and if you're an NRG, you got to really remember, you know, even though there's smokes on the ground, there's too many angles still you got to worry about. Look at that, the point blank nade, he messes it up. What is going on? Vicious now having to put it down with 3, getting the opening from his teammate. The men are on to Fate. 24K though, he responds, making it a 2v3 situation. And NRG, this is where you start putting the pedal to the metal. You get the reset, you get everyone grouped together, and you start really forcing the fights with the numbers advantage. The Vicious, though, they're having to make their way in now, trying to hold them back. Fate actually already reset Casper with the wide shots. Actually, a 1v1. Wow. And it doesn't matter. Not even a single thing. And this is the moment where I wish we had player cams, Jukes, because I definitely could see 24K standing up.
Oh, you know, he is getting pumped up. 24K, showing up big for NRG. For those of you guys that don't remember, this is the player that won Titan Series Season 5, right? And they also won first place in PMPL North America Fall 2023. So 24K definitely has put in some work in the past, but at LAN, he's showing that, you know what? I mean business.
Yeah, it's not just NA he's good against. He's going against all the competition on the West. And for a team like NRG to have a player like that, it really boosts your morale because it's a new, fresh face. And he's making sure, hey, my play style, even if it might be different or I might think differently, it's how it's working right now. And that's exactly what you want. All these teams now, they're starting to get into the zone. But NRG, if you're picking up points like that, you're fine playing edge.
Yes, sir. Twisted Minds now on the move. Looks like they may have gotten a crate drop right there. I wonder what kind of goodies they're going to get. Did they even see it? Nope. They said that's a bait crate right there. We don't want to stay in this spot at all. Forget that loot. Let's just find a safe place into the zone as their vehicle is smoking. He's going to do a quick little drop off. And it looks like this is the position they're going to hold for now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Twisted Minds, but I'd like to point out to you, I think they're having a 3-1 split all the way on that eastern side. So Federal is just kind of playing his own game of PUBG Mobile solos. The rest of the squad, though, NRG knew they were going to have to fight a team coming in. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be Team Liquid, who might have been off the eight ball, so to speak, coming into this fourth match, but looks like they're going to find the opening onto, I believe, 24K. NRG now having to play on the back foot, and Team Liquid, they're not giving you any breathing room.
No, they're not, because this fight needs to finish now. Team Liquid has to push it, and Spec with a great angle. Mythic caught him out the grass real quick, but now here comes Casper. Gets some nice shots on the Ayala. Is he going to be able to get the finish? He does, but that reload or that little gun switch took a little too long. Chief put him down, and now we're going to see Team Liquid go for the res here, and they may have just enough time to get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully for them, it's not going to be like last game where the solo player that's going to get the revive is the one getting caught out. Them now, obviously, they only have 3 players. Ayala being the player that was eliminated from that engagement. Team Liquid, though, they put themselves in a spot where we've been in this position multiple times. And I'd like to make note of it, Jukes. Team Liquid loves this hillside spot whenever we get these eastern Sandhawk zones. It's their sort of move to come in and say, hey, we watch our south side, and they played it textbook, and NRG knows this because they did the same rotations from last split. It's just a matter of who could execute better, and this time around, Team Liquid came out on top.
Team Liquid finally started to execute better. 7 eliminations so far. This is by far their best game, and I said it earlier, right? If there's going to be any map you can bounce back on, it's Sandhawk, and they're doing exactly that. They did lose a player. They lost Ayala a little early, so they still have 3 up. Anything can happen. But you can see Alpha7 starting to set their eyes on the rest of these teams. A lot of room to work with here. For now, they're just going to hold this edge, make sure their backside is clear, and then push up little by little by little.
Yeah, a lot of these teams opting to just really hug that white zone, play the edge. They're not coming in, and Diego, he almost made it in, but
almost
eliminated the blue zone. That's going to be it for the Influence Rage roster. I believe they only have 1 elimination of their name, so a bit of a poorer match from them coming out of the Sandhawk. And the rest of these squads, Team Liquid, they're able to find their way in. Looks like 3 players still up. Like he said, 7 eliminations, but you're down at the bottom of the hill, literally and figuratively. This is going to be a tough hill for them to climb.
Absolutely. You can see Team Liquid starting to keep their eyes on the prize here. They are down at the bottom of Bond. This is a very difficult position to hold because every single set of eyes is going to be looking down here. But first off, we're going to look at Alpha7. They did make the push onto Twisted Minds, and they punished them big time. Guizao is not last player up. Nice shots there from Revo, and that is going to be Twisted Minds out of there. Now they're going to have to set their eyes on the Furia. Furia on the other side of this, and I believe they're going to push it. Yeah, they're saying, you know what? Zone is important, but let's get these eliminations first.
Yeah, it's all about accumulating as many points as possible because at some point, with it being Sandhawk, you're going to have to take those engagements. Team Liquid, though, they're not planning on sitting on the bottom of the hill. They rotate dead center of the zone. And the rest of these squads, we can see on the top right, they're barely in zone. They're having to really fight for scraps, it seems, on the edge with those trees and hillsides. And for the most part, a lot of these squads is going to come down to, can you wait? Can you find your right moment to make these moves? Or are you going to be the one to be exploited?
Yeah, speaking of right moment, this is going to be a really telltale sign of where Team Liquid's head's at, because at this point, this is a good area to share with Intense Game.
Yeah.
But if they take this fight a little too early, it can open them up to third parties. But I think Chief said, you know what? I don't like the fact that these guys are so close, but I think Intense Game realizes, yeah, you know what? Let's focus on our backs first. We'll deal with Team Liquid later.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous, but even then, Intense Gaming kind of ignoring this western side team. Queso just running up on him. Look at this, just having the kowtow on the top of this hillside, getting one knocked, almost 2 or 3. Excuse me, that was Team Liquid actually getting sent on Alpha7. Thought we were still on Intense Game, but these squads right up on this hillside, Jukes, both fights happening simultaneously. I'm really interested in seeing how many players are going to be lost in that elimination feed. Team Queso just cleaning up Intense Gaming with the frag grenades. We're seeing resets come down, but I'm not sure how many people are going to be left alive, Jukes.
Yeah, with how desperate these teams are, I'm surprised that we even saw them look at each other there.
Yeah.
And as soon as a nade rang out, teams just went flying on into this spot to try and take advantage of a third-party situation. VIP, wow, ton of elimination points. Can they get the nade? No, Furia's out.
I don't
Last player up. He's got to run. He's got to run. He can't afford any ticks on the blue zone. And he's going to find a whole lot of loot. But you got to be careful because there's going to be eyes from across the map. And they're going to take him out. So a nice game for VIP once again. They started getting some of those eliminations they didn't get last game. But Team Queso, the team on top, still alive. Still putting in work here.
Yeah, 4 players alive. They have 30 seconds to clear out this compound. I think they know it's only 1 or 2 people, but a pre-fire going off in the smoke. I would have liked to see a bit of a rat play, a little bit of a blind self as well. Might have just griefed himself, but the squad comes in, Jukes, cleans out Guapo, and now we're down to just Poppy in the building. Not even going to get a shot off. Full wipe for them, but Team Liquid now, they're capitalizing on the hillside, getting 2 opening knocks, making this a 2v2 situation. You're saying the headspace for Team Liquid, that's what we're looking for. The nades are coming in, but can you get the shots when it matters? Double up, gets the opening. Now we're talking Poppy Pedro, now having to clutch it up, but if you're sticking true to your ways like Team Liquid, you'll be coming out on top, but...
Oh, so close. Bobby Potro
scary.
just, barely missing the mark there. Team Liquid taking full advantage of it. These final 2 players, 15 eliminations. Now we're seeing Team Liquid turn things up. We said we weren't worried about them, and boy, we didn't need to be.
And look at that. Battle tracker on the right side. 2 of the remaining 5 teams have 0 eliminations to their name still. Almost unheard of for Sandhawk. Team Liquid just soaking up everything on this outside. And we're talking a duo. Chief has 6 out of 15. Mythic as well, being another big face in the lobby. And doesn't seem like Chief's going to stop just yet. The zone, though. He's going to go for it.
Oh, he sees the open.
There we go.
Did he get the knock?
I didn't see it. Oh, man.
Right at the perfect second, he survived. And now Chief, he's got the first hit. He's going in. Oh, he had to reload.
Yep.
That was sketchy.
Reloaded.
Yep.
1v1 though, Jukes. He's got to
One
go
shot.
for it. That's 12. He loses.
Destroyed All Glory Gaming.
Wow.
Oh, and finally, Mythic finishes it off, but he loses another player. Now it's just Mythic for the team. Gonna go ahead and, does he have any boost? He does. He has plenty. And just the tippy edge of the zone, 16 eliminations. Man, Team Liquid on fire this Sandhawk match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see that the zone shift.
Oh, don't even peek, dude.
Yeah, it pulled to the south side, so he barely had to move in, and there's barely any smokes on Sandhawk. He's able to find himself in, but 2 teams that are right next to each other. We're talking 4v4 on this north side. Loops versus Navy. Latin Kings, Navy. They're a team that we saw a lot, but they've been in the top part of the leaderboard, I think, all the matches here tonight, Jigs.
Well, let's see what happens. I'm surprised that we saw Mythic even take shots because he doesn't want to bring any attention to himself here. And now all eyes are on him. Both the Latin Kings and Loops want to take out Mythic's position, and he does. So Mythic goes down. Now it's the last 2 squads remaining. Rafina, wide on the open. He's dancing. Oh, he gets knocked.
Yeah, but look at that. Both teams fighting for the hillside. They just cleared, and
great shots.
Nino clutches it. They lost the opening initial, but they're turning it around. Loops. They only have 2 eliminations to their name, but it's a 2v3 spot. Make that 1v3. Pull up on the hillside. They're clutching it up. Huge win for the Loops roster. Winner, chicken dinner on Santa.
Looking good. Luke showed up big time there. Team Liquid woke up finally. The leaderboards are going to shake up on Sandhawk just like they always do. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, Navy as well. I really want to get Taylor's side of it because I don't feel like we've really seen that roster too much. But since you pointed it out last time we brought it to the desk, Navy's been up on the leaderboard a lot here tonight, Taylor.
Yeah, not bad, right? Super happy with today. I am, because you have Loops now who have been okay. You know, we've seen them fight out against 9Z. That was, I believe, on game number 1 or game number 2 when those containers. They've been a conversation throughout at least mid-game, you know, oftentimes a little bit into late game, but never as much as this game number 3, or game number 4, excuse me, to finish in first place with 6 eliminations. You mentioned Latin Kings x Navy Seals. Second place in game number 1. Don't get as many eliminations as they probably wanted. I want to say around 5 or so. But yeah, another second place finish on Sandhawk. They've proven a relative consistency on both Erangel as well as Sandhawk now, which is always a wonderful thing. You've got teams like Loops, Latin Kings, Navy Seals, All Glory Gaming, who's been in the conversation. Team Queso doesn't finish off too bad. VIP, by the way, Hot Jukes, 10 eliminations, 7th place. You know, the placing could have been better, but I mean, they come off the back of a first place and Erangel with 2 eliminations. Now they get 10. I really do think this is a sleeper team.
I mean, that was huge. That was huge, right? They got the chicken dinner, no eliminations. It's not my favorite game to watch. A team, you know, just kind of get given a game, but they'll take it all day long. But right off back to back, they said, nah. That wasn't luck, baby. We're going to put in some work here to show you that we could get those eliminations. And they got 10, a very difficult feat, especially at in this kind of tournament. Any kind of time you get double digits, you got to get hyped.
Without a doubt, but come on, the big talking point has to be Team Liquid. We called them out. Where have they been? Last place with 4 total points going into the 4th game. 46 points down from Team Queso, who was in first with 50 points. Sandhawk rolls around. I'm highlighting Alpha7. They're rivals from last season. Team Liquid says, no, hold my drink, man. I'm going in. And Enigma, 16 total eliminations, 3rd place finish.
Yeah, I mean, they had the wipe on NRG at the start. They had that full send play from Alpha7. They hit a full wipe, only having 2 players alive. And when they took that engagement with Team Queso, that was a 2v4. They got 2 opening knocks on the hillside. Team Queso maybe getting a bit lackadaisical, and then afterwards being able to clutch it up into the top 3. Yeah, maybe he could have gotten top 2 if he played a little bit more passive, but those double-digit eliminations, especially for a squad like Team Liquid, that's not something you can joke around.
Ooh, yeah, you're happy, Hot Jukes, right? If you're Loops, you get 16 total points. Team Liquid, obviously, with 21. Imagine if they get first.
Oh, man. I mean, that's crazy. The leaderboards, like I said, they're going to shake up big time. And I was like, if there's any match that we're going to see Team Liquid just bounce back, it's going to be on Sandhawk. That's exactly what they did. Did I expect them to do 16 eliminations? No. Right? But, oh, man, am I happy to see it.
And that match is, I believe, Team Queso from map number 1 with 16 total eliminations. So, again, who will be the team to apex? Right, from last place. I wonder if we get a total stake, because I'm curious. Yeah, right. By the way, shout out to the last place team, right, for playing as well as they did. Who would have expected that, right? Come on. Great job.
Just leave out the Team Liquid part. Just leave out the Team Liquid part for that one.
If you leave that
hype it up a bit
just say
more.
last place team, right?
Let the last place team just out of nowhere gets 3rd place, 16 eliminations. Alpha7 with 4, a relatively lower game. Let's take a look at our overall, though. See where everybody stands. Team Queso should still be holding on the first. They do, 58. So they've got a great lead. But the big talking point is Team Liquid go from last place up to 8th. So 25 points. Very well done from them. That puts them in the running now. They're within striking distance of catching up even to 2nd place. First place still a little bit out there, Hot Jukes. But 2nd place, very doable by the end of the next 2 games.
Absolutely. And main thing is they're 2 points behind, their rivals, Alpha7. So they're on the hunt. They're on the hunt. But I like what I've seen so far today. Loops has shown up. Influence Rage has been mighty consistent here. And, you know, you got NRG Galaxy in third with the least amount of placement points, pretty much almost this whole entire page. So they are fragging out of their minds. 2 more matches left to go. It's anyone's game.
It is. Loops, TKS, ex-Navy will move up, so they'll be in 4th and 5th respectively. We do have a little bit of or some moving pieces on this next page, mainly teams dropping down to the second page. Twisted Minds might be one of them, and that's the reason why his Team Liquid jumped up to 8th place from 16th. But All Glory Gaming, you know, they just keep on chugging. You know, they're not having the greatest games, but they're doing just fine enough to, you know, move up a little bit of place here and there on the second page, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, my main talking point, I gotta point out, I said it last game, Team Liquid, they didn't have any placement points going into that. They shot up the leaderboard heavily. Now I'm looking at the bottom 8. Inco Gaming is the last team now to have 0 placement points on the day. So hopefully with Inco Gaming, if we're able to see them, you know, win that early engagement like they've done, it seems, these last few games, they need to start getting that later part of the stages, because that Sandhawk game, I get it, you know, All Glory Gaming holding you, but we had 3 other games outside of that. We got to be putting points up everywhere on the board, not just one squad wipe a match.
I agree. Yeah,
I believe it was Loops. Loops ended up in game number 1 picking up a squad wipe on 9Z and didn't do anything after that point. So you think about one squad wipe, simply not going to be enough. You've got to definitely do more. I'm excited, though, for Team Liquid. I am, you know, for them to jump up to 8th place. They're angry. Team Queso is in first. They're like, what? What is going on? What is that? Everybody's doubting us. Everybody's saying we're not the team that we used to be, that first place team. And, well, now they're looking all right. But we do up into Miramar coming up next, Hot Jukes, and that's going to be fun. Team Queso returns to a map where they got first place just a little bit ago. We're going to take a quick break. That's 4 maps down, 2 more to go. Miramar is going to be coming up next. As we do head into break, though, we had Sarpatch on site. He had a chance to talk to NRG's Fate before their game number 3.
All right, match 3 done, and here we are again with Fate. Fate, I was sitting next to Coach J7, and he was saying that he was happy. He told you guys 2 things. Try to third party, watch out for third parties, and try to clean the borders while watching the third party being more aggressive like that. He said he was happy with the match. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. I'm pretty happy also seeing my teammates being confident. They're calm. They're not nervous. You know, my expectations for them are, you know, pretty high. So I'm really glad we did well. We third party, like J7 said. We kept an eye on the kill feed, and yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna say bye-bye already because they're saying you gotta go. This is fast right here, okay? Congratulations. Keep going like that. I'm very happy that you guys are feeling good and confident, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, bro. Let's go.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, Day 1. We are 4 maps in, and the leaderboard is shaking up quite a bit. Team Liquid is making a phenomenal run from 16th place now to 8th. How far will they continue to go? Meanwhile, Alpha7 is on page number 2. Will they break into top 8 after the next 2 games have concluded? Team Queso leads with 50 points. They are actually, I think 58. They are looking on fire. They've been looking great all day. We're hopping into map number 5, which is going to be back on Miramar. And last time we were on Miramar, it was Team Queso who took the win. So the rich might get richer. But I would be remiss, Hot Jukes, if I didn't bring up the wonderful fight in Ruins, okay? We wanted to see it. You said you would be a fan of X Factor if they went Ruins. They did, but it didn't go the best for them anyways.
Yeah, I said that I would feel like they're going to be unstoppable if they drop Ruins and win the fight. They lost. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, X Factor's not looking good, dude. It hurts to say. I mean, they have a lot of potential. We know that. But like I said, I think this is a big rebuild year for them.
Sure.
It just comes to like their fight sense. You can just see like where they're positioning their players. They just don't look as connected as some of these other teams. Because, I mean, we've seen squads, I think, night and day difference from last season, right? Team Queso going nuts. NRG, right? A super aggressive, winning crazy fights. So, I mean, I think that the skill cap just keeps getting better and better every single one of these tournaments we see.
Without a doubt, and that's just a work ethic, and that's something we've talked about Enigma for our North American teams, the difference in work ethic from North America to Brazil to Latin America to, you go to like some of the top dogs in the world, Mongolia, right? They just put in so much work, time, and effort to be the best of their craft. In North America, well, they haven't done that as much. In this case, obviously, X Factor could be one. The only team that, is outstanding at the moment is NRG Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, but we can even point them out for the most part. It's, a lot of our players, it seems, maybe they do schooling or stuff like that. If we're looking at other regions, this is their job. This is their life. They are so invested in the game that they full-fledged every ounce of their body to understand the game. And that's how you get the likes of Alpha7 winning Esports World Cup. That's how you see the likes of Team Liquid dominating consistently as a squad. So when we look at our NA talent, yeah, maybe we put in similar hours, but I think the mindset is the biggest thing, that biggest hump, that hurdle we have to go over as a region. And fortunately for us, when we have tournaments like PMSL Americas, that's such a huge driving force because we're talking a month-long LAN event against the best of the best, against the best region who just won Esports World Cup.
Yes.
You've got to grasp the opportunity or else it'll slip right through your fingers.
Which, let's touch on that, Hot Juice, because I'm actually super proud of that. Going into that event, I remember asking Alpha7 Team Liquid, how would they do? How would they do at the Esports World Cup on the main stage? Mongolia, China, got a ton of attention. We were like, oh, they'll do fairly well to be middle of the pack. Alpha7 wins it. You said they couldn't even believe it when you were looking at their faces. I mean, seriously, how monumental is that for Alpha7 to win Esports World Cup?
I literally just saw them just staring into the sky. It's so monumental. I saw Carrillo smile. That's how much it meant to these guys.
Yeah.
He was smiling ear to ear for the first time. At first I was like, no, we gotta do the Carrillo pose with the jersey, just like this.
Right, just straightforward, deadpan.
But this time they finally won it, and it was just so surreal. Just like we're champions now. We're world champions, which was so huge for them. But like what we heard Enigma say earlier, these Brazilian teams, especially, this is their hometown. Right? So they want to show up in front of their fans more than everybody else. So yeah, North American teams definitely have a lot more work to do than some of these squads. And, I got the chance to talk to the coach for Team Liquid, Twisted Minds. These guys were showing up in Saudi, a week or before the tournament started, and they were already practicing, ready for that tournament here. And I'm sure it's going to be similar here in Brazil. So all these other squads, I'm very impressed to see the progress that we've seen. At the end of the day, it's about who could keep that consistency, because this is a long tournament. It's a marathon, not just a sprint.
It is a marathon. You got to be on your toes. And Hot Chicks, right back at you just real quick. So in terms of Americas now as a region, we weren't taken as seriously, it seemed anyways, before Esports World Cup and before the victory of Alpha7. Where do we now rank in the global standings now after Esports World Cup, before and after?
Not good. Yeah,
Really?
not good.
Still
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good?
Well, I mean, I will say
Well, dang.
North America, right?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
America's in general very
America's in
high
general.
because of Brazil, right?
Right.
Brazil has shown to be a ridiculous powerhouse in the PUBG mobile scene. Alpha7 winning that one, they beat the best of the best, right? So if they could do that again come PMGC time, it's over. Like America's is the #1 region without a doubt. So
Okay.
I think we need to see a little bit more from some of the other regions outside of Brazil, you know? And one thing that really gets me excited is if we're going to see a North American team pop off, I expect that from our partnership team, right?
Ooh, yeah, sure.
And NRG Galaxy is the partnership team going into this tournament, and they are performing the best, which gets me really, really excited.
It gets me excited too because Enigma Energy Galaxy last season, I should say, I finished 11th place. They were just behind that of Hyper, who was the best North American team out of the 4 that competed during the spring season. NRG Galaxy is a big organization to represent. I know they were super excited to come into the scene, especially both NRG and Galaxy portion, but. For them to be a partner team, for them to be performing as well as they are, I mean, we're talking potentially a life-changing career. There's 5 spots available for PMGC based off of this fall season. NRG Galaxy is looking realistically, at least off the start, to be one of those teams going into it.
Yeah, I mean, and if, Titan Gaming, who's now Inco, is fumbling like they kind of are day one off the bat, there's a bit of a point gap when you look at the PMGC points. I know we won't really touch too much up onto that until that last week of the tournament, when we can start really getting the numbers crunched by people behind the scene. But NRG, if you were to finish in that top placement, that top 5 like they are tonight, I mean, there is a good chance that you'll be able to secure yourself qualification to PMGC, because it's not always just this tournament. It's what comes afterwards and how you view yourself as a team of, hey, are we able to reach that stage? Thankfully, with having the likes of J7 coaching and Spec playing, they've made it to that end stage before at the end of the year. Hopefully the rest of the players are able to kind of absorb their mindset and really say, hey, we're aiming for PMGC, not just America's.
Well, and the same can be said for Twisted Minds, Hotchukes, a great organization, a massive organization that's been making huge waves as of recently, especially because of the Esports World Cup. You had Team Falcons and then you had Twisted Minds. Those were the 2 home teams, 2 home organizations. Obviously this time, EMEA, Brazil. But, talk to me about that organization playing in Americas and what it means, you think, to that org and to the players themselves.
Means everything to these guys. I mean, I saw them in the players lounge after the tournament. They were disappointed. They wanted to do a lot better than they did before, but at the same time, you can see on their face that the hunger, the drive, right? They're going to go and just start putting in some work immediately the second they got home. And, especially getting a chance to meet their coach in person, Dadino. I didn't realize that was the coach for the squad. And for those of you guys that don't know, right, this was one of the original Loops members. He was playing right next to Carrillo back in Dubai days, right? So this guy is very experienced. He has a lot of passion for this game, and I expect big things for Twisted Minds. It's just a few little missteps that they have, a couple little miscommunication problems. If they're able to kind of get that dialed in, they're going to be a solid team here in this tournament. They can easily rank top 5.
Well, even with the issues that you point out, right, they're still in 9th place, sitting at a total of 25 points, I believe it is. They're not far behind from Influence Rage. I mean, it's only a 10-point gap. Very doable for them to obviously come up at this point in time. And if you think about it, Team Liquid is tied with them at 25. So you could put them at least in the same, regime as Team Liquid, at least at the moment. I understand Team Liquid and what they've done and what they've accomplished, but like to see they've done a lot, but hey, I'm gonna try them up at least off of 4 maps, right? That's all I got, anyways, from this point. But
I mean, it's a good thing, because that's crazy. like literally in one game, that's almost all the points. It's wild.
It is pretty wild. They had 4 points. They now said it, so they got 21-point game. If they continue to pull that off, they'll be just fine. Obviously, the biggest surprise is Team Queso. Actually, no, the biggest surprise would be NRG Galaxy, followed by TKS and X and Navy. Those would be the 2 biggest surprises, because those are rosters Enigma we didn't even really cover too much outside of NRG Galaxy, but this Navy SEAL team came out of nowhere.
I mean, at least they're showing up. It's worse if you're that new namesake team and you don't get that chance to even be on that front page. Now, obviously, it's the first day. You really need to just perform well at the start to get your name up there on the list. But with it being 20 days, 120 games, I mean, it's going to be tough for us to be saying that later on. But these teams, for the most part, you're wanting to make sure you're getting that recognition, because it's all about you being able to get your name out there and making a name not only for yourself, but your organization you represent.
Well, Intense Game is representing their organization, currently sitting in 12th place, 11 points. They're on the second page, but they're a team that has a lot of determination, and they want to make it to the top. Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Remix from Intense Gaming. Let's hear what they had to say.
Well, guys, match 2 is done. Here we are with Remix from Intense Gaming. Bro, a good match. 7th place or somewhere there. And good 2 first matches, getting some points and getting through. Buenas primeras partidas, sacando algunos de puntos, quedaron en una posición. ¿Cómo se están sintiendo?
Nos estamos sintiendo bien, obviamente nos estamos adaptando al tipo de juego, algo nuevo para nosotros y obviamente la experiencia pues nos pone un poco nerviosos y unos jugadores pues que otros, pues uno tiene su presión y cosas, pero es el primer día obviamente.
It's the first day where some of the players are feeling the pressure of being on their first time on stage, but they're feeling okay, they're feeling good, and they think they're going to do better. Bro, after these 2 matches, do you think that those first matches jitters or nerves are going to go away? How do you think you're going to face the next matches? ¿Cómo crees que van a ser las próximas partidas? ¿No? Ya pasamos estas 2 primeras, ya de repente te calmas un poquito, ¿crees que se va a ir mejorando eso?
Sí, pienso que nos va a ir mejor, obviamente es a lo que uno se suelta, a lo que uno va adaptándose también a lo nuevo, pero sí nos va a ir a mejor y siento que mientras uno coja confianza va a ir súper bien.
Yeah, you just have to get loose, have to get used to this, get some confidence, and we're gonna do better. Let's do better, bro. Thank you very much. Let's go back.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 1. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. It seems like all issues have been resolved, and we're about to go into game, so let's send it, baby. It's map number 5. We've seen 4 completed so far. Miramar is where we head into once again. Last time we were on Miramar, Team Queso gets a victory with 8 total eliminations. Twisted Minds just behind them, followed by Alpha7. 3 teams that are doing quite well. Twisted Minds, another great game here would be wonderful. They might jump above Team Liquid, get to the first page for the first time today, but it's up to them to decide how well they do and how well they don't do. Hot Jukes Enigma, let's get Game 5 started.
Let's get it started. Vamos. Here we go. A beautiful plane path here for this wonderful sunny Miramar day. Right down the center, going north to south. We're going to see Alpha7 be able to head to El Pozo. They love to be able to get that drop off the rip, so we know they're going to be looted out the teeth. Are we going to see any hot drops here, Enigma?
I think the only thing I remember from last Miramar was something going on in Los Leones, but they didn't even really fight off drop. It just happened to be split looted and they fought off rotation. But with it being on a stretch, those teams, if all 3 of them choose to go there, we're talking only a few roads for you to go for those sort of vehicle spawn drops. But seems right now we're actually going to have a fight off rip. What is this? Intense Gaming versus All Glory Gaming, taking the fight in what appears to be an apartment building. This is the scramble at the start, Jukes. Who's going to get the weapons and who's going to get the armor? It's a bit of a double barrel action going on. AGG, they're scrambling to back up. This is going to be on the center of the map with the zone shifting off of them. IG, they have the player isolated out, but the problem is this off angle is so strong from the roof, you can't just really push out in the open.
AK. AK. Yup, that'll do it. I'm telling you, that's the gun to find early on. It's so strong. And man, neither of these teams can afford any losses, but Hayuya is going to get thirsted early. Poppy Sour has the Tommy gun. He gets it with the hip fire. Can he get another though? That's the question. Going for the reload. Cancels it. Wow, very hard commit. Almost, he predicted the amount of shots that dude had left perfectly, but wasn't able to get that finish.
Oh my god.
Beautiful assist though from Poppy Sour.
I mean, you never expect that to happen, Jukes. The player runs up the stairs, 1 HP, and it's just, you don't really realize. I think he was given the comm of, hey, you know, there's a player going upstairs in the main billboard, and AGG player completely lost in the 1v2, getting shot in the back. So IG able to even up the fight a little bit. AGG still in my mind. They're able to dodge the nade from Remix. They should be able to ISO out Poppy Sour, but with it being an off drop, Jukes, it's all about what you got and what you don't got. And I'm hearing a lot of bandages get used.
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, we heard from Remix a little earlier, right? Beautiful interview there with Star Patch. And he said that, you know, hey, we got a little bit of those initial nerfs. Hopefully they're starting to shake off now. And it's hard to shake them off when you're dealing with hot drop situations. Poppy Sour is completely holding down this roof. Right now, it's going to be up to Remix or Guapo to get some kind of crazy knock from across the way. They got to be very careful, though, here. One wrong peek, and you are done for.
Yeah, I think AGG's got to realize that he could be on the roof. And look at that, 7 actually looking for it. The pre-fire comes out, nothing connecting. 1v3 spot, but he pushed towards their side of the building. 1v3'd out. Intense Gaming now. Remix forcing himself up. He's actually taken a bit of the secret way up into the building. There's these holes on this edge of it. AGG might not have recognized it just yet. Seeing the gun peek a little bit. And Intense Game, I mean, they had the even up on it at one point, but just getting isolated out. And look at this. I mean, they're actually sending it into him. The jump shot. 1v2 now.
AK.
Oh my.
AK
not
so
clutching
strong.
It. Guapo,
where are you? Guapo, where are you? Run.
Run.
Just run in there.
He's got to go in, yeah.
He should have been in already. Yeah. Unfortunate there. So Intense Game, man. Gonna have to shake off those butterflies another game because this one did not start out the way they hoped.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice from Poppy Sour to clean it up a bit and that early loss on the first floor of the building, but unfortunately, no support if he peeks their side of the building. You can see it, Guapo, they have the roof side from the southern edge, but if you're playing on the north, there's zero support from your squad. So AGG is still able to play as a squad, recognizing where they can kind of peek around, and ultimately for them getting the 3 eliminations. Now, we have been pretty close, Jukes, tonight with seeing people hit 1v3s or 1v4s, but in this situation, I'm not seeing it likely for Intense Game.
Not looking good at all. One more game left to go. Last chance to be able to put up some points on day number 1, but I mean, Intense Game not looking good here. Guapo, last player up, holding the angle. Gonna have to do a miracle here.
He's trying to bait with the smoke, taking that sort of sound cue, hesitating them up the stairs, but at some point,
he's leaning. He's left leaning, so they're gonna see him.
Yeah, he's trying to get a bit of an.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Give him the shoulder. He gets one almost low, but and more BM. We've seen it on Sandhawk and stuff, Jukes, and I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing. Start sending the message early to these squads.
Yeah, I don't know why he was left leaning like that in the open. Oh, Rebel going up against Furia. He's pretty isolated. He has to be careful here.
This is his mountain. Last Miramar, he caught off that 9Z player, I believe, rotating in front of him, but him missing the shots there, plainly on the Furia player, not what you want to see, but They did pull back a bit. They're not going to engage too hard on this. And this is actually going to be the center of zone just south of El Pozo, where it ended previously. And these squads, I think they kind of recognize that, hey, this is the first zone. Let's not get too overzealous with ourselves, and let's just take a bit of a breather.
I'll say one thing. If Revo missed those shots were meant to be missed. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, shots that weren't missed, though, was this. Yeah, I mean, Tommy gun, Poppy, Sour. Look at this. He almost could have gone for that knock there, but choosing to go for that upstairs play, keep the mayhem happening, and it results in him getting that back-end shot. And this is the part where it kind of fell apart for Intense Game, not peeking on his team's side, leaving it up to 1v3s on each of them, and he can only do so much with the UMP.
Yeah, Guapo trying to challenge it, not able to get it done. So Intense Game out early. All Glory Gaming, 4 eliminations to their name. They did lose 1 player, so that's gonna hurt. But at this point, yeah, I think you could definitely afford to take those eliminations for sure. Revo up on top of his hill. No one's messing with it. Furia backed off completely. I don't blame him. This is still extremely early. You want to avoid these engagements, I think, at all costs.
Yeah. And with it being centered, it could shift anywhere. Maybe they will fight later on, but we can see it at the top, right? We got a minute of people getting feelers out, whether it's on the edge or in the zone. Listen, I mean, Alpha7 still finding their setup in the zone. They're not even condensed down at all. A lot of these teams I'm seeing on the map to my side, I'm looking at X-Force and stuff like that. They're starting to rotate in close. It's just, are you able to recognize that these spots are already taken, or will you fall in the spider's web?
Yeah, if you've done your homework, you know that this is a mountainside we got to be very careful for. Revo playing it very sneaky, trying to give FS a little bit of false confidence here. He is going to drive away. Zone is closing. This is still stage number 1. Very, very early, folks. So we're going to see quite a few rotations. In my opinion, we're probably not going to see a fight for the next, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's people driving down the road and there's those roadblocks set up, kind of like how Alpha7's doing it on X Factor. Could see some changes, but they actually notice now. They're not going to fall trap to Revo. They're going to actually try to grief his car, pop the tires on, and not let him rotate. But with the zone shift happening, it actually pulls straight west, Jukes. The edge part where the wall is at, that's in play. And if you're X Factor, you are looking up and saying, thank you, PUBG Mobile gods, because they were in a bit of a precarious spot. Now, look at that on the map. They get free pickings on the zone. Alpha7 as well. Inco Gaming. 2 of the 3 squads there are needing pop-off games. And with a zone shift like that, they might be able to do it.
It's totally possible. This is X Factor's time to shine. You can't ask for a better zone than that. By the way, folks, if you guys are watching that mountainside you see, that is all unplayable. You cannot get up on there. So this zone's a lot smaller than you would think. One team in particular my eyebrow is raised on is NRG. They're all the way down south near Valle del Mar. They got a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 9Z is going to rotate in front of them. Twisted Minds was already in zone on that western edge, and NRG likes making those wraps on the edge of zone, but if you're doing that every game, if you're doing it so late into some of these hard shifts, you're really putting your back against the wall, especially in these early zones, to where, you can't afford to have those early mistakes in those team fights. We've seen it, here and there with NRG. That's why they haven't been able to piece together a win just yet. They're needing to make sure that this game, they're able to find their right moment to get into these zones.
Yeah, I think that rotating late in this blue zone, it requires a lot of luck. You're leaving it to a lot of luck. You're hoping that, your way in is either empty, or if there's players there, you're hoping by the time that you need to drive up, a fight happens right on the edge and you can just easily third party. But if a team is smart and they're holding that edge and just focusing to clear their back first, I mean, you're toast. So
I think it's any map for them, because NRG,
it's a coin flip for sure.
NRG especially, I think it's just, you have that in the back of your mind as an IGL for any of these squads, whether you're Twisted Mind or stuff, of hey, this team, this one specific team always likes to do this, so let's just make sure someone's watching the back, and that's all it needs to be. And some of these squads, as much as NRG plans and they play these out, all it takes is for a team to make that change in tournament play and say, hey, we need to watch the backside. And we could see it, they're coming in a little bit tattered up. Thankfully, they have boosts going and stuff like that, but They're hugging this wall side jukes, and I'm seeing it right in front of them. We'll see it in a sec. Team's already set up waiting for him.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll end up working out. Like I said, it's a big coin flip right now for NRG. The good thing about this side of the map is there's a lot of hills, a lot of rocky sides.
Yeah.
So they might be able to just sneak up on that edge little by little, but they're still going in blind here. If there's a team that's already set up waiting for them, they're going to be in big trouble. Very fortunate, though. 9Z is on the move.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's on the move, so it looks like... Oh, but yeah, just like that, the zone shifts again, and they're going to have to push even further up.
Yeah, I mean, Furia's in front. I could honestly see 9Z just rotating east to that hillside that's open. NRG, I'd like to see a solo driver kind of just sacrifice himself and scout it out, make sure the rest of the team doesn't get eliminated, but looks like a bit of a breathing room. Actually, one of them getting knocked. They weren't expecting it from NRG.
Austin Powers action here.
NRG's going in for action. While that's happening, though, Team Liquid's catching rotation, knocks 2 eliminations onto the Vicious, and oh, the run over!
Wow!
Sends it in. Ayala now trying to clutch up, but he gets knocked, not realizing just yet. I think his teammate actually calling it out. Hey, that player on you, he's knocked. Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Point. I think that was Team Queso giving the knocks, but unfortunately, Reyes isn't able to clutch up down to the solo on Team Liquid. Oh!
Got him!
Easy pickings.
Oh, that was just too good. I'll take that 3-piece all day long.
Yeah. Now,
wow.
Both of them, though, solos. I'm not sure if anyone's going to capitalize just yet, but 9Z is having to feel the wrath of NRG. I'm not sure how many players are up for the squad, but Spec holding the off angle. 24K will be knocked, and I think it's actually a solo on each of these teams. 9Z somehow giving the early knock. Might get a full reset on this south side of zone, Jukes.
Oh, boy. Looking at the circle. It is still in a really, really tough spot here. This next zone, things are going to go crazy.
Oh.
Here comes NRG on the push. Catching 9Z off guard. It's only Aragon. He has to hit a play here. Gets a couple nice shots here, but that vehicle's going to blow up.
Oh.
Aragon's in trouble. And he is done. So NRG... Luckily, able to soak up some nice points. They're going to get a reset here, but they do lose Casper in the process.
Yeah, I think a big play there was Fate just full sending it in, full distraction for Spec. And honestly, Fate, I think he kind of got lost with that last player where he was at, but he played it smart, not over peeking and looking for shots, just trying to bait it towards him. And in the end, the pressure in the 2v1 is going to reign supreme. Now they have 3 players up still. They find a spot, maybe just in the zone, but there's a 4-mana Furia right in front of them.
You can see some scouting from Fate here. He's going to go back to pick up 24K. He's going to eat a lot of damage here.
20
Oh,
seconds
this is still stage 3. This is still stage 3. Wow. So early.
Well, that's what
So the
happens
zone-
with that
yeah.
wall, Jukes. Like you said, it just takes so much. And I don't think we were really expecting this much early fighting such intensely on the edge. A lot of these teams like to rotate around, but seems to be it's just that sort of zone for these squads. And we're still talking 14 teams alive, but with the zone shift, it's going towards Alpha7. These teams on the south, on the west, that tied their trials to it pulling to them is not going to be the case.
What do you think about X Factor, though? Look at their position.
I mean, they have a way in. It's just they need to condense with Havlik. You've got Influence Rage, Alpha7, even Navy looking to take your spot. You got to get in. And Alpha7, they're waiting the waiting game, hoping that teams would rotate in front of them, getting the opening knock. Actually, 2 onto the Luke squad. And, I mean, look at this. Just every angle is exploited. The nade, I mean, that would have been a knock if you didn't close the door. Does blow it off, but now we're trying to see the rest of the squad pull up.
Oh, the thirst.
Pressure from the window. And if you're Mafioso, yeah, you're in a 1v1, but your teammates are just raining down hellfire on your position, providing so much support for the squad.
Yep, and now they realize the position. It's time to start pushing on down and helping their teammate out. They need to clear this area out sooner than later. They're spending too much time here. They're opening the door to third parties, which could happen any second now, and Mafioso goes down. Alpha7 not trying to give up their position. They lose a player.
Yeah, I mean, Mafioso, he went for the nade, but just lost that dodgeball fight. They actually got the reset on that right one-story building. And even the Alpha7, yeah, they got the knock trade on this left side. They lost their player with an elimination. They lost that sort of nail in the side of these people's coffin, and now Alpha7, they're kind of realizing we really should have pushed down the hillside.
Yeah. Tough decision because, you know, when you're in such a dominant spot, you don't want to give it up. You know, and their instincts were saying go down, help their teammate. But the spot was so good that they're like, nah, you know what? We're just going to hold it down for now.
Yeah, and
let's see if it ends up paying off for them. It's a 50-50, right? It could either work out really well, or because at the same time they could have pushed down, a team could have pushed in and wiped all of them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look at them now. They have that compound, but they hear these shots going down. Revo actually completely ISO'd, so he's getting caught off. Alpha7 losing the bag of marbles. Only 2 of them now. They've got 2 eliminations, and, you know, I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt, Jukes, but this game is not looking like their game. Maybe, though, if they get an elimination there, they'll start feeling it, but it's all about can you salvage this situation.
Yeah, McGrellan gets one, and now they're starting to get a little hungry. We're starting to see Alpha7 get a little bit more aggressive, but just a little too late here. Carrillo on the move up front. He's going to have to win this possible 1v1 with Diego. Oh, and Diego's waiting for him. This is dangerous.
Yeah, you might not.
Oh, he heard it. He heard it. Carrillo popped that pin real quick. Diego's in trouble. This could be perfectly named. Oh! It looks good. Oh, that chunked him quite a bit.
Gets the heal, though. I think Carrillo knows.
Molly.
I was debating if he had the idea, but oh, man, the damage, though, from it. Low boy, though, he finally came up the hillside. McGrellan on the tippy top of the mountain, trying to make this 2v2 angle work out. And this is all about how you peek it. Are you going to go and crest the hill, or are you going to try to keep working those sort of side angles? Diego now, he has the nade, trying to find it, does no damage. So Carrillo must be wrapped around a crevice or the mountainside somewhere. And not sure if they know that McGrellan's all the way up top just yet. Oh, they do.
Look at the map. Oh, man. McGrellan has to hold it down from that spot.
I mean,
next zone pops, though, dead center. Loops looking in a very good position here.
Yeah, I mean, that's all about the fight they won against Alpha7. The instant flush out on McGrellan, or excuse me, the player on Alpha7, leaving McGrellan up on the mountain. Extreme Force as well. Are they able to start coming in and start working the mountain, leaving Influence Rage to take this, what might be sort of a suicide fight for these two teams? You've really got to wonder how you're able to rotate into the zone with another squad so close behind you.
Well, let's see what happens. Law's got that nade locked and loaded. Diego goes down to X Factor, and now Alpha7 realizes 2 teams are going against.
Yeah.
How is Carrillo going to play this one out? He's trying to get the push on. Oh, McGrellan gets knocked. He's going to... Ooh, I don't think he wants to go for this reset.
He's got
looking mighty dangerous. Yeah, Carrillo was wide out in the open. He does the turnaround, but just a little too late. Alpha7 are out.
Yeah, but X Factor, they hear the shots. They're actually going to rotate in front of Influence Rage, not allowing them to get the shots, but they didn't realize he could get up top, Jukes. A freebie for Influence Rage. Baton and Capri's forced to play underneath their thumb. And for a squad like this, I know X-Force didn't have too much of I guess, performance today, but this is your moment. You have to salvage this fight in some way.
Yeah, let's see what they can do here. Little boy is on the push. It's only 2 players for Influence Rage. X Factor have 5 eliminations. This could be their big bounce back game. They're still out of zone, though, and it's closing. This is stage 5. This circle's going to hurt. So X Factor, I mean, at what point are they going to give up this passiveness? They have to take some risk at some point.
Yeah, and FSS isn't even with them, Jukes. He's all the way down south, so this is just another, like, split 2v2 the squad's choosing to make, and it's all going to come down to how you play it out. A bit of shots going down, but great stuff out of the veteran player that is Capri's, getting both eliminations. That's going to be 7 eliminations now for the squad, and with the positioning, luckily for them, you're asking the question of if you choose to go for it. Luckily, that fight worked out in their favor.
They had no choice. They had to take that fight, especially with zone coming on in. There was no way they were going to move downwards with any safety at all. So
yeah.
FS now is going to be pushing up solo. This split so far working out for them. 7 eliminations. FS is going to try to group up with this team or stay split. So many decisions to make. Meanwhile, you got VIP, man. VIP holding on. These guys got some good eliminations in the last game. They won a game today. And you can see them. They're in a good spot. They're just holding it down, playing it passive. But you know what? It's all about that consistency.
Yeah, I think all the action was just on this west side again. They do have 4 players up, but 0 eliminations to their name. We do see on the battle tracker, though, on the right, Furia picking up 5 eliminations in some way. All Glory Gaming having 4 to their name as well. So these teams, you know, some of these wild card factors, I guess you could say, not Team Liquid's and Alpha7's, being able to put up consistent eliminations in some of these games.
Yes, they are. And you can see this next zone centers up once again. Loops in a good spot. You got Team Liquid, Solo, still alive. VIP holding it down in the best position as a full squad. Looking real good. But hey, don't count out Team Queso. These guys have been on fire today. They've been a little bit quiet due to their position. But one good fight is all it takes for you to put this game into your favor.
One thing I'm looking at, though, this southwest side, Inco Gaming still alive. I'm not sure if they have all 4 up. Looks like they lost one on the rotation, but this could be a big game for them if they could make it into the next circle. Unfortunately for them, Furia might be battling them for that spot and zone. And Team Queso, they're the team where if you give them space like this, they're able to start working with it. 4 players alive. Some of these teams are looking pretty deadly, Jukes.
Yes, they are. An active full laydown right now. Inco playing it very, very carefully. Furia on the move. Nenebete trying to catch X Factor out. Not able to do so. Meanwhile, 24K, last player up for NRG. They have 4 eliminations. He's mighty happy with this shack.
Yeah.
That is his shack. He's made all the payments for it, and he ain't moving. Down goes Team Liquid.
Yeah, we knew Team Liquid was going to go down eventually. I believe it was just a solo holding this building down. So nice effort from them, but 0 placement points for that squad. They had 0 going into the Sandhawk, and unfortunately not picking up any more. But look at this, Baton just sending it up onto Vicious, getting the nade, and it's down to Caprice. He's got the DBS, though. Every engagement we've seen, Jukes, where it's DBS versus UMP, the shotgun reigns supreme. And now, even though they won the fight, they're getting full sent by loops, potentially. Gotta be able to apply pressure.
Holding down that open door because of that smoke. And Caprice will get that res off. Gonna go try to res his other teammate as well from across the way. Oh, here comes the smoke.
Okay.
Yeah, he should get this res off. He does. Yeah, so good little reset there for X Factor.
I like the pressure, though. Loops, they won that early compound engagement, and they immediately went to apply pressure. But the IGL, at the end of it, he's got the last say. We're not going to push this. Let's see how the zone shifts. Inco Gaming, they're kind of playing this like Team Queso, right on the edge where their compound was at. Not too many eliminations for either of those squads, but this next shift is really going to play a factor to these squads. And with it being stage 6, coming stage 7, Jukes, you're not able to eat that blue zone anymore. You got to make the plays, and you got to do it now.
Team Queso with a beautiful wrap. They're able to stay in the game here into this next circle. Where is it going to pop, though? Is it going to center up once again? We got 2 more circle shifts, and then the zone will go down into nothing. Let's see what happens here. Is Team Queso going to use that ridge line to their big advantage? VIP have not left that building, and they have no reason to. Next zone, 5 more seconds will pop. And if the zones does center up, I think Team Queso, I don't know if they should have made those shots at all. Yeah, it does center up. At a certain point, they're going to have to send it on to VIP here.
I'm not sure if they're going to send it. Yeah, I think they either send it to Furia or they go north, because AGG's a duo. They're pinned on the hillside here. Look, they can't even peek the rocks, Jukes. My only question is I'm not sure if they can get fully on top of the hillside. It actually looks like Loops is making their wrap that way. So Team Queso, Inco, those are the 2 teams we're looking at. Obviously, there's the NRG solo, but we're counting them out on this next zone shift. These 2 squads, though, especially Inco, needing to be putting points up on the leaderboard.
Let's see what Team Queso does. I don't think there's I think there's a 0% chance they go up this hill. It is so covered. Like, I think they're gonna have to just wrap, maybe send it on the Furia, and just hope for good luck. Let's see what happens.
Cool.
No way they go north. Yeah, no way.
Man.
No way.
The send.
Yep, they said never mind. We're gonna go ahead and head it right on to VIP here. And they get a lot of damage in the process. VIP with a great stiff arm. Milos dealing with the pressure from behind. It's going to be too strong.
Yeah, I mean, we got Cold Goat.
Cold Goat!
Able to get one. The Mayhem's too much, but AGG, Loops, yeah, I mean, you're right, Jukes. Just too many shots raining down on you. And I honestly thought the buggy play was smart. Sacrifice the head guy, but way too many guns. Too smart of play out of VIP. Furia, it looks like maybe able to pick up one or two, but these squads, they're all making plays, and some of them are taking the casualties for it.
What a shot there. That's Inco out of there. X Factor is still in the mix here. Lasting to the end of the game. Showing that, you know what, when it comes to Miramar, we can definitely put in some work. Meanwhile, Loops. Uh-oh. This nade looks good. Real good.
Big.
Gets one. Actually, no, that was on to...
No, he did.
No. Yeah, he did. He did. He catches FS out. And he's going to run back, use that knock to his advantage to get the reset.
Yeah, I was really questioning. FSS was jumping right out into the open. I'm like, oh, man, please don't push this ridge line. And thankfully for him, he didn't. But the nade still connects on the outside of the building. And Lewis, we can see it on the top right, holding a bit of a split, really just trying to anchor down X Factor in this building. And now this is the time. This is the fight where it's do or die on some of these nade connects. And about if you can guess it right, big bank nade, maybe the re-knock. FSS as well getting finished. So we're down to a solo on X Factor. Loops full throttle 3-man into the building, trying to flush him out. Baton, he gets spotted. 1 HP. The nade's not enough. Furia now. Jukes pulling up onto the compound, looking for the third party.
Man, Loops doing a great job here. Rafina with 5 eliminations all by himself. Yeah, he's going to blow up that buggy. Make sure that it's not going to be a problem for later on. And Loops are holding the building. Furia, I'm surprised they didn't get a little bit more aggressive and try to third party that. But at the same time, they don't want to risk getting fourth partied themselves. So they're just going to take all that real estate they have, play it safe, and just try to win it out the hard way.
Yeah, I don't think they realize AGG on the east side is solo, but I mean, you can't blame them. Now they're starting to put the pieces together. 4 players up, you know, there's at least 2 different squads. You're able to piece it together, but I mean, there's still another zone after this. It's actually centered, I think, off the compound towards Silence. So they might just try to weasel them out, wait out the blue zone and really play that late game. But we've seen it time and time again, Juice, especially today in the previous matches. The nade utility usage from some of these players has been phenomenal. So if you're playing for that late game, you got to understand when they're going to start throwing it.
Yeah, when are they going to start throwing it indeed? I think we're going to see this go all the way down to the end, folks. This is stage 8. We're now going to go into stage 9. The zone will start closing down to the center of the map in just a few seconds. So 5 seconds on the clock. All eyes are going to be on All Glory Gaming there. 7 from the bottom could definitely cause havoc for Furia. That nade looks good. Oh, and it does some damage. He has 1 nade left and 1 molly. If he's going to throw it, he's going to throw it in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get a connection. You got to get the knock with it. Only if you have 1. I guess the molly could maybe be your saving grace, but look at this. Imagine if 7 was the one on the roof. He has 6 frag grenades to his name. Kayowski as well, holding the edge. Yeah, he's on the roof, but everyone's going to have to start moving to zone. This might be disastrous for Furia if they get held on the edge. Oh, and here we go. 1v1, Jukes. Who's winning it?
Let's see. 7. Oh, he gets naded himself. He's got to run out. The blue zone's going to do the damage. Yep. That will do it for 7. And you can see the smiles on their faces. Knew that he didn't stand a chance there. Silence. About to make some noise. Ooh, a little bit off the mark there. He's got the P90 though. Can he do some work with it? It's Furia versus Loops. Beautiful nade there. Loops has now opened the fight. And this is an even one here, but they do not have any room to breathe. Furia has all the angles, and they're going to use them.
Yeah, but look at this. No shots connecting yet, Jukes. Loops is still able to play that peeker's advantage on the hill. Kayowski's having to move in as well.
What a shot!
Double headshots, but not being the one to knock. We get the reset on this left side. He's trying to clutch it up for the team. 1 does go down. The MG3 is what you want here, Jukes.
Neil
gets 1, and Loops, unfortunately, not able to piece it together. Furia clutching it out on the hillside.
Beautiful game for Furia. They had the perfect angle there. They had so much real estate, and they used it to their advantage. That's what I like to see from a team like them. And they needed these points big time. So what I like to see is we've seen so many various squads do well here, Enigma, right? So going into the last game, I think there's only a few teams left, Taylor, right? If we see them go off, everybody will have a pretty decent day.
Yeah, you know, honestly, there's been at least 10 teams now. Let's throw in 11 because All Glory Gaming didn't have a bad performance in that one either. So 11 teams have played very well out of the 16, which is polar opposite of what we had during the spring season. I think the teams now understand what this whole tournament series is about. They're now coming in fresh. And let's not forget, a lot of the players now on that very stage competed during the spring season. So they've now got that LAN experience underneath them and the confidence to back that up. So they're a little bit more comfortable than they originally were. And I think it shows. Again, it's more competitive now. Plus, you know, you kind of factor in Alpha7 putting Americas on the map, winning that Esports World Cup. I really do feel that kind of upped everybody's game. They understand this region has a lot to offer, and they now want to be at the top themselves. If Alpha7 can do it, well, so can they. Enigma, Furia, biggest game of the day. We've seen them from time to time when it comes to the stream, mainly them losing fights. You go back to game number 1, they were losing to David, who finished them off with Team Vicious on that Everest Hill fight. This time, they are on Everest themselves on top, 10 eliminations, a big win given the fact that they were in 10th place going into this game with 18 points.
Yeah, last split it was kind of, you know, had to put that fire under their seat of, you know, calling them out, having the poorer performances. But with it being day one, I didn't feel the need to do that. They still had that rhetoric to themselves of, you know, us being 10th place. Yeah, we get it's the first day, but we still need to have our own performance. And in the end there, as much as, you know, Loops play that in a lot of great ways, it ultimately came down to Fury just playing it to textbook perfection. The squad that maybe doesn't have as much name recognition in this PUBG Mobile space, in my eyes, still being a dominant force in the lab.
And you got to give credit to Loops. Obviously, second place, 7 eliminations, Hot Jukes, and the biggest win outside of our top 5 going into game number 5. You know, TKS Navy, NRG Galaxy, Influence Rage, Team Queso, all of them having, you know, less than performance games, or I should say lackluster games than they had before. So now for Loops, out of the top 5, they're the big winners here, and we might see a big shift from 5th to 2nd place.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm telling you, every one of these teams is doing well. We've seen them really utilize their positions. I mean, Loops were at a big disadvantage up on top of this hill, but they still put up a big fight. But at the end of the day, Furia made sure that they could have got that confirmation and got that win. 20 points. Wow. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, much needed. That puts them at around 28 points, which is still just outside of top 5, but more importantly, on page number 1. And, you know, they were kind of going back and forth with the likes of Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, right? So they should surpass them. Loops, again, great job. 13 points. Should put them, I believe, comfortably in 2nd place, just behind that of Team Queso. So good on them. Loops, a roster that has been performing very consistently today. They've been fighting with 9Z for the majority of the first maps, and now they find themselves in a very comfortable spot. All Glory Gaming. But let's shout out X Factor, right?
Yeah.
Enigma, X Factor, North America, 13 points, best game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they were needing to start getting the points eventually. There's no way we're going into this and really just falling under the thumb. And quick shout out, of course, to AGG7, I believe, had 6 of their 7 eliminations that game. So really putting the team in the backpack for that one. But this bottom 8, you know, we're looking at the same names kind of repeating here. I'm looking at Intense Game. I'm looking at 9Z Globant. I'm wanting to see that fire under their seats start getting lighter.
Yeah, in Alpha7 Team Liquid as well. Again, another game that doesn't really go their way. So Team Queso will now have 63 points. I believe getting a total of 5 or 6 points compared to their last game. Hot Jukes is actually nutty that they sit at 44 total eliminations, nearly double of everybody else except Loops.
Unreal. And barely double, right? I mean, that's so crazy. Loops, 23 eliminations. Team Queso, 44. Team Queso has surpassed all of our expectations here in day number 1. Can they keep that same energy, you know, in tomorrow and the following days? That's going to be where my questions are going to be. But at the same time, right? I mean, look at that. Loops jumping to 2nd, Furia to 4th, and VIP still hanging on, right? They had a good, decent game in that last one as well.
Yeah, VIP 4 eliminations, a 5th place finish. We'll move them up to 6th place. Shout out to NRG. They actually sit at 28. So Team Queso, nearly double of everybody except NRG. The 28 eliminations, that's the second highest Enigma, yet they sit in what, like 6th place. Imagine if they start locking it in for those final zones, getting those placement points.
Yeah.
They could truly be a top 3 team.
Yeah, they're one of the only 2 teams on that top 8 that had single-digit placement points. I believe it was 8 and 9 out of 2 of those teams. The rest were in that 11, 12, 13, even 19 range if you're including Team Queso. And these bottom 9 teams, or bottom 8 teams, excuse me, it's kind of that same thing other than All Glory Gaming. Single-digit placement points, and obviously the ones at the very bottom, they got single-digit eliminations as well, which is tough to see. But these squads, I'm really happy seeing a lot of shakeup in this first day. A lot of the names like Team Liquid, Alpha7, maybe not having as much of a pop-off performance, but especially for us guys, since we're the NA sort of talent and stuff like that, I know we're all really happy to see NRG popping off.
Yeah, NRG, X Factor as well moving up. It's not a long jump, Hot Chooks, to go from that second page to the first page, just on normal points, let alone bonus day, right? Bonus day, bonus points starting tomorrow. I'll recap the groups that we have. It's going to be good. Influence Rage, The Vicious, VIP Esports, and X Factor. X Factor has a great game. VIP Esports has been hugely consistent. Tomorrow for their bonus points, I mean, we're looking at 2 rosters that could very well take over the standings.
Absolutely. Today is the last day that we're going to see the standings be truthful for a long time. Right? Yeah, we're going to see nothing but lies for the next week almost, right? Because these double points are going to shake them up big time. And I hope we see teams. I want to see Team Queso, right, on their double points day, have a performance like they did today. I want to see a huge rocket launch.
I think rocket launch is definitely going to happen. I mean, look back at the spring season. The bonus points days were just what's the highest we got, Hot Chooks? Like 100 points.
Oh,
yeah,
which is just imagine who anybody who's able to achieve that would just be absolutely nutty. Hey, that's 5 games down, 1 more game to go. We'll be hopping back into Erangel, which is where we started the day. Erangel's been polarizing, in fact, for so many teams out there. Who's going to have a strong finish? Who will have a weak finish heading in to day number 2? We'll find all that out more when we come back from a break. As we do go to a break, though, Sarpatch is on site with Inabete. Let's hear what Inabete had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Nedebet from Inco Gaming. Bro, some tough matches today you have, or this last match you had a good team fight, but it's been tough. Tell me, how's it going over there with your teammates? Tá meio difícil até agora. Hoje nessa queda pegaram uma boa kill fight, que se ganaram, team fight. Como está o time lá, como se estão sentindo?
A gente não está muito feliz com os resultados, mas foram apenas 4 quedas. Tem muito dia de campeonato, tem mais 2 quedas aí. A gente vai tentar recuperar. A gente não está conseguindo executar nosso jogo, não está conseguindo encaixar as trocações certas, mas pode ter certeza que a gente não está abalado. A gente vai tentar melhorar e vai tentar ir para cima dos caras, vai trocar mais tiro e vai dar bom. Eu confio no meu time.
Things haven't been going the way that they wanted to go. But they're not worried because there's only been 4 matches. They're gonna continue fighting, continue practicing to get better, and you can trust that they will get better and everything will be fine. Sir, thank you very much. Best of luck to you and all the team. All right, thank you. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day 1. The final map of the day is about to be underway. We're hopping back into Erangel, where we started off. We've seen it twice today. We've had two different winners. First, it was Influence Rage, and then it was VIP. Hot Jukes coming out of nowhere, taking the win, and it was a close one. Influence Rage, though, had the biggest game with 10 total eliminations. So, for all intents and purposes, Hot Jukes, seems Influence Rage on Erangel, they're the most dominant team when it comes to the fall season.
Yeah, so far, for sure. The problem is, though, we're seeing teams all over the place start to perform better, right? So at this point, last game of the day, it's anyone's game. It is, and I think that you want to be on top. I think we're going to see Team Queso on top at the end of the day. They just performed so well. But, I mean, what happens if they have another, peak performance here? Rest of the week should just look like gravy to them, right?
Right. Well, I mentioned peak performance, 16 eliminations, third place in game one, which was one of the top outstanding games of the day, Enigma, outside of Sandhawk for Team Liquid, who matched that energy with 16 total eliminations. Could very well be seeing an 80-plus point day for the team of Team Queso. They already sit at 44 eliminations. I mean, this is a standout day you would expect from a team like Alpha7 or a team like Team Liquid. No, but Team Queso very clearly on top.
I think it shows that a lot of these teams, they've gotten that experience now from the last split coming in. They're showing, hey, we can have our pop-up performances as well as those consistent maybe 5-6 point games. The other likes of the teams like Intense Game and stuff like that, maybe because they're a little bit more inexperienced, they're not able to get those 2, 3, 4 point games on their poorer games of the day. It's just showing that a lot of this lobby, the returning players, at least the returning organizations and teams, they're putting that experience to good use and preventing the likes of Team Liquid and Alpha7 of soaking up so many points.
There's $220,000 on the line, but Hot Chicks, let's not forget we also have those weekly prizes as well. Right. We got the week 1 top fragger, which was all about Alpha7 Revo last season. You also have the week 1 best performing team. Both of those netting you, if you were to achieve both of them, $880 for your roster. That's some good spending money over in Sao Paulo.
Absolutely. And I wonder how the rest of the week's going to go. That's what I'm really excited to see, because we've seen the double points now. This is going to be our second time seeing it. So I wonder if we're going to see some different strategies. Our team's going to now, maybe not, I don't think they're going to hunt down squads during their double days, but if they get a finish on a player, are they going to take extra initiative to kind of hurt them on their double points day? I think that's what I expect. But hopefully we can see just some changed up strategies rather than just the tried and true stuff we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, because on your double points day, what do you switch up? What do you do differently? For Team Queso, obviously they've got everybody's number, and it's not like Enigma that they've been cruising, taking down the bottom teams. They've been taking down Alpha7. They've gotten into tussle with the muscle with Team Liquid. They've kind of had the ring, which nearly every single team, all 16, or I should say all 15 other teams excluding themselves.
Yeah, it just shows they've done their homework on everyone, not just the top teams in the lobby. And if you're that Team Queso fan and stuff like that, obviously you don't want them to get focused. And Hot Chicks, I think, said it perfect, where it's not teams really per se getting focused on their double point days. But if you get a knock and a thirst on someone, I think you should be that team that really starts putting extra pressure on those other teams and stuff like that that are on their double points days, to make sure that you're able to prevent points themselves while keeping yourself up on the leaderboard.
Well, let's take another look at the standings and see where everybody lies. Our top 5 switched up quite a bit after that last game, and you'll see that represented here. Loops takes over second place. Furia also jumping up in the top 5. VIP getting eliminations on this list outside of Team Queso, but the lowest placement points out of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, that's so crazy to see here. I mean, these performances have been back and forth from all these teams, and except for Team Queso, who just had the greatest games we've seen so far, and they've been consistently putting up some points no matter what. So at the end of the day, it is the last game. I think you got to put it all on the line, and it's tough. I mean, this is their first day at LAN. Their bodies are not ready to be sitting and playing in the with cameras in their face for this long. So sometimes we definitely see that, fatigue start to play a little bit towards the last game. But, considering that we're going to have nothing but double points days coming up here for the rest of the week, I think you got to put it all on the line and just finish strong.
Yeah, for NRG Galaxy, I hope they do. Imagine if they can get the eliminations they've been getting, but finish off with the winner chicken dinner. I mean, the sky's the limit, quite literally. And it's not that far-fetched for them to jump up the second place. After all, it's only, what, a 6-point difference between them and then also Loop Esports at 42 points. Very, very doable. Chat, let us know. You're looking at the standings. What are you thinking about it? What's the biggest surprises? You know, if you talk about the Titans, Alpha7 in 7th, okay, we'll take that. But if you look at the second page, Team Liquid at 9th, right? Only a total of 27 points. And mind you, the bulk of that 27 points comes from one game, and that was their 16 elimination win on Sandhawk, which is only played once. The bread and butter maps, Farengaro, Miramar, have just truly not gone well from them. All Glory Gaming, I think on this page, outside of X Factor, All Glory Gaming to me, Enigma, is the most exciting team, 9th through 16. Their placement points have been great. They've been consistent. They just haven't been consistently high scoring, but they've been consistent for what All Glory Gaming is, at least on day one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just how these zones kind of played out. We saw a lot of these hard Western shifts just repeated, and maybe they stuck to that sort of same game plan, and they were able to get those placements because they made it in the previous map. Why not play that same rotation? Unfortunately for them, the eliminations maybe just didn't really come their way. Hopefully, though, if you're a team where, you know, you've got NRG above you, you've got 6 more placement points or whatever it was above them, you should be in that top 8. You shouldn't be letting the eliminations dictate you this much. And in my personal opinion, when it comes to that top 8, I'm expecting at least you to be in double digits for the placement points. If I'm seeing a single digit up there, I really kind of question the other teams on capitalizing them getting into the late game like All Glory Gaming, but not really capitalizing when it matters most.
You know, one team that could capitalize here is 9C. Knock Loops off their pedestal in that battle in Pachinki, which we've at least saw for sure in map number 1. I don't know if we necessarily saw it the second time Erangel was played. West zones have been a thing here, though, Hot Juke. So that's all we've seen. We haven't seen any, you know, southern zone. Normally, I love watching those the zone encompass both of those bridges. It's always exciting for those very few military teams that land there. It's normally a great game for them. Curious who's going to be going to that point. But if we get a southern zone here, wondering if that shakes things up, because you look at the consistency of Influence Rage. Well, the West zone's been benefiting them. If they don't get a West zone, do they perform as well?
I don't know. I just think that those Western zones are just looking so good. It's so crazy that we've seen like almost every single match today. The zone has gone hard West at one point. But you know what? I want to see it. Let's go ahead and take it on over to military. Let's see a good military finish to finish day 1. That's the energy I'm about.
All right, well, let's find out if NRG will have the energy to finish off in the top 5. They've made some big waves from North America. Chat's been talking about them here and there, but can they finish strong? Same thing goes for Loops or Team Queso. Will they be able to apex 80 points today, which would be one of the biggest days outside of our bonus point days for any roster, really, and that includes even spring season. A lot of questions to be answered. We hop into map number 6 on Erangel, the final map of the day, the final chance to finish off the PMSL America's fall season day 1 strong. Who will it be? Hot Juke's Enigma. Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. Here we go, folks. Last game of the day. We got a beautiful plane path right down the middle. I think that means military base is in play here.
Hey, I'm all for it. I'm a fan of what Taylor said. Both bridges, you know, where you get to see double bridge camp. And if you're a Team Liquid fan, you've known since the last split that they like landed Millie base. If it was to be that Millie zone, that could be their pop-off performance. At least get them into that double-digit placement point range. But a lot of these teams obviously were wondering how Pachinki's going to look with those hot drops we've seen the last 2 Erangels. But Jukes, my opinion's got to be, I got to ask you, you know, Team Liquid, do you think still, after today's performance, no matter what this match plays out, do you think maybe they've fallen off the pedestal a bit, or maybe just a bad day for them?
No, I mean, they popped off at Sandhawk. Crazy. I mean, if you get, a 16 elimination game, you haven't fallen off. I don't care what anybody says. You know, even if it's just one match. So, yeah, you know, it just shows that you have that pop-off potential, right? So I think if Team Liquid, like if a Millie zone goes down here, I mean, we can see something good. It goes to the east, though. That's a difference. Ooh. Enigma, we're on the east side now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking at Team Queso and stuff. They've been kind of blessed to take that same spot every zone, and they've been able to really benefit from those zones. But now, especially around where X Factor lands, if it was to pull to that mansion prison area, we know just how flat of terrain that is. There's almost nothing for you to play. So these teams, you know, they're kind of hoping maybe it'll put all their eggs in one basket on one side of the zone, because if it was the center up here, it's a recipe for disaster. But we're getting right back into it, Jukes. We're talking Loops again against Nizy. Loops, both Erangels, Chad. Obviously, the first one was a lot faster. We didn't get to catch the second iteration of Aragon. Loops is essentially 2-0 against 9Z on this drop. So this one is either, I think, the do or die for 9Z. If you lose this as a squad, I think you got to give up the drop spot at some point.
Yeah, you got to give it up for sure. I think if you're 9Z, you're so down on the leaderboards, you just don't want to be taking early fights at all. You know, it just doesn't work at this stage unless you're like, I don't know, a particular Japanese squad that we saw, right?
Wow.
During a big global LAN, then they can get away with it. Team reject, but 9Z, I don't think they're ready for these kind of fights.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a total point of 9 for that squad after 5 games, and it's largely due to just their contests on these drops. Erangel is supposed to be the bread and butter map for every team. They're not even able to get to play past first zone. We saw them getting eliminated to blue zone on rotation in the last Erangel. Loops, however, they're in the spot where they could be dropping the leaderboard. They're sitting second currently. We know just how close that top 8 is. This is an important moment for them to potentially even get a gap a little bit closer to Team Queso, but it all starts with this first fight.
Let's see who's going to get that initial knock. Loops is going to be hunting it down. You know, it just shows, like, especially off that first initial nade knock, I'd be like, oh, man, dude, Loops has our number. You know, let's move to another spot. Just give it up, and we could deal with something like this later on. But, you know, it's start of the tournament, so you don't want to be so far down on the leaderboards and have to make that climb back.
Yeah, we're already seeing the nades get used. Some of it's going on, and these squads, you know, it really comes down to kind of this sort of team play. How smart are you in terms of what the other team's rotations look like? I think Loops has a really good read, especially already having people on roofs. Obviously, if you're 9Z after that first game, maybe you're a little bit too hesitant to have a player on the roof, but Loops, they're using every single nook and cranny to their advantage. And we had seen with that first game, even after the Bachinki fight, they're so good at those little micro angles and picking up those knocks and eliminations. And I don't know about that one for a sec, throwing the machete,
180 machete throw.
I respect.
Love it. Man, 9Z is not kitted out for this fight.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do, though. Choco. Yeah, I got to watch out for those nades. And I think they're going to try to back off from this. Ooh, running in very, very dangerous spots. Choco's putting himself in a box here. I don't know if I like that rotation. Yep.
Oh,
yeah, and he
wow.
gets punished for it. Yeah, he just literally locked himself into a really terrible spot. He should have just jumped out that back window and got with his team. And one little mistake like that, you're one player down, you're in a 4v3 situation, and Loops has already beaten you before. It's not looking good for 9Z.
Yeah, and look, Loops has Rolina just off on that off angle, really able to kind of just tie down and say, hey, listen, they're all in that block. Essentially a 3v4 on the rest of his squad. With them getting an opening, 3v3, you have the off angle, and as soon as they find out Aragon's position, I think they just full swarm Padrino and Santa Texa. It's all about how this sort of fight plays off, and the flashes are coming in. Are we going to get any sort of pushes? Looks away, but the jump upstairs, he's not expecting it. Gets the pre-fire on the door, but the player on the stairs doesn't get it. Now it's Padrino. He's gotten 2.
Oh,
he got 3. Oh my goodness, down
He
to
wants
a
the thirst.
1v2.
He's got to go for the thirst.
Player, that's the solo Jigs holding the off angle. He's got a clutch 1v2 now, and I mean, if you're 9Z, you are thanking Padrino for clutching that up. It's all down to Rafina, and it's only a matter of time. You know, 2 frags, you got to hope for some magic to happen.
What a play there. I mean, complete turnaround. Oh! And Rafina finds the nade. He spots Aragon. He's going to go for the 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, you just saw him. You know he's going to be there.
Never mind. Second thoughts. Never mind. He was feeling himself, though.
I think he should have gone for it. The 1v1. You're letting him reset. You know he's on the building somewhere. You just saw him cross, but I'm seeing in the distance. I don't know if it really amounts to anything. Team Liquid driving by. Doesn't seem like it, but this is the moment. We're back to the 2v2. This is happening. It's all about who gets the shots down. Jukes Aragon. angling off. He doesn't know there's a solo still in the building. He's actually ratting the kitchen, I think. Could be disastrous for this team. And but the S12K, it's really going to come down to if the shot connects or not. Nino actually going to go back. He's going to get the reset. This is going to maybe be a 3v2 situation, Jukes.
Yeah, but I'll say both these teams are cooked already. Like, this is a terrible start for both these squads. Already losing players. Loops does get up their third. So, yeah, it's a full reset for Loops. 3v2.
I think if you're Loops, if you're able to get the last 2 players without losing anyone, you're happy with it. But any more casualties, anyone getting eliminated, it's a disastrous game for you. And you want to make sure that the third game, if you 3-0 9Z, you want it to be a dominant fashion. You don't want them to think they have a chance of winning this Pachinki fight. And as of right now, if 9Z was to win this, they might just grief them tomorrow on a bonus point day if it's theirs. But it looks like the play is being called, Jukes. The smokes are coming down. We do have a flash grenade on Vitamin. Nino is able to get a frag, but it's all a matter of if you can kind of recognize the situation that's happening, and now it's just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time, indeed. Yeah, I think 9Z realizes it, so they're on the hunt. We're going to watch Mythic on rotation here, all the way across the map. And going to get shot up in the process, but he's full sending it on in here. Next zone does pop. And it is, it's closing, about to pop. Will we go to the west side again?
I mean, I'm down for it. At least it's
West
around
side
the
again?
center of the map. But
that's kind of west side.
I mean,
It's
we've
kinda
got
a little to the west.
We've got a farm zone. And I mean, Team Liquid, they're up by Potato. They're not on it. AGG's there, but that rotation really working out for them. But I'm actually seeing one of the players getting caught out. This could be disastrous if he gets picked off. Looks like he'll be able to find the rotation in, but I'm not sure if that car will be that much useful later on in the game. Obviously seeing the likes of Team Queso going up towards potentially Potato Hill and that eastern side as well, Jukes. There's a lot of congestion happening on the map.
Oh, yes, there is. And right now I'm looking at Team Liquid on the move, heading just a little bit to that right side of Potato Hill. And they're going to be holding it down right above that little Snake Valley.
Ooh.
That's a good spot right there. And Inco Gaming are locked and loaded. Pretty central in the map. They need a big bounce back game here if you're Inco.
Yeah,
we got to see something. Oh, Rato Boy catches Cardosen off and does get the finish.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some stellar spots. Inco Gaming, they just aren't winning any of the engagements they take when it matters most. And as much as, you know, we like the sights of Juancho and Nenabete and Vitale and even Inactive on the roster, we're needing to see the engine start roaring. And now the engine's roaring. Loops, they're forcing the fight in this 3-stack. Pedrino does get one, but it's all down to him. Loops, full chasing. We actually have an off angle on the roof, so they understand he's there, but he's going for the shots. He's not waiting. UMP in hand, decides to jump off, and he's playing the cat and mouse game. Jukes, 1 HP. Yes, 12K, not finding the mark just yet. And
bro, he's cooked.
Oh, man.
He's cooked, and he knows it.
Condensing down the pre.
Never mind.
Oh, he's.
How does he win that? How does he win that?
Only bandages, though. He's still got a heal, but he's got 3 out of 4, Jukes. Is this going to be the squad wipe for Pedrino?
Let's see it. 1v4. Rafina, you have to get revenge. You cannot go out like this. You got to get the last laugh. You can't let Pedrino just take out your whole squad.
No first aids either. I mean, that's how long this fight has been going on. Only
you don't need him.
I don't even think he has bandies anymore.
He's got a UMP and a bench.
UMP and a dream.
That's all you need. Couple bandies. Oh man, he's using them all up.
Oh man,
this sucks.
Barely any boost. I mean, we're talking the zone as well. They're in blue zone. We're talking at least 400 meters away from him. And with the zone shift happening in the next 20 seconds, it's going to start ticking more and more damage on these later zones. You are running out of time. The doomsday clock is already set. And I think they both realize that he's got to go for this now or never.
He's going to pop it. He'll go for that 1v1 in the blue zone. I want to stay on this. Let's see what happens. Who's going to win this fight? Oh, zone goes south.
Ooh.
A bridge is in play. A bridge is in play, folks. We'll see what happens there. But right now, we're locked eyes on Pachinki, the battle. So to settle who is the best at Pachinki, Loops already won it. But you know what?
Yep.
NZ, they're trying to make the last laugh here. They're trying to say, you know what? If you're gonna go out, if we're gonna go out, you're gonna go out too. You know what I'm saying?
You know what we call that, Jukes? We call that
What's
false hope. You okay? Because even if 9Z wins this one, the score is still 1-2. Alfina, he was trying to jump on it, but kind of just butchering it. Pedrino now recognizing what he's trying to do. Both these players, I mean, it's
it's ump versus ump though.
It's
ump
almost
versus ump. He's gonna make the
embarrassing to
jump.
think.
Does he? No, he stays. He says, "No, I'm staying.
See,
I'm gonna hunt you down."
He's trying to go away so he has time to run up onto the roof through the door jump, but Pedrino recognizes that. He's saying, nope, I'm staying right on top of your shell. You do not get to stick your head out. And both these only bandies on both these players.
Oh, if he hits that little ridge.
Oh,
never mind.
Oh, he fell off.
Jump down. Here we go.
I don't think he recognized it. Here we go.
Oh, he's gonna jump back.
The doorway.
They've been spotted. Pedrino gets the squad wipe on the loops. The last laugh has been had. He decides not to shoot the box, but 1v4. Pedrino versus Loops. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Loops, he really should have had that situation under wraps, especially with getting those 2 opening knocks. He lost 1 player, but 2 thirsts. And, I mean, now you leave it open. Is 9Z going to drop on him tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see for that. But one thing I'd want to make note of, Jukes, we did see that map rotation. I really feel bad for Team Liquid because they took this eastern bridge and rotated all the way up towards Potato Hill to those lower compounds. And it pulls all the way back to the bridge. So now they had to make the wrap completely backtailing, backtracking, I guess you could say, to their spot, allowing all these other teams to kind of get themselves breathing room. So really unfortunate stuff on the rotations.
Oh boy, yeah. Right now we're gonna see intense game on the move. They got 2 eliminations. Poppy Sour honking the horn, letting these guys know, hey, stay away. Never mind. That was a hello horn, and he did not like that at all. He's gonna start moving in the opposite direction here. And this is all the way to the east side of the map. Are we gonna get another crazy hard shift? That's the question.
I mean, if there's any water in play, it's gonna be rough for these squads. And you know, I get that it was a warning honk, but I think bullets do the job better than a honk. And these teams right now, they're all out for blood. We can actually see it. Look how crazy that is. The north side is completely free. And I'm not sure what happened to Inco Gaming while this was going down. They were holding that north side somehow wiped off the map. I'm not seeing them, Jukes. And with the shift, it goes right down center towards that farm town. Twisted Minds, I'm loving their position right now.
Me too. They're at a great spot here. There's still so many great spots left in this side of the map here. Inco is going to be heading it on over, possibly trying to take that compound. It looks like they're going to be sending it on to Twisted Minds. That's going to get interesting here. That could leave a big third-party opportunity. Nope. Instead, it looks like they're going to head off just a little bit. But the feed is not popping off just yet. Influence Rage holding down farm, trying to poke some shots at Team Liquid. I don't know why, though, because even if they get this knock, there's no way they're pushing.
Pad the stats, I guess, if you want to do that. I don't know if that's really the smartest play, but these teams...
They're not going to get that. They're not going to get a finish, though.
When I was looking at that zone, Jukes, I feel like there's still kind of a lot of room left for these teams to play where we're not really going to see too many teams get eliminated unless they're given opening knocks. And I'm seeing in the feed right now, VIP getting 2 on the NRG, Spec getting the return. I believe that's going to be on the far western side of zone. So these players, they're having to make their moves. We're seeing it right now. Spec holding down the fort in the shack, trying to get the pre-fires. Both players down a half HP, but 1v3 situation, trying to go for the reload. Doesn't happen. All 4 players up for VIP with what seems to be enough time in the zone for them to make the move.
I'll say I completely underestimated this team. I mean, this squad has been doing great today. I mean, very consistent, putting up points regardless of the situation. That's 4 already for them right there. And inactive is going to go down by Milos. Team Queso sniping and taking away some points. That's the last team that we want to see, or the rest of the lobby wants to see, gets points here because, man, these guys started off so strong. Bobby Botro gets knocked by Strap.
Yeah.
Now Team Queso has to focus on their backs.
Yeah, but look how spread out they are. That team, even though they get the knock, they applied so much pressure in the zone onto VIP that they might be able to still hold this team back. But Colgood, I think he kind of realizes how dire of a situation this is. Trying to just pre-nade it if they go for the slam. Super spread out on this western side. It's going to be a matter of what VIP chooses to do. Cunha scouting it a bit. Myth as well, trying to get an angle, an eagle in the eye in the sky for him. While that's going on, though, Jukes, on this eastern side where the road is at, Alpha7 taking shots at intense game action completely around the map.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Here's Alpha7. They are just outside. Yeah, no, actually, though, they're perfectly in position here. They're perfectly in position onto this road. If this zone does swap on over, though, like hard shift to the west, they're going to be in big trouble here. So they need to start having a plan in place on the next squad they're going to look to take out. And honestly, if the shots ring out between Twisted Minds and Inco, if they move quickly, they could definitely make something happen. But VIP, man, I'm telling you, this team is on the push, looking to punish Team Queso.
Yeah, we knew there was going to be a bit of a wait, and now it's going to be on Big Milo going big, getting shut down by the DBS. Now it's Colgoat, Shaq play. 1v3 situation in hand. He's got the DBS this time. It's not Spec. He gets the
Perfect timing.
But Cunha, the Molly, I was thinking it was maybe going to be a bit too late. Luckily, able to get the shots immediately, possibly able to get the 3-man reset. But
look at them.
Law, he's pulling up, and I think he's actually turning off. VIP getting away with it, Jukes, getting a 3-man reset after that squad wipe.
Great teamwork. You saw how they took that last player out. I mean, you had one player up personal. Molly goes in, shots ring out. Perfectly executed. I mean, 8 eliminations so far from this team. VIP is definitely one of those dark horses you got to keep an eye on. Let's see what happens as the Vicious on the other side of the map. They are so far out of the zone. Maybe looking to get an opening knock for a push. This is going to be a tough one, though.
Yeah, but I mean, Latin Kings has been that other dark horse in the lobby, Jukes. They're the team applying pressure on this squad. Vicious, they don't have any eliminations, neither for the other squad. And it's going to come down to, who's kind of been feeling themselves more tonight. The Vicious making the right play, but the shots are going to have to connect at some point. It actually looks like Latin Kings are backing up. They're saying you can have the buildings. We're playing positioning. The question mark will be if Furia can capitalize as well. Reyes, though, he's putting the action to him. Duo on the front lines, both shotgun in hand, but Reyes walks on a landmine. Nade completely taking him out. The rest of the squad scrambling. Bruno's in, getting caught in the side, but the 2v3 on the building still. Jukes gets the one. Teammate clutches up with the pump, getting 2 knocks. We're talking a complete turnaround for the squad, and that's going to be it. Latin Kings completely eliminated from the third parties.
Just like that. Twisted Minds sneaking away some points from downtown. They are dead center here, so they need to be shooting at anything that moves. Furia in the blue zone. He's going to get finished there. Now we're going to look at Gajovski trying to get some shots on the Team Liquid, trying to give him some false confidence. Barely peeking out. He finally sees them, but he quick reload. Not able to take full advantage of that. But oh my gosh, they are getting lit up by Influence Rage.
Influence Rage just seems to have Team Liquid's number in some of these fights. Furia as well getting put down. We're talking down to just a solo now. I like their position on this hillside. Jukes just getting absolutely throttled by the M4 spams. Mythic now. He gets blown up on the vehicle. Team Liquid, I believe that's a full wipe.
Crazy push.
Now look at this Furia. They had a 3-man up down to a solo, having to make this full send in. And
what?
Oh man,
there's no way he survives, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. I was like, once I saw that drive, I was like, he's done. He's toast. But yeah, just like that, he's gone. But you look, Alpha7 are still alive with 3 players, and they're looking. They're waiting right now. Carrillo is calling these guys out, and he's saying, guys, the second they peek out, we're gonna just instant knock, instant thirst.
Yeah, Mafioso, I think, was out with the solo on the north.
He's waiting.
They were spread out a bit.
Look at that. Look at the trigger discipline. Look at the trigger discipline from Alpha7. They waited. They say, you know what? Why shoot them while they're driving? Let's just give them some false confidence. They're going to stop, and we're going to get those finishes easy. Beautifully done from Alpha7.
Yeah, and they know there's just 2 players there. They're getting the thirst. They're raining down the fire. And I mean, if you look at the other 2 players, I'm not sure if they even have a vehicle left every squad's been just tailoring their eyes to him. And with the zone shift, we see it as much as, you know, the Vicious have been able to play this spot out. They are running out of time now. Just a solo trying to play the angles, but there's only so much room for you to play, Jukes. The nades will hit eventually. And my only concern is if Influence Rage maybe overpeaks this too much, or if they're going to be able to get the clean wipe on the squad.
Yeah, let's see. Here's the zone is centered up.
Ooh.
Here. Oh, wow. Oh, here come the nades. That's it. They're done. Team Vicious. This bounce here. Oh, bounce off to the right. That gives them a little bit more room to breathe. So Team Vicious is going to survive for a little bit longer. Demeanor getting the res. He gets it. But he is in such a tough spot. I mean, they are getting shot from every angle. I mean, it might even be worth it to go out to blue zone here. Oh, that's the wrong place to run.
Oh,
wrong place
right
to run.
on him.
Bop!
1 HP, but that's not the only one, Jukes. Yep, he gets done. Demeanor, I mean, he's got the HP a bit now, but we already have other INF players in zone, and it's not even going to be them. Alpha7.
Just the slightest bit, and Alpha7 said, we're taking that all day long. Now Team VIP getting shot up by Inco Gaming. Nenabet is still alive for the squad. He's got a top 5 position, so they're going to get at least a couple of placement points. But Nenabet that needs to be very quiet right now. Does not want to rile up Influence Rage.
Yeah, but we're talking 0 eliminations on the squad, Jukes. I don't know what fell apart for the squad this game. They had a pretty good position in zone, but really just left it up for other teams to take advantage of them. Nenabete, of course, I mean, he's got 7 frag grenades and stuff like that, but you've got to be playing picture perfect in this situation to really even salvage this, because 0 eliminations, 5th place, that's not something you're going to be happy with. Alpha7, Twisted Minds, yeah, they've lost a player here and there, but they have eliminations on the board. And Twisted Minds, with them being so center, they're looking to get even more.
Yeah, and I'm looking at him right now. I see Rato Boy, dead center. This is a big game for Twisted Minds. They are dead center, and they have all those sight lines, like you mentioned. And can they take full advantage of it? The biggest threat has got to be Alpha7. Tons of eliminations. They're hurt, though. All Glory Gaming has to take advantage of it. One good nade is all it takes. Carrillo's going to get finished here. But All Glory Gaming are focusing on so many different angles when their biggest threat is right in front of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they know that Alpha7's down to just a duo now. Maybe they think it's a trio, but those nade connects definitely should have happened more. 7, he did get 1 thirst out with Melgar next to him, but you got to finish this team. You can't leave him alive, because if it shifts to you, you want to have this whole ridge line completely under your thumb, but that's not going to be the case just yet. And we had seen it last split, every single game almost, Jukes. If you give Alpha7 even an inch of breathing room, they're able to capitalize it. And even exactly how it goes, Jukes. Shift south. You want this squad wipe, and you want it now.
Yeah, perfect zone shift for so many of these teams. Very unfortunate, though, for Influence Rage. The Influence Rage needs to wait on timing here. They need to wait for a big fight to happen. Okay, they took out Nenabet there. They need to wait for, like, Twisted Minds to get into engagement so they can push. Yeah. But right now, the big battle is between All Glory Gaming. Oh, All Glory Gaming's actually pushing it towards Twisted Minds instead. That is a crazy play. They are going to find that good spot right there. Influence Rage tries to circumvent them, but 7 is there to slow him down.
Yeah, but I think the reset will be able to come through the nades. I'm not sure we'll really connect at this range. Maybe you can get 1 thirst, but INF, they get that that thirst onto Inco, and then they immediately beeline it to the south side of zone, recognizing, hey, AGG is completely distracted right now. Imagine if they were set up even 3 or 5 seconds sooner. Influence Rage could have been even for a world of hurt right now, but instead, finding the timing when it matters most. Now, creating this game in a completely crazy 4v4v3 landscape on farm area.
Yeah, you can see Diego there just waiting to figure out what the right play is. The problem is that all eyes are on Influence Rage. They are the weakest team here. They're in such a tough spot. They know it. And when there's nobody shooting, that's the worst thing.
Yeah.
Because you know that the second we leave this spot, we are going to get lit up. And they have no choice. The only thing they could do is go down that ridge line, but you can see Rivas is the one waiting there for them.
It's all about
7 should have an angle too in that area.
Yeah, that's the doomsday player. The worst case scenario for Influence Rage is if they have a split like that.
Went this way.
They're going north. I mean,
what?
It
worked out.
Yeah, it's playable, but we got to really touch base on how this zone shift happens, because it's going to be stage 8. And then after that, there's nothing else to it. These teams, there was so many fights and engagement jukes that, yeah, we've kind of hit that little calm before the storm, but we know, especially in a zone like this, it's all going to come down to how this last zone shift goes, and it's still anyone's game.
That's right. That's right. It definitely is here. So now Influence Rage again, they're continuing to wait. They want a fight to break out that they can third party. The problem is, though, is that everybody is so spread out. That fight isn't just going to happen randomly, right? We'll see how Influence Rage plays this. I still give this to Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is in the best position, but I think they're so secure that not everybody is just directly staring at them. So, because I think right now what's going to happen is we're going to see Influence Rage push on to All Glory Gaming, Alpha7 try to third party, and Twisted Minds just clean up everything and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that could happen for Twisted Minds is if Alpha7 maybe chooses to rotate, because that duo is still alive in the East. No one has cleared them out just yet. So that squad, we know how powerful of a duo they can be against some of these squads if they get the first, maybe even 2 opening knocks. But this is the time now. It's going to decide who really is going to play the zone a certain way. And I mean, we're talking no vehicles here. I think they might actually try to just snake it in. Hope that that Twisted Mind player, whoever that is, Guzano, on the roof isn't able to really catch him in the prone stance. But this is praying for a lot of things to go your way, Jukes, and we're not sure if that'll happen.
Let's see. Let's see what happens. We are now in stage 8, guys. This zone's going to go into nothing in about 40 seconds. So let's see what's going to happen. These are the worst times to play, to be honest, because it's just like, it's anybody's game. Whoever fights first loses, pretty much. And the thing is that with the zone closing, you have no choice but to fight.
I think a thing that really sucks too is if you're Revo or someone like that, he has 4 frag grenades in his backpack, but he can't use it because there's no one really sticking their heads out. There's no freebie for you to get. So you're really having to hope. And look at that. They're able to find themselves a spot in the zone. They're able to wait potentially just a little bit. But like you said, Juke, 6 seconds on the clock. They're still going to have to keep moving in.
Yeah, here they go. Yeah, now we got the 10-second timer. Never mind. Yeah, this zone is going down to nothing. That 10-second timer is gone. Revel is now on the move. Little boy gonna get taken out by the play zone just like that. This Papa Blue's coming, and it's coming in hot. And you see Law get taken down there. Lorison has to make a play for the squad. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds continuing to use that great position to their advantage. But they can't play it passive here. They got to play it aggressive. They're leaving the door open to Alpha7. Great shot, though, from Obscure to shut down Rebel.
Yeah, I was worried.
And Alpha7's gone.
I was worried no one was looking that way, but luckily Obscure turns his sights for it. Unfortunately, I have one player knocked, but I think there are enough in-zone Jukes to get the reset. And looking at the other squads, AGG, Influence, Rage, they're all playing the edge, and he sees him with the nade. Big damage.
Hurts.
No knock yet, though. Rattle Boy. You've got to clutch it up for the squad. You know one's there. Someone else has got the molly with his name on it. Twisted Minds finishing it off. We're still looking at it, though, Jukes. It's still anyone's game on that hillside.
And Arada Boy gets lit up there, but All Glory Gaming, they have the advantage. They have the most room. They have that hill. Lost still alive. Lost still alive. This is a problem for both these teams. How patient is he going to be?
I mean, I think...
Oh, he's going to be so patient. He can win this game by himself.
Yeah. I mean, he's got no frag grenades, but both teams are turning the eyes at each other. They're trading hard, Jukes. We're talking 1 on the S12. Big nade damage as well. I mean, the molly as well. Look at this, 1 HP, Twisted Minds. Everyone's playing the snake game. Oh, man, he's going through
my gosh.
The smoke play. The S12, he's just guessing. He's hoping for the shots to connect. He sees
Law's going to win this.
Gets it.
Law's going to win this. When will he take the shots?
1v4. Man, I mean, he had the moment.
Oh, he gets taken out. Nope. No snake in the grass plays this time. He waited just a little too long. And that is all she wrote. All Glory Gaming get a chicken dinner here, and they definitely needed it.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the board a lot tonight, just in terms of that top 8 finish. We saw the consistency factor, and it was only a matter of time before they put those pieces together. Obviously, shout out to Influence, Rage, and the likes of Twisted Mind. But I got to bring it back, Taylor. I called it in that sort of Zone 7, Zone 8. If you let Alpha 7 stay alive long enough, they were the team that grieved Twisted Minds, ultimately allowing AGG to come in for the win.
Alpha7's a team that you have to put into the dirt quickly, or else you never know how impactful their plays can be, especially towards the ends of the zone. Alpha7 needed that game, which is, it's awkward to say that after a game number 6. You would expect Alpha7 to be at the top of the leaderboard, given their EWC experience, and on top of that, second place, only to be beaten by Team Liquid of last season. But hey, they get a 4th place, they get 8 eliminations. They are doing just fine today. For Twisted Minds, though, that's a big win. That's a massive win. They came into this game in 10th place with 25 total points. They finished in 3rd place with 8 eliminations. Influence Rage, Hot Jukes, I think for me, they proved to be one of the most consistent teams today outside of Team Queso. They come into this game in 3rd place with 38 total points. They should finish today in 2nd place, but more importantly, from Erengel's perspective, 1st place on the first Erengel, 2nd place on the second Erengel, and then of course, as we just witnessed, 2nd place due to Loss snaking it out on the 3rd Erengel.
Consistency. That's what wins championships. It's been proven time and time again. No matter what's going on, even with double points, right? You got to be able to perform every single day. And Influence Rage did that. I mean, 7 eliminations to finish it off. Beautifully done here. And I mean, we could have even seen Law do a little trick play and could have won the whole thing if it went the other way.
Yeah.
So very, very fortunate for All Glory Gaming.
Without a doubt. All Glory Gaming, they get the win too. They needed that as well, Enigma. They come into this in 11th place with 24 total points. They finish in 1st with 7 elimination. Should be around 17 points, which puts them closer to the top 5 conversation, especially given the fact that Furia was finished off a little bit earlier than they wanted. NRG Galaxy as well, one of the first teams to be eliminated. They walk away with 0 points. Loops Esports, they finish off also at the bottom with 15th place with 3 eliminations. So our top 5 teams not doing that well outside of Influence Rage on the final game.
That's kind of like what you had called around that game 3-4 mark, where it's, we have so many teams that are having those consistent matches where even with one pop-off performance, you're needing to have multiple. And if you're not Team Queso, we're seeing it. That 2nd through whatever that leaderboard's going to be, maybe it's going to be around 10, 11, 12th place. That's only a 1 good game difference from shooting up the leaderboard. So obviously, we'll see that in a sec, but these squads are really keeping the waters kind of murky for these teams that are wanting to stay near the top after day 1.
AGG walks away with 17 total points. Good on them. One of their best games of the day so far. Influence Rage in 2nd, which is kind of funny. I questioned Jukes. I was like, man, Influence Rage, if they don't get a Western Zone, can they perform? Well, they get a Southern Zone this time around, and they get 2nd place with a total of 7 elims.
Yeah, beautifully done there. I mean, look at this performance here. I mean, so many teams soaking up some good points. I mean, VIP Esports is one squad that really surprised me today.
100%.
Right? Good, solid consistency. 10 total points here to finish off the day. They should definitely hold their heads high. Tomorrow, though, is going to be where it's all about, though, guys. Double points, right? What do you think is going to happen here, Taylor?
Well, especially for Influence Rage, scary, right? They already sit in a great position going into day 2. I believe going to be in 2nd place. They've got their double points tomorrow. The Vicious, who obviously need as many points as they could possibly get, they are on the 1st page, but not by far. VIP Esports, and then the big one is X Factor. X Factor needs all the points they can get. We take a look at our top 8. A lot of movement, Enigma, for our top 8, right? Look at those green arrows.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, obviously, Influence Rage. You called it. They're the most consistent Erengel team. And like I said before, that's the most played map in this tournament. 120 games. I'm not sure how many Erengels that adds up to, but we're talking these teams. You've got to find consistency on the matches. And if you can't do that, you'll start falling behind like we already see. Now, the nice thing that I like to point out is that 2nd through 8th place, we're talking 13-point difference coming out of the first day. It's still anyone's game in that regard for shooting up through the rest of the week, but obviously our eyes are all set on those bonus points. Some of those squads like VIP Esports, that's in 4th, if they're able to have a replication of today's performance into tomorrow, maybe they'll be happy with that, but other teams that are obviously on this lower half of the leaderboard, it's looking rough for them.
I just realized, Jukes, NRG falls down to the 2nd page. So all our NA teams are on the 2nd page. Not by much, but they are on the 2nd page, and that's where they'll finish.
Taylor, that hurt my soul, dude. Because
sorry,
you know
I
what?
gotta be real.
At NRG Galaxy, I closed my eyes. I saw like, okay, Team Queso, who's in first, who's in second, NRG's in the first page. You know, I just had to believe it. It hurts to see. Hurts to see. You know what? NRG, we saw a great start for them, right? I think the best out of all the NA teams, at least in my eyes. So going into these next few days, right? We're gonna have the craziness of the double points.
Right.
I hope they could take full advantage of it. Should put up consistent points when it's not their double day, and then when that day comes, they gotta start off strong like they did, but they have to finish strong as well.
So 2 teams on that second page. X Factor, right? Big focus point on them, especially on this broadcast. They're a North American roster. We're hoping that they, on their double point state tomorrow, that they can make an impact, break into the top page. Something NRG was just holding onto by a thread throughout the entirety of the day. And then the Vicious, who was relatively quiet, Enigma. We saw bits and pieces of the Vicious throughout the day, most notably during the game number 1, I believe, on Erangel.
Yeah.
And they were there, but they weren't there. Double point state tomorrow, hoping it makes a bit of an impact. Let's not forget how double points worked last season. There were some teams that just really struggled on the normal days, but on their double points, they just popped off. Any of the 4 teams tomorrow can do exactly that.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously our eyes are going to be set on Influence Rage. They're the team where, if you're in Group A, you have to play before the other teams. You can't really find your stride as later as them in these matches. You don't have as much breathing room, but for the likes of it, like X Factor, like the Vicious, those teams really had a lot of struggling. So hopefully tomorrow, I'd like to see them just completely switch it up, try to change the game plan. And then if that doesn't work, you plan the rest of the week for consistency and hope that by week 2, when your bonus points come around, you're able to fully capitalize on the opportunity.
All right, talking about capitalizing. Well, tomorrow, the Group A will need to capitalize. To recap, it's Influence Rage, The Vicious, VIP Esports, and then X Factor. VIP Esports, shout out to them. They played phenomenally well today. A team that I think was underrepresented on the desk, but quickly became a talking point as the games continued on. And Influence Rage, well, they are by far the most consistent team, maybe outside of Team Queso, but honestly, they might even be more consistent than Team Queso. They just slayed out today. Bottom line, period. I mean, a total of 48 eliminations is absolutely insane. Let's start getting out of here, right? We got another day coming tomorrow. We'll be starting at 12 Eastern time. Enigma, what are your final words before we get out of here?
Final words, of course. I was really hoping NRG would be in that top 8. You crush Hot Jukes and I's sort of, I guess hopes and dreams for the most part. But coming into tomorrow, my eyes got to be set on X Factor. Okay, I'm hoping they come in full guns blazing. They're able to put more points up on the board because we know just how influential the bonus points are going to be.
That's right. Bonus points are coming in hot. Hot Jukes, how you feeling, man? How was today?
That was great, man. I think we saw a lot of good stuff from so many different squads. A lot of potential here. But you know what? Tomorrow's double points, baby. I can't wait for that.
I can't either, and we're going to have to wait a little bit, but it'll be coming sooner than you think. Make sure you hit that follow button, the subscribe button if you haven't already. Stay in tune with our socials because we keep the PUBG Mobile action going for you each and every day. We've got 4 more days left in this week for week number 1 of the PMSL America's fall season. Tomorrow, we come back again at 5 Eastern time. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'd love to have you. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Jukes, Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you once again for being here. Be back tomorrow, 5 Eastern. It's going to be a great time.
Wow, to clear this side out. 15 eliminations already for Team Queso. These guys are crushing it. Here he goes. Jump shot. Does he spot him? He does.
Ooh.
1v2 though. Lay down. Good. Oh, they're going to win this one.
The other squad's got too much room. Poppy Potro's got to get the cleanup to get
No
it. But
way!
the clutch. I think he rounded up bullets on that last clip. So Malcolm able to save his squad 6 eliminations and Influence Rage. It's a 1v3 situation. The drive-ups are coming, trying to prevent it. Game 1 Jukes is done, and it's going to be going to Influence Rage.
Wazao actually makes it to this box. That is
Wow.
a huge shot. But Colgoat with the stiff arm. It's going to be a Team Queso victory with a whole lot of eliminations.
You're feeling it. You're getting the knocks. They're trying to get it, but the zone. Oh, and little boy, he's just going to give it to the zone. No one gets the points. And since they were knocked, I'm not even sure if those points would even be going up. And wait a second. VIP Esports winning. It's just the opening initial, but they're turning it around. Loops They only have 2 eliminations to their name, but it's a 2v3 spot. Make that 1v3. Pull up on the hillside. They're clutching it up. Huge win for the Loops. Loops is still able to play that peeker's advantage on the hill. Kayowski's having to move in as well.
What
and the
a shot!
Double headshots, but not being the one to knock. You get the reset on this left side. He's trying to clutch it up for the team. One does go down. The MG3 is what you want here, Jukes.
Neil
Gets one, and Loops, unfortunately, not able to piece it together. Furia. Oh, man, he's going for
Oh, my gosh.
the smoke play. The S12, he's just guessing. He's hoping for the shots to connect. He sees
Law's
one.
gonna win this.
Gets it.
Law's gonna win this. When will he take the shots?
Oh, 1v4. Man, I mean, he had the moment.
Oh, he gets taken out. Nope, no snake in the grass plays this time. He wins.